Hello everybody, welcome to day one here at Thruxton. We've got so much in play. The British Truck Racing Championship is here. Britcar Endurance, got monopostos. We have got so much coming up for you, but perhaps we've got the biggest and the loudest of them all. Please welcome Pointy to the stage. Here he is. And the crowd are going wild here. We have got thousands and thousands of people watching us right now. Is everybody having a good time? Yes, they are. Pointy, you're excited for the trucks?
I was expecting more people. You told me they'd want to come and see me.
Well, when ticket sales went live for this particular segment, we didn't sell any.
Oh, good job we got the trucks on circuit then, isn't it? Hey!
Yes, we've got the trucks on circuit, as we said. British Truck Racing Championship in town. We've got Britcar Endurance as well. We've got minis. We've got the 750 Formula, monopostos. Tomorrow, the BMW Car Club are joining us as well. So much action, so much power. All live for you here at Thruxton. Pointy, let's go racing in front of our thousands of fans behind us, everybody. Well, can we get a cheer? Silence. I'll tell you what, forget this. Let's go racing.
Well, thanks very much indeed to Pointy and Ian. They'll be down on the ground getting all the news and views from the paddock for us this weekend. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Thruxton Circuit, the fastest race circuit in the UK, in deepest Hampshire, ready for this weekend here with the British Automobile Racing Club. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action from trackside. We've got 6 races to get through here on day one. We kick off with the British Truck Racing Championship for the first of their 5 races for the big rigs across the course of their 3rd race weekend of the year. They were fantastic at Brands Hatch and Pembrey earlier in the year. Then we have the first of 2 races coming up after the lunch break. We'll have the Britcar Endurance Championship, 2 45-minute pit stop races for their mixture of GT and saloon cars. We also welcome a couple of guest classes this weekend from the 750 Motor Club. Great to have a couple of their classes here. We'll see the BMWs out tomorrow, but for today we've got the 750 Formula, the oldest club racing championship in the UK. More on those a little bit later on. A second truck race a bit later this afternoon. Second race for the Britcar Endurance Championship, and then we have the Clubsport class of the Mini Challenge, the BMW Mini Coopers. And now they'll have the first of their 3 races coming up later on. Big thanks to Airtech Motorsports for their sponsorship of the Clubsport class this season. So qualifying for the morning is just coming to an end. We'll shortly have our first race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, over 15 minutes. Before we get the trucks out on track though, let's see who Pointy was able to catch up with in the paddock earlier.
Right, well, welcome to Thruxton Circuit, as we might have already said. The first driver I wanted to speak to this weekend, of course, reigning champion Ryan Smith, who almost didn't make it, ladies and gentlemen. And I mean that figuratively and literally.
I didn't think I was going to make it out of the hospital, never mind make it here. I got kidney stones, woke up the other morning, 1:30 in pain that I can only describe as, wow, I never want to feel that again. And of course, I've come here to race now, but I can't take any painkillers because I don't want to be.
Well, no, it's worrying, isn't it? Exactly. Yeah.
So I'm suffering the pain. I've got a red hot poker at the bottom of my back, but that's life. But it just shows the commitment of all of us, what this championship means to us, and we're not having Stuart running off with the championship. So,
well, that's actually quite close to the next question I was going to ask you. I mean, if worst case scenario you had have missed this weekend, how tight is the championship at the moment? What kind of difference would that have made to your season?
I think everybody's growing in the championship, so I think if you miss the round, I think it's game over. I don't see Stuart, Dave, John Bowler, Michael Oliver, or any of them drop 70, 80 points in a weekend. So, it's important to take part, and they say, to finish first you must finish, but you must be involved to get some points on the board. And if I have to drive around at 8 miles an hour at the back to get some points, that's what I'll have to do. But I'm gonna give it my best. I'm gonna need a bit of rest tonight, but hopefully just do the best job we can and I'm just glad to be here. You know,
Too right, I know. Were those thoughts going through your head before you knew what it was? Like, oh God, I'm going to miss truck racing.
When I was in hospital, that was the north side. What we've had with the engine and stuff, and all the other sponsors. Big shout out to Paul at Northside Truck and Van. He's helped Arnie rebuild that engine. It's took some time, and we went testing at Pembrey the other day, no sleep, and then the hospital thing the next day. It's just been, everyone thinks that this racing life is easy, but you look at what Stuart and Dave do behind the scenes. Stuart doing the RTX and all that kind of stuff, and then running a business with his son and stuff, and Dave the same, running a business, having a family. It is like a full-time job, but we haven't got full-time to commit to it. So, it just shows you what we put into it, everyone, and I'm delighted to be here.
Yeah, thanks for being here. No, I think that's what a lot of people don't actually realise, is that I'd say 95% of the drivers out there on the circuit are actually running full-time businesses at the same time. Very quickly then, back to Pembrey then. You mentioned obviously the rebuild of the engine. There was loads of speculation at the time as to what that actually was in the end. Not a great way to finish the weekend for you, but what actually was it in the end? Did you get to the bottom of the problem?
Yeah, it was a cracked liner, and the way Arnie had piped the water system, he'd not put a TP so it would get an airlock, which you could probably.
I do know exactly. I know a little bit of airlocks. Yeah,
boilers and kind of thing.
Well, that's why they're pressurised systems, just to force it round. But of course, you tried to put a vent pipe on it, which effectively should have worked in theory. But yeah, shame. If you want to learn more about hydronics, then follow Ryan Smith's.
Or Pointy. So look, it didn't last, and it's just little things that you learn over the periods of time and stuff, and we hopefully have fixed it now, and we have a good weekend.
Touch wood. Right then, Ryan, thank you for making it. Well done. Dedication to the sport, and of course that goes for all the team behind him as well, working tirelessly to get the truck back on track. Let's see how he does this weekend. So in the paddock now with Callum Eason. Callum, pretty good year so far. What are your views on how Pembrey went, and are you bringing anything forward to Thruxton?
Yeah, so Pembrey went really well for us, in all fairness. We had a lot of good results, but we're still struggling with the power. So we're a little bit underpowered to everybody else, and we've actually got a D28 being built as we speak now. So it's mainly just focus on myself, my driving, take some experience from it all, and then once we get the new lump in, we can start chasing the front boys.
There's a lot of testing involved in these trucks, and people think just because they look great when they roll out of the garage first weekend of the season, all of a sudden it's like, fix, try. So we're here at Thruxton this weekend. Obviously, what on your scale of the year's circuits, where does this one fall?
So we were here in the minis. It was pretty good in the mini, but most of it was all flat out.
Not in minis anymore, though, are we?
Not in a mini. There's nothing mini about it, mate. But it's one of them. You got to be brave out the back. So I quite enjoy it. If it rains, it's going to dice it up a bit, and I'm quite up for that.
So this is your first time racing at Thruxton in a truck?
Yes, yeah.
Right then. And do you agree that it looks a bit like a chicken nugget?
Yeah, in a way, mate. Yeah.
In fact, it's got a chicken nugget, but it's got a chicane, so I call it the chicane nugget. Honestly, look, when the little picture comes up on your screen later on of the circuit, you go, it's right, it's a chicken nugget with a chicane, that is. Chicane nugget. Obviously we're here for 2 days. The weather looks okay at the minute, touch wood. Whole day, so 3 races to have on a Sunday, but a reasonably early finish. Anything to the fans at home to say to get them down here for some live action tomorrow?
It's a really good sport. You get the noise, you get the occasional bit of door banging, but no, it's a really good event. They should come down and
door banging. That's what we're calling it. Rub it. We just wanted to say hello. That's all it was. Well, if you want to see some racing action down at Thruxton Chicane Nugget, then do show up on the day. Get your tickets online. We'll be very happy to see you all. With lots of on and off track action, of course, with the Convoy on the Plane event. Callum, good luck for the weekend, buddy. Great to see you again. We'll see you all very soon.
So while Pointy goes off to prepare his next stand-up comedy routine, we're going to get ready to go racing here at Thruxton, or should we call it Truxton? this weekend, with the first race for the British Truck Racing Championship. So the first of our 5 races, the grid reads as follows. Ryan Smith, despite his health problems in the run-up to this event, has qualified on pole in his Daimler Freightliner with a 1:36.847, nearly a second quicker than Michael Oliver, who starts his MAN alongside. Michael's father, Stuart Oliver, on the second row in his Volvo VNL. He and Ryan Smith have 19 British Championships between the two of them. David Jenkins completes the second row in his MAN. Row 3, John Bowler and Stephen Powell. And then row 4, Tom O'Rourke in the International Navistar, the American bonneted truck, alongside Martin Gibson, returning to the championship this year. Completing the top 10, David Smith in his MAN, the former Division 2 champion, and Neil Yates, the man who had a big accident here at Thruxton a couple of years ago, completes the top 10 on the grid in his MAN. Row 6 of the grid, number 5, Adam Bint in the Mercedes Actros, had a win at Pembrey, his first Division 1 win earlier this season. Will start alongside number 95, Ricky Collett. Now, the last time he raced here at Thruxton a few years ago, he ended up upside down, so hoping to avoid that today. Then we've got the Division 2 trucks, the slightly less powerful machines towards the back. Simon Cole in his Iveco has taken pole there alongside Sami Oyanen in the Sisu, the Finnish driver. Row 8's got Bradley Harvey and Callum Easton. We just heard from Callum, both newcomers to the championship this season. Row 9, Archie Handy in the Volvo, son of Simon Cole. Now, Jake Evans won't be there for this race. Now, he's the Division 2 points leader. We're told he's not there this race 1 of the weekend. His engine went bang in the free practice session this morning, so MAN is currently having its engine changed. We won't see him in this one. We're also missing John Powell, still having teething troubles with his new DAP, the reigning Division 2 champion, now in Division 1, so he's hoping to be out later in the weekend. We are missing Graham Poole, number treble 3, who should have completed the 20 truck entry, but Graham has withdrawn from this weekend. So we should see 17 trucks on the grid for this first 15-minute race of the weekend. Many more trucks you can see over on the new banking up above the Woodham Hill section of the circuit running into the chicane. We've got the show trucks over there as part of this Convoy on the Plain festival on the plains of Hampshire. The real festival of everything to do with trucks, and many road haulage firms with their show trucks on display over there. There's hundreds of them in that new paddock area above the all-new Spectator banking, which was opened just a few weeks ago here at the home of the BARC here at Thruxton, the home of the British Automobile Racing Club, the fastest race circuit in the UK. We'll shortly be getting the trucks out onto circuit behind the pace truck. It'll be a rolling start, and then a 15-minute race for these 5-ton race trucks, nearly 1,000 horsepower each, and they're limited electronically to 100 miles per hour maximum speed. If you're found to have exceeded that 100 mile an hour limit, then you can be penalised. Racing later on today, as we say, we've got the Britcar Endurance Championship. They're 2 45-minute pit stop races. They've had a busy season racing at Silverstone and Snetterton earlier this year as well. Got, if you like, your Ferraris, your Porsches, Ginettas, BMWs, some TCR touring cars out in that field as well. We've got about 24 cars for the Britcar Endurance Championship. The 750 Formula is here as well. That championship even predates Formula 1. It dates back to the late 1940s and features home-built small sports car racers mainly. We'll introduce them a little bit later on. There'll be a short break after the 750 Formula race. We've got a qualifying session for the Monoposto Championship, which is a variety of single-seaters. Then another truck race, another Britcar Endurance Championship race with a few pit stop penalties introduced for the class winners, the class top 3s in race 1. And then we've got the mini challenge Clubsport, their second meeting of the season with Airtech Motorsport, a variety of BMW Mini Coopers. Will be on track for the first of their 3 races this weekend. Great to see plenty of your comments already coming in. Right to back of the net 07, one of our regular viewers, L4L, Welsh lad, Matthew Booth, V8 Tangman. He's got the live timing on one screen, the racing on another. If you do want to follow the live timing this weekend, the place to do so is tsl-timing.com. Thanks to TSL Timing for all the live timing and results this weekend. L4L says, watching Alton Park on my television and Thruxton on my phone. Yes, we've got action from Alton Park this weekend as well. Hi to Ethan Dance, Flat Spider, and Cheryl Morris, who says, come on Callum Eason, truck number 26, looking for his first ever Division 2 win this weekend for the slightly less powerful trucks towards the back of the field. As we say, we have got action from Alton Park on BARC TV this weekend, including the TCR UK Touring Car Championship, which is just on its way round to start its first race of the day now. So you can, if you've got two screens, we've got extra action. TCR UK, supported by the Miltech Civic Cup, CNC Head Sports and Saloon Cars, the Track Action Racing Club Junior Saloon Cars, and the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup on an away day to England as well. That's all taking place on our other stream at the moment. There's the TCR UK Touring Cars coming round to line up. So if you can set up two screens side by side, sadly I can't commentate on two races at the same time. I can't split myself into two, unfortunately. I tried it once, it didn't work. So while we wait for the trucks to come out for race number one, we can see the action from Alton Park. Got Adam Shepherd on pole position in the number 117 car there. One of the Laidlaws alongside him. So the race getting underway at Alton Park. We've got one car that's stalled on the inside. I think that's Steve Laidlaw. And I had a big shunt at Croft in the last round. Adam Shepherd leading into the first corner. Just taking a little interlude while we wait for the trucks to line up at Thruxton. You are seeing Alton Park at the moment. As they head down around the first lap. So a few of your comments coming in. Emily Pooley says, come on Neil Yates, number 33. Later JZ. Come on Flying Ryan Smith, he says. Adventures with the McLeods says, let's go Ryan Smith. Mugsley supporting Callum Easton, he's got plenty of supporters. The LT Prod says, thank you for showing this. Hello from the USA. Nice to have some viewers from America. Happy Independence Day for yesterday. And Mike Seaton says, coming along tomorrow to Thruxton for our second ever truck racing events. Hoping for a bit less drama than last time we were at Thruxton when we had some big crashes. It's Neil Yates, who mentioned had a big accident at Thruxton last time out. Seeing a bit of an interlude from Alton Park at the moment, the TCR Touring Cars. There's their series boss, Stuart Lyons. Good to see him out there in one of the Hyundai i30Ns, I think that is. Do like an i30N myself. It's Callum Newsham, number 16. V8 Tangman says, come on Stephen Powell, number 3. In his MAN in Division 1 in our truck action. Adventures with the McLeods are supporting Sami Oyanen in the Sisu in Division 2, the Finnish visitor. I think we can now head back as, yes, the trucks are on their way out onto track. JZ has said, come on Flying Ryan. I think we mentioned that. Flying Ryan Smith is on pole despite suffering a bit with illness in the run-up to this event. Plenty of Ryan Smith supporters in our chat. Hello to Sebastian. Gary Wandin as well. He's supporting Flying Ryan Smith. He's got plenty of fans here. There's Callum Easton, the green and black MAN. That's Andrew Fulcher's old truck, raced a few years ago. And behind him, Archie Handy. That's Paul McCumiskey's old Volvo. Paddy Mack, as he was known. So the GT Tyres pace truck heading the trucks out past Allard Bend up towards the complex. The right-hander at Campbell, the left at Cobb, and the right at Seagrave, named after Malcolm and Donald Campbell, John Cobb and Henry Seagrave, of course all holders of the land speed record in years gone by. Michael Oliver alongside in the MAN. Ian Stewart took a 1-2 at Brands Hatch early this season on Easter weekend. It's Stuart Oliver who currently heads the points in Division 1, the rare sight of Ryan Smith not leading the Division 1 Championship. We've not seen that for a few years. He had some problems, as we already heard, with the truck at Pembrey in Wales last time out. So he's second. He's 12 points off Stuart Oliver. John Bowler is third, and the top three in the Division 1 points, of course, have air restrictors on their turbochargers to even things up a bit. There's John Bowler, the blue and red MAN. David Jenkins fourth in the points. Michael Oliver is fifth. In Division 2, Jake Evans is leading the points. He won't be out in this race due to engine failure in practice earlier on. So Simon Cole with a chance to close in the points. There he is, the number 41 truck alongside Sami Oyanen. Truck missing its front bumper valance, the Sisu. 17 trucks out there then for this 15-minute race. Out into the country, out of the complex, then the left-hander at Noble. And the right-hander at Goodwood. They then go on to Village, and then Church, the fastest corner in the country. All the marshals have moved to a safe distance back off their posts for the truck races. Big thank you to the Orange family, our volunteer marshals. We could not go racing without them. If you see steam incidentally coming off the front wheels of these trucks, that's because they have water-cooled brakes. Out on the far side of the circuit, through Village Corner, then on towards Church, the fastest corner in the country. And it's turning back through the left flick, which is Brooklands Bend, and then up Woodham Hill and into the club chicane. Plenty of manoeuvres under braking should be made there. See the runway in the infield there. It is an active airfield here at Thruxton. The Hampshire and Isle of Wight Air Ambulance is based here as well. There is Church Corner. Fantastic shot this is as the trucks charge towards us. Ryan Smith, the yellow and blue Daimler Freightliner on pole. 9 times in a row he has won the Division 1 title. Michael Oliver alongside him. Stuart Oliver on row 2. 10 times a British champion, but not consecutively. He took a break to win the European Championship one year. The FIA European Truck Racing Championship sadly doesn't visit the UK anymore. Division 2 trucks towards the back. See them mix it with some of the Division 1 runners though. Could be a rolling start. The pace truck will pull into pit lane. Through the Brooklands sweep and up towards Woodham Hill. Here they come. Tension mounting. Weaving just a little to warm up their GT tyres. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this one. First of 5 races for the British Truck Racing Championship here on the Thruxton circuit at Convoy on the Plain. 2025, we certainly have got ourselves a convoy. Ryan Smith and Michael Oliver lead them round. The pace truck will pull into pit lane as it comes out of the chicane. Will it be Ryan Smith from pole position who will do his usual in race 1 and clear off into the distance, or will they be able to stop him? We're about to find out over the next 15 minutes. Pace truck is in pit lane. Up towards the red lights. When they go out, the race will be on. It is time to go. Truck racing here at Thruxton. The red lights are out and we are underway. Good start by Stephen Powell, the number 3, moving up on the outside as they rumble their way towards Allard for the first time, but it is Ryan Smith who's got the advantage. The Olivers, father and son, side by side for second place. Trying to move up on the inside is John Powell. He's alongside former champion David Jenkins into the complex. Jenkins moving up on the outside. Stephen Powell very late on the brakes. It's Ryan Smith who's got the lead into the right-hander. Michael Oliver has held off his father Stuart for second place. Fourth, it's 3 wide. David Jenkins in the middle. John Bowler up the inside. Looks like he could snatch 4th place. He does so. Stephen Powell caught on the outside. A little bit of rubbing there with, I think that was Tom O'Rourke in the International Navistar, number 86, the Scotsman. They're all through the complex okay for the first time. There go the Division 2 runners further back. That's Simon Cole who's got the early advantage in that group. But the first 3 have pulled away slightly. That's not Michael Oliver, it's Martin Gibson, the identical MAN number 101, the other Team Oliver truck, returning to the championship this year after a couple of years trying car racing. Somebody's gone wide into the dust up there. That was Tom O'Rourke, I think, in the 86 that's gone out wide onto the grass. Through Church Corner they come, the fastest corner in the country. Smith from the Olivers. 4th place is John Bowler. David Jenkins side by side with O'Rourke. Then it's Martin Gibson. Stephen Powell side by side with David Smith, the former Division 2 champion, as they come up Woodham Hill for the first time, with Ryan Smith looking to establish himself out in front. Tucking in behind David Jenkins, that's Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman, another man who had a big smash here at Thruxton a few years ago. Tangled with John Newell, who's now in the European Championship on the continent. They come through to complete the opening lap then. Smith leads by over 1.5 seconds already. The Olivers second and third. It's Bowler Here comes Stephen Powell on the inside, the man who lives within a stone's throw of Brands Hatch Circuit in Kent. Division 2 is led early on by Simon Cole ahead of Sami Oyanen by about 1.5 seconds. Into the complex for the second time. Smith clearing off as he always does in race 1 of the weekend, it seems. Bouncing over the curb, that's Ricky Collett, the yellow MAN number 95, the heavy haulage company boss from Yorkshire, chasing Adam Bint in the Mercedes number 5. Overjoyed to get his first ever Division 1 win earlier this season with that new truck for this year. There's Division 2. Cole from Oyanen. Bradley Harvey in the yellow Weaver Motorsport truck is in 3rd place. That's the ex-John Powell DAF. John still having some teething problems. A little bit of rain in the air here at Thruxton. That might make things a little bit slippery. We had a few drops of rain in practice as well. We head around towards Church Corner for the second time. Look at the lead that Ryan Smith has got already. Stuart Oliver all over the back of his son Michael's truck. He's going for the inside here, possibly on the run at Woodham Hill. He wants to get after Ryan Smith. Don't forget that Stuart is leading the championship. I wonder if there's any team orders among the Team Oliver boys, or our family tie is going to be ditched and they're going to battle for second place. GT Tyres Tahuna Honey sponsored MAN ahead of the Volvo. That Volvo took a lot of damage here at Thruxton last season, and Stuart switched to his backup MAN for the rest of the year. It's a bit of a truck breaker, this circuit, it has to be said. Bowler still 4th, then Jenkins, through the right-hander at Allard, past the pit exits. Then into the left, which is unofficially known as Green Corner, after Andy Green, the current holder of the World Land Speed record, of course, in Thrust SSC. Through the complex for the 3rd time. Stephen Powell keeping pace further back with Martin Gibson. Stephen Powell it was who ran wide on the first lap and dropped back a little at the exit of the complex at Seagrave. There's David Smith, Bint Collett. Behind them is Neil Yates, the recovery company boss. Started truck racing as a sponsor before moving up to compete, as David Smith gets a wheel on the grass there, kicks up the dust. There goes Simon Cole, man from Dartford, east of London. Continuing to lead Division 2, used to race a Mercedes known as the Mercedes Beast, but now in the Iveco, leads Sami Oyanen. Simon Cole, who was second in the Division 2 points last season without even winning a race all season, but a breakdown in the last race at Brands Hatch handed the title to John Powell. Ryan Smith's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:37.418. He's over 3 seconds clear of the field now in this race 1 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at the Thruxton circuit at Convoy on the plate. Michael Oliver's pulled away from his father Stuart slightly in that second place. They're separated by 0.8 of a second. It's very tight and tricky chicane. Be careful not to run over the curbs too much here. You'll clip those tyre stacks on the inside. Not that they'll impede a truck very much, because if you clip something like that in a truck, the something tends to come off worse. Stuart Oliver has a look there as they go into Allard. He's trying to get up alongside Michael. Yep, family ties are being ditched here. They are going to scrap for second. Of course, they want to get after Ryan Smith, who now leads by 4.5 seconds. He's pulled away by almost another second on that lap as Stuart Oliver to the inside. He sends Michael out wide. Michael's got the inside for the left at Cobb though. Now is he going to get the end? There's a spin in the background. Adam Bint goes for a spin into Campbell as Stuart Oliver leans Michael out wide. He says, I want to get after Ryan Smith and protect my championship lead. Out of the way, son. And that's allowed John Bowler to come through into second. David Jenkins is there as well. Now David's had a bit of a frustrating season so far. He was denied some points at the opener at Brands Hatch by a broken radiator after some contact with John Bowler in the second race. In the third race, I should say, of the weekend. Where's Adam Bint? He's got going again after spinning at the complex there. It's too late on the brakes, I think, going in. The Mercedes is now going to fight its way back up the order. I noticed Michael Oliver showing on the timing tower in last place. That's because his transponder is not working. He's there in 4th, but his transponder didn't work on the last lap. It's a queue of trucks here. There's a convoy, isn't it, behind the number 7 of Stuart Oliver. And if they're all going to form up in convoy, Ryan Smith's just going to pull away. We just caught a glimpse of him there at the chicane. John Bowler now in 3rd. He's split the Olivers. Then it's David Jenkins in 5th place. Tom O'Rourke going well in 6th in the International. Now the results of this race sets the grid for race 3, which is the first of tomorrow's 3 races, but with the top 8 reversed. So in other words, if you finish 8th here, you start on pole for race 3 tomorrow. Race 2 later on today is the second fastest time for each driver from qualifying. Now who's 8th at the moment? It's David Smith. So if things stand at the moment, David Smith will be on pole for tomorrow's first race. Stuart Oliver's run a bit wide there into the complex. David Jenkins all over the back of the number 12 of Michael Oliver to try and take 4th position. Michael Oliver, for some reason, at the end of lap 3, his transponder didn't work. It's been reset now by the timekeeper. Black and white flag has been shown to number 41. That's Simon Cole, the Division 2 leader. That's for exceeding track limits. That'll be his second offence. The first offence of exceeding track limits on the circuit is noted. The second, you get the black and white flag. If you transgress again, you risk getting a 5-second time penalty. There's Archie Handy, number 40. Son of Simon Cole, the youngest truck racer in Britain, making the move up a couple of years ago from the Junior Saloon Car Championship straight into truck racing in the ex-Paddy Mack Volvo, but he's been caught by Adam Bint, who's recovering from that spin earlier on, spun down to the tail of the field. The Mercedes Actros, we saw Ryan Smith have one season in a Mercedes. Somebody has kicked up a lot of dust there, and that's a long way off the circuit, I noticed there. Is that just how the dust has been blown by the wind, or has somebody gone disappearing off into the trees? We'll wait and see if anybody drops down the timing screen as they come over the line. So Ryan Smith has already gone through to start at lap 5. Stuart Oliver's just over 7 seconds down now. Michael Oliver fighting back on the inside, trying to take John Bowler for second. That's a good move into Allard. David Jenkins says, I'll have some of this as well. This is going to be interesting as they come into the complex. This is for 3rd place. Stuart Oliver's got away in front of them. John Bowler fights back, but he's going to be on the outside line for the right-hander. I think, has Michael Oliver? No, he hasn't got the move done. They're still side by side. They're leaning on each other. They're clashing wing mirrors. They just about hold it together, and Michael Oliver gets the shuffle done and takes that 3rd place back again. Now here comes Jenkins, O'Rourke and Martin Gibson. They're all stacked up behind the number 12. Next in the order is Stephen Powell. He's now in 8th place. And he'll be on for pole for race 3. David Jenkins almost pushing John Bowler there. Adam Bint up until he was got ahead of Archie Handy in their battle for 17th. Ryan Smith pulling clear. Adam Bint, we mentioned, was the first truck to run on HVO fuel, on biodiesel, in this championship. All trucks now run on biodiesel, supplied by Sylvie Fleet and BWOC, so a big thanks to them for their support of this championship. Up on the outside, here comes John Bowler, trying to take that 3rd place back again. The 2 championship protagonists so far have started to clear away in front. You can't go too wide into that bit of the chicane. John Bowler's going to have to back out. No, he doesn't. He slipped the back of Michael Oliver. Get off, says the number 12. Keeps his foot in. David Jenkins says, OK, if you're going to delay each other, I'll try and slot through the gap and take 4th place. Tom O'Rourke's having a go as well. This really is a convoy now. John Bowler's caught on the outside line. Here comes the international Navistar of Tom O'Rourke, the boss of MV Commercials, one of the main championship sponsors. Has a look up the inside. He's going to take John Bowler, who's really been shuffled back here. David Jenkins has already gone through. Terrific fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. O'Rourke gets through. Martin Gibson on the inside. Poor old John Bowler. He's going to be pushed back down there. Look at Steve Powell making it 3 wide. He's got past both of them. Brilliant. Opportunist move there out of the complex. He's up to 6th. John Bowler is going to be down to 8th place here. He ended the lap in 3rd. Side by side as they come up towards Goodwood Corner and Village of Thruxton, just over behind those trees over there. John Bowler keeps his foot in. He stays ahead of Martin Gibson. Stephen Powell on the move. He's had a disappointing season so far in mechanical problems with his truck. Here comes Adam Bint, pioneer of HVO biodiesel in the championship, breezing his way back up the order. You can see more drops of rain on the camera lens. Past Callum Eason. Just over 3.5 minutes to go now. David Jenkins wants a podium. The man from Stafford, attacking the Northumberland driver Michael Oliver. Ryan Smith is going to win this almost certainly, barring any mechanical disaster. Let's have a look at his lead as they come through this time. It's Tom O'Rourke and Stephen Powell over the curbs at the chicane. Powell emerges in front. The 26 of Callum Eason got a track limits warning on the last lap as well. 7.3 seconds now the lead for Smith over Stuart Oliver, and these three and beyond. Another 5.5 seconds back now. There's Ryan Smith in the background, who's going through the complex. To the chicane, Michael Oliver just about hanging on. There's David Smith in behind this lot. He could benefit if anybody falls over one another. Currently in 8th place at the back of this train, Martin Gibson will be on for pole for race 3 tomorrow. David Smith is next, the former Division 2 champion who's returned to racing over the last couple of years in the Division 1 NAN. And behind him is Ricky Collins rounding out the top 10. Avoided any rollovers this time. Here's a battle in Division 2. You can see the wipers are going now, the rain is worsening. This is the battle for second in Division 2, I think. Yes, Bradley Harvey has got ahead of Sami Oyanen in the Mad Croc energy drink Sisu. The Mad Croc team came over with Mika Mäkinen a few years ago and won the Division 2 title. Sami having to give best to Bradley Harvey, one of our newcomers this season. They're trying to keep pace with Simon Cole, who leads Division 2 by just over 2.5 seconds, as Bradley Harvey, whoa, bit sideways there. Fastest part of the circuit, you do not want to have a spin there. Michael Oliver still holds off David Jenkins for 3rd place. Now, I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this because Ryan Smith had already gone through to start lap 9. It's just over 90 seconds left on the clock, so this is the penultimate lap, I think, on this race 1 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Yes, the rain starting to come down a little more intensely now, and you can see that Bradley Harvey's going well in the Weaver team DAF. That's the ex-John Powell DAF LF. He's closing, I think, on Simon Cole. Yes, the gap came down by about a second on that last lap. Well, actually more than that, yeah, 1.3 seconds it came down. So Bradley Harvey can sense a chance to get his first Division 2 win here. Sami Oyanen likewise. Battle intensifying in Division 2. Ryan Smith, the gap has come down. Now his last lap was a 1:39.5. Stuart Oliver's a 1:38.8. So the gap's starting to come down there as well. And you can see clearly in Division 2, Bradley Harvey sliding the DAF around. He's really eating into the Iveco of Simon Cole's lead here. Oyanen Sisu in 3rd place. This is a chance for them to close on Jake Evans, the points leader in Division 2 in his debut season in truck racing, because Jake a non-starter after engine failure in free practice. Understeer there for Bradley Harvey, he needs to be careful. Okay, let's have a look. Will Ryan Smith go across the line time? Yes, 15 seconds left on the clock when he went across the line, so we're going into the last lap now. We'll get 1 more lap out of this. This will be a 10-lap race. Stuart Oliver on his own in second. There's Division 2 battle, and Adam Bintz catching them up as well, recovering after going off at the complex earlier on. Good stuff in our first truck race of the weekend. One of our commenters saying, I've not watched truck racing like this since the 90s. This was the heyday of the sport. And yes, Simon Cole has now been caught. We've got a battle on our hands in Division 2. Are we going to have a first-time winner? Can Bradley Harvey? Well, not with sideways driving like that. He won't get past Simon Cole. Looks spectacular. Doesn't help your lap times. Meantime, we've not seen much of Ryan Smith because he's done his usual job of driving away from the field. Needs to get back to winning ways after a few problems, as we heard earlier, with the truck at Pembrey. The worldwide truck racing Daimler Freightliner, the man going for his 10th consecutive British title this year. Away goes the man from Derbyshire. His lap time back on the pace last time through, ahead of Stuart Oliver in a rather lonely second, and everybody else still convoying behind Michael Oliver for 3rd. There's Division 2 battle heading through Noble. All 17 trucks still running, it's good to see. But it's going to be a win for Flying Ryan. Here he comes, through the chicane. Pole position, leads all the way. Takes the checkered flag. Our first winner of the weekend here at Convoy on the Plain is Flying Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver will come out of the chicane any moment now for 2nd. There he is. And Michael Oliver is going to take 3rd and the fastest lap as well. So Michael Oliver is 3rd, gets fastest lap of the race. David Jenkins just holds off Stephen Powell. O'Rourke 6th, Bowler 7th. Gibson gets the 8th place, and we'll get the reverse grid pole for race 3 provisionally. Now, what about Division 2? Simon Cole still hanging on. What can Bradley Harvey do out of the final chicane? He's going to have to get alongside on the run to the line. I don't think he'll get alongside into the chicane. It's too tight through there. Oyanen's up there as well. This is the closest Division 2 race I think we've seen so far this season. Simon Cole is just about going to hang on. He gets the better exit from the chicane, gets his right foot down. Simon Cole hangs on to win Division 2. That'll help his cause to the championship. Harvey 2nd, Oyanen 3rd. Great stuff there. Those three covered by 1.3 seconds. Adam Bint finishes behind them. Bad luck to him after his spin. Callum Easter and Archie Handy will complete the finishes any moment now. Great stuff there in our first truck race of the weekend. A familiar winner. Ryan Smith is back to his best despite problems with the truck at Pembrey, despite some illness in the run up to this event, as we heard with Pointy earlier. No problem at all for Flying Ryan. He wins by 7.5 seconds. Crowd up on the new spectator bank at Woodham Hill, ready to give their applause on the slowdown lap. Ryan Smith the winner ahead of Stuart Oliver, then Michael Oliver holding on for 3rd place, and he got the fastest lap. David Jenkins just beat Stephen Powell to the line for 4th place. Tom O'Rourke a good 6th ahead of John Bowler, who got shuffled back midway through. Martin Gibson 8th ahead of David Smith, and Ricky Collett and Neil Yates. Simon Cole holding on just to win Division 2 by less than half a second from a great drive by Bradley Harvey. Sammy Oyanen 3rd in that division, then Adam Bint recovering after spinning at the complex, and Callum Eason and Archie Handy were the final finishers, with all 17 cars going the distance. 17 trucks going the distance, I should say, sorry. And they will head into Parc Ferme very shortly. Ian Waterhouse and Pointy will be down on the grounds to greet them. We're going to head into our lunch break shortly, so we'll maybe get a chance to see what some of the off-track attractions are here at Convoy on the Plain. There's lots going on off-track. We've got monster trucks, we've got some motorcycles, stunts, even tractor pulling is going to take place this weekend. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what we have got at trackside. But for now, we will shortly head down into the paddock area to greet some of the drivers with Ian and Pointy. Thanks again for all your comments coming in during that race. One of our commenters, TripTech79, hello to you, says, where's the clouds of black smoke? You can be disqualified for making too much black smoke. As we said, these trucks run on HVO biodiesel these days, a much cleaner fuel. It was Adam Bint who pioneered it in the championship, and now, thanks to the championship sponsors, Sylvie Fleet and BWOC, the trucks all run on biodiesel. I think we can now head down to Parc Ferme with Ian and Pointy. Let's see who they can find to talk to.
Well, welcome to the Parc Ferme here at Thruxton Circuit, the first one of the weekend, and what a race that was to set things off for us here in Andover. We've got our first top 3 driver here in the name of Michael Oliver. I want you all to give him a cheer when I open the door, okay? You all ready? Paying attention? Right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Excellent, look at this. Michael Oliver, what a start. That was a battle. I think everybody that was watching that on the stream and around the circuit massively enjoyed that. Did you enjoy it? You're smiling.
Well, I'm so glad everyone else enjoyed it, because it was absolutely terrible.
Terrifying perhaps, but terrible it was not. I mean, yeah, we saw you slip back there halfway through the race, pull it back, some fantastic racing there. That pack around 3rd and 4th was some serious competition.
Aye, it was hard going, that, I tell you. I know it. I thought John had us back, but it's just a bit too narrow for 2 trucks going in that chicane. It was good fun. It was good fun. It's bloody competitive.
I mean, first race of the weekend, first trophy of the weekend. What did you think of the track conditions out there? A lot of people were talking wet setup before they went out. It never really stuck, did it, though, the rain?
Well, they come on the radio and said, are your wipers working? I thought, oh, it's raining. I didn't realise.
That much focus on not crashing into other racing drivers, you thought, yeah, the rain can wait, I'm driving.
That's it, yeah. Oh, it was good fun, I must admit. It was too much in the mix to know that it was raining.
It's one of those things you've just got to hold on and hope for the best. Right, congratulations, well done. We've got Dave Jenkins. Dave, good race there. What a battle. Look at this camaraderie among the drivers. Dave, we'll get Dave whilst he's here. Dave, that was a serious way of starting the weekend, wasn't it? Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was good fun. Fairly hectic, wasn't it? Yeah, we had some bit of good pace early on. It was hard work when the tyres went off, but we're okay early on. But we've got a tough weekend in front of us because of qualifying and everything now. So it's just all about getting it home then and then see where we can go now. But yeah, great race, great start to the weekend.
Very good start to the weekend and great driving standards as well from everybody there. To be that close together was incredible. Let's see if we can't find Ryan Smith chatting to the circuit commentator. We'll get John Bowler. John, don't think we really got much chance to talk to you properly at Pembury, but
makes a change.
That was absolutely incredible to see. I mean, the pack of you there in the mix was insane.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic bit of racing. Luckily, unfortunately for us, bit of contact with Michael and just opened the door. It was like a train coming past, so we couldn't get her name back in.
It was brilliant to watch. I mean, the tussle, the pushing, the moving. Honestly, I think everyone was on the edge of their seats.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's even more fun inside that.
I bet it blooming was, yeah. Don't want to just close your eyes and hope for the best. Right, John, congratulations, well done. Not the trophy you wanted, but nonetheless a great result. Right, where have we got? Try and find. Where's Ryan Smith gone? He's disappeared already. Don't look for the trophy straight away. Yeah, he's gone. Arnie, go and get him though, because he'll get in trouble if he doesn't turn up. Like right now, yeah. We've got to tell him, you see, it's important. We're trying something new this weekend. We're going to do the trophy straight away before the drivers wander off and start making sandwiches and doing their hair. So, Ian, what a great way to start the racing weekend.
I'll tell you what, that battle for the podium was unbelievable, wasn't it? What a start to the weekend, come on!
I was panicking, I was like, we can do this clean. Right, I'm going to hand over to you.
Right, go. Yeah, we will be back very soon. Do not go anywhere, stay with us. We're going to take a little walk, shall we? See if we can just make our way through and not get run over by any of the trucks. We're going to make our way over to the podium. You're in the lunch break now, everybody, so don't worry, you're not missing any of the action. Can we just nip through here? Let's go, let's just jump in. Guys, what do we make of the trucks, guys? Was it good?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome, wasn't it? You like the trucks? They're good? They're good? Yeah. Fantastic. Let's make our way over, shall we? We're going to head to the podium. Pointy's just got to go set the music up, straight into it. Don't go anywhere. We're in the lunch break. Let me tell you what we got coming up today. Straight after the lunch break, we go into the first race of the weekend for the Britcar Endurance 2 45-minute races coming up. Then delighted to welcome the 750 Formula here, established in 1949. Somebody's Ryan. Yeah, come here, Ryan. Let's go chat to Ryan, shall we? Ryan, we'll walk and talk because you've got to go do podium as well. Yeah. So, listen, you got out in front, held it, and did what you did.
You know, from being in hospital for a couple of days to get to here, I'll take that.
How are you? Are you okay?
Yeah, just I can't have any painkillers or anything while I'm racing, but no, delighted to be here. It's after what happened at Pembury with the engine and stuff, it's just good to finally get back. And Gavin from Northside, who's been a big support this week, he's here to support, and all the rest of the sponsors. Delighted to be here, that's the main thing.
Gavin, you happy to say your boys done well, hey?
Absolutely brilliant performance. It's been a long, hard week getting the truck ready. It's just great to see him come in again, first win, and well done for all the sponsors.
Fantastic. Well, we're trying something new today, guys. We're going straight to the post. So look, come on, let's go over straight. Right, what do you make of Thruxton? Obviously, the UK's fastest circuit.
I don't think you can tell a story until somebody has actually been round here. You know, you think there's a lot of long straights, but there's a lot of fast corners, and it's like a ripple effect. And if you get it right in one, you get it right in two and three, and it's really, really smooth, and it's good fun to drive, to be fair.
Don't go far, you come to the right place. Pointy's got the music going. Well done, congratulations, Ryan Smith there, your race winner. Reminder what else we've got coming up. As I was just about to say before, it was fantastic to catch up with Ryan Smith there. We do have the 750 Formula. Great to welcome them here this weekend. They are guesting with the BARC, established in 1949. They are the oldest continuously racing series, we believe, in the world, actually. So good start. I'm just going to get run over here, so we'll just move quickly out of the way. And then after that, we go back into the second British Truck Racing Championship race of the weekend. Then we have the second Britcar Endurance race of the weekend. We round out today with Mini Challenge Clubsport, their first race of the weekend. Tomorrow we've got a few monoposto races, just as the rain is starting to really hammer down quite badly now as well. And we also welcome the BMW Car Club too. So let's turn the camera around, shall we? Here is the podium. Let's get a close up, John, of the trophy, shall we? Let's have a quick look at those. Don't they look good indeed? There'll be no champagne getting drunk today though until a little bit later on, but they are the trophies right there. Plenty of action coming up for you this weekend. Don't forget, we do have a live stream going on over at Alton Park, but this is where all the action is. And here is Pointy. He looks like he's ready to get going. I managed to catch up with Ryan Smith for you, Pointy, as well.
Oh, did you manage to catch up? That's terribly kind of you. You told him he needs to show up right now in his suit, right?
He did. Right. I brought him down here. He's there. He's there. He's already here.
Oh, it's phenomenal. I'll tell you, this is a well-oiled machine, this is, ladies and gentlemen.
It's almost as if we kind of planned this, didn't we? And so, I can't believe it's actually working so far.
We've only been talking about it since last night, so I'm really happy that so far, without handing any trophies out, we're pulling it off. I'll come and see me later on today, see if we've managed to do it twice in a row.
Yeah, something's going to go wrong at some point. Are you ready?
I mean, yeah, they're here.
Can you hold that as well?
For Division 2. Do two hands. Here we go. Don't go anywhere, Simon. Stay there.
We've got Harvey, yes, we've got Tom O'Rourke for the reshoot. Hopefully Neil Yates will show up.
Oh yeah, hopefully Neil Yates will show up somewhere. Look at that, this is two microphones. I'll tell you what, does it work like that, sound man? Can you hear me okay? Those at home, this is new. You haven't seen me do this for a while, have you? 2 mics. Oh, super famous. Right then, are we all ready? Should we give it a blast? Have we even got all the Division 2 drivers? Where's Sammy? Sammy's in his truck. Someone please go and get Sammy Ironing, please. Someone go and get Sammy Ironing. Here he comes. Sammy's coming. Yes, he's here. Excellent. This is wow. You've heard the story about organising something in a brewery. This is the physical metaphor of that. Yeah. I think we should do it. Yeah. We should bring him over to hand out. Well, someone needs to hand the trophies out.
Deputy dog.
Deputy dog. Right then, okay, this is it. This is great. So, thank you very much. Welcome then, ladies and gentlemen, to the first trophy presentation of Thruxton. Are we all ready to see some trophies? Oh my goodness me. Now, just for the people at home, we want to make them feel like they are actually missing out on something. Are we all ready to see some trophies? Excellent, that's what we like to see. Okay then, so straight in, as tradition dictates, to Division 2. Are you ready, Sammy? Okay, then in third place, please put your hands together to Sammy Ironing. Thank you, good man. Which means in second place, make some noise for Bradley Harvey. Take that in your right hand, and then I can shake your left hand, because I've got lots of things in my right hand, haven't I? I need a beautiful assistant. He'll do. Right. Which means in first place, the first race here at Thruxton, Division 2, please make some noise for Simon Cole, the governor. I'll let you have the honours of popping the champers. The next bottle almost took my face off. Little cage and all. Almost killed me, it did. And then before you go, of course, we'll just get you to stand over to one side once we've got some photographs, some videos, some mementos of the prestigious occasion. Right then, make some noise for your Division 2 top 3. Please join me over here, chaps. On to Division 1 then, and wow, that was a serious battle. I tell you what, I honestly didn't know who was going to come in third for that race. But however, the person that did come in third for that race is none other than Michael Oliver. Well done, mate. Well done, mate. Thanks, mate. Just do it gammy for me. I really appreciate that. which means in second place, this can't be right, we're making a habit of this now, these GT podiums, it's Stuart Oliver in second. I'll shake you with you, there we go, proper handshake, there we go. And apparently a bout in hospital wasn't enough to keep this man down this week. First place, just for a change, make some noise for Ryan Smith. Now, because I thought you might be, a bit, untoward, I thought I'd take the lid off for you this week, okay? Right, then we'll get another couple of shots, but before we go too crazy, remember we've got to get the other 3 first, and we'll do our one-word wonders, or just thoughts, why not? Live, we might as well get you guys back in, take your positions, and then of course we'll just go across the gang then and get your one-word wonders. Look at these hats. I really should pre-adjust these hats again, shouldn't I? Right, one-word wonder to sum up the race. One word.
Speed.
Speed.
Hard.
Hard.
Armcore-less Thruxton.
Oh, we're going to speak to you about last year, haven't we?
Orgasmic.
Oh, I like that. And it's in the dictionary, so he's allowed it.
Climatic.
What, sorry?
Climatic?
Climactic. Yeah, climatic. That was one of them.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Love it. Right then, and of course, without further ado, it's time for the champagne. Don't squirt the camera. Seriously, don't. There we go. Way! I can't see that have been planned at all. My goodness me, that was incredible. Now, have we got Neil Yates knocking it down? Oh, Simon! It's a good job of wearing my waterproof, isn't it? My goodness me. Pre-warning, John. Goodness. Need some warning. Right, have we got Neil Yates and Tom O'Rourke? Because we've still got Ryan Smith for 10 seconds before he goes. No, he's going. Last chance. Right, well, there was a trophy for Neil Yates, but we'll have to sort that out later on. So, thank you very much for joining me for the first trophy presentation of the weekend here at the British Truck Racing Championship. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'll hand back to Ian, because Ian, what's next?
We have got the Britcar Endurance coming up very shortly. Pointy, could you do us a favour? Just move your car because it's in the way.
I've left my keys on the table. I'll do it in a minute. I will move.
Because that is your car, isn't it?
It is my car, I'm sorry. I was in a rush to put the speaker out. I just left it there for a bit. So these guys aren't meant to know I drive an Aston, for goodness sake. I'm trying to be a man of the people.
I asked Pointy to get me a cup of coffee early. He said, give me the £2.
£2? Yeah, well, I mean, you don't buy an Aston with your own money,
Right, well... Pointy, we'll see you later for race 2. Thank you so much. Stick around with us a little bit longer, show, because guess what? Coming up next, Britcar Endurance, and cars are already making their way. There you are, John. They're already making their way into the assembly area. So let's nip in, shall we, and see who we can find to have a little chat with. Of course, a lot going on. It's the 4th meeting of the season for the Britcar Endurance Championship. Nick Case is your overall championship leader, but of course we do have multiple classes here as well. There's the number 47, Marco Anastasi and Maurizio Siglio racing in this one. I think that's Maurizio in there. I wonder if we can have a quick chat with him and just find out how his season has been going. Do you mind if we just jump in and it's good to see you again. How's the season been going?
Not great. We are in a different car, 58 spec in a Super Cup class.
Now, that's good to hear. But listen, Thruxton, it's very, very fast. We know it's the UK's fastest circuit, but it's might be a little bit greasy out there because it's been raining, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my first time here.
Okay.
Practice with the car dying.
So practice and qualified was a bit of a baptism of fire, was it?
Yeah. Well, we couldn't do practice because the car broke down, so we only did 3 laps each.
Good luck and be careful. Yeah, right, there we go. Let's move on. That's Maurizio Siglio there. Let's move down a little bit further, shall we? This man here, this is our overall championship leader, of course. Let's jump in, shall we, and say hello. Somebody I haven't actually spoken to yet this season. And so far, 2025 is going pretty well for you, isn't it?
Yeah, all good so far, touch wood.
Listen, what do you make of Thruxton?
Love it, very fast. Haven't had much opportunity so far. We had a bit of an incident with a car to start with, which took us out of the practice that we had, but love it, fast. Yeah, good fun.
Do you like this style? Because Britcar Endurance has a number of different length races, doesn't it? Do you like the 2 45-minute races?
Love it.
Yeah.
Really love it. It gives you a good opportunity to go and learn, especially like my level, my first year of racing. 45 minutes is a lovely race time, and then you've got an opportunity to go and look at some data and learn from it and go and try again. Yeah, love it.
I mean, you must be serious. You must say you've just got the talent. You've got the ability. It's your first season. You're the overall championship leader as well. Did you expect to be in this position?
No, definitely not. But we just expected to come out and do our best and put in our plan. And so far it's going all right.
Nick, I could do with a driving lesson or two from you, if that's all right. Top man, take care. There you go. That is Nick Casey, your overall championship leader in a minute. Even he wasn't quite expecting it. Let's go over here. I really wanted to chat. We've got Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson in the Mazda RX-8, the Mac G race, and I love this car. But of course, we're not used to seeing these boys in this, are we? Johnny, I know we've spoken about this car before. Not used to seeing you in a Mazda.
No, we're running it this year. We've done a fair bit of development work on it over the last year. We're running the Ginetta, so it's going all right.
What do you make of Thruxton?
Bumpy. To be fair, once you got to grips with what the setup needs to be, it's good fun. It's intimidating, it's a fast circuit.
Yeah.
And in something like this, it's just at the point where a lot of it's flat out.
Have you got to grips with the braking zones, especially coming into the chicane?
I think there's more to come. It's very, very deceptive, but we're getting there.
Well, look, good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks
and
very much.
I'd normally say take it easy, but don't. Just go for it. Just go. Top man, Johnny McGregor there. Let's shut the door for him. Let's move down. I've got actually Woodham over here as well, because we've got their TCR category in this one as well. In fact, let's just move down a little bit further, shall we? Because right at the sharp end here, we have... Oh, look, we'll just smile for the camera. Steve Jackman there. Let's keep going down. We've got a number of cars. In fact, we've got the Porsche here, Mark Cunningham and Peter Cunningham. And, the other side. Yeah, I'm too busy looking at a clipboard. And look at this. I do love a Porsche. I'm not too sure who's starting the race here, but let's just... Hello, how you doing? All right. We'll just jump in. And there's got to be something about a Porsche in Thruxton, hasn't there?
It's scary. Yeah, I'll give it that. It's scary and hard work. But we sort of like that, don't we?
I was going to say, does that make the 2 45-minute races actually a better way of doing it?
Yeah, I think so. Probably for my arms, definitely. I think.
Hang on, let me have a feel. Look at, no, whoa, that is like a rock. That is. What have you been doing in the gym?
Yeah, just driving a Porsche.
Look, top man, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there. Do enjoy it, won't you? Do you want me to shut this for you? Do you want me to shut the door? Yeah, there we go. And of course, starting this one on pole, we've got Bonamy Grimes and Johnny Tyler. Can I just nip through something about a Ferrari on pole position, isn't there? I wonder if we can just jump in. Do you mind if I open the door? Is that all right? There we go. There we go. I almost feel a bit nervous touching a Ferrari. This must be scary, terrifying, but no doubt you're in control around Thruxton in this.
It's a quick circuit and it's a quick car, so put the two together, it's quite hair-raising.
It must be a joy though, isn't it? Do you get butterflies in your stomach?
By the end of the day, ask me again whether I've enjoyed it. Right now, I'm like a little nervous, but yeah, I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun out there.
Well, you guys can't be that nervous because you've gone quickest, of course, in qualifying. And I mean, I talked to a lot of people about this circuit, and there's only really a couple of main braking points, but that chicane is critical, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's so easy to carry too much speed in and completely mess it up. So there's a couple of places. It's a bit more nuanced than that, I would say.
Yeah.
I was doing some practicing on the simulator, and I think I'd set up the car wrong because everything was flat in the simulator. I got here and it was a bit of a shock.
Well, look, best of luck for the race. Really appreciate you talking to us, and good luck out there. And yes, we will catch up at the end of the weekend. And sorry, Johnny, whilst we've got you a second, listen, you know your way around a racetrack, Thruxton. What do you make of it?
I haven't been here since 1997, so I don't feel like I have. But
I don't think it's changed much, though, has it?
I don't think so. It still kind of goes all the same places, but it's just difficult because with this car we've been sort of trying to get the setup right for here. But Bond did a superb job in qualifying, and so just gonna keep out of trouble and see what happens.
Do you like the 45-minute race style format?
I prefer the longer ones, if I'm honest. Yeah. You can get your teeth into them. So the 45 minutes, you sort of like 20 minutes, and then it's over, you know. So, but yeah, it is what it is. It's the same for everyone.
You've got to do it twice today as well. So thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. Really appreciate it. Sorry, mate. Let me get out of the way. Yeah, not too far to go, actually. I think we might have a little bit more time. Let's go talk to Team Brit, shall we? Because we've got Malone coming in. Just about to get run over. Sorry, John. I'm just trying for us to not get run over. They are about to come in reverse, so just alongside us, that's the Amspeed, Don Malone and Adam Smalley in that Porsche. We can jump over. Let's go chat to the Team Brit McLaren, shall we? The number 38, Noah Cosby and Caleb McDuff in this one. I think it's Caleb who's driving this one, who's going to do the first stint. So yeah, 2 45-minute races for Britcar Endurance. This is, as I said, the 4th meeting of the season. I wonder if, where on earth is the door handle? There it is. I wonder if we can. Oh, it's going to. Yeah, Caleb, probably easier to pop the window down, I think, rather than can't get in. Trying to open the door, can't get in. Listen, you guys have got it extra difficult as well. Can you talk us through how you drive this car with the hand controls?
We have a hand acceleration on our right side and we got brake on our left side.
Yeah.
But for me, I use my pedals on my feet.
Yeah.
So I drive a little bit more different to the other drivers, which is Noah Cosby, Aaron Morgan, pretty much all the rest. And I much prefer my style, which is using the paddle shifters on the hand shifters.
Gotcha. Listen, Thruxton, fastest circuit in the UK. You're in a McLaren. That's kind of the stuff we dream of when we're kids, isn't it?
Yeah, I love this track and this McLaren as well. Had a bit of problem on the practice, but we got all sorted, big thanks to the mechanics. And yeah, I'm loving it on this track.
Top man, enjoy it, won't you? There we go. Let's stay live a little bit longer, shall we? We've got to Mr. Kellett over here as well. Thruxton, something special, isn't it?
Yeah, it always is, isn't it? What a day for it. The weather's been crazy, right? Rain, dry. We're deciding to go on slicks, but we don't know what the weather's going to do right now.
Well, it's probably the right call right now, but in 20 minutes we just don't know, do we? That's what makes it kind of exciting, though, isn't it?
It's exciting. I mean, Thruxton's very special. It's such an abrasive circuit that when it is actually raining, you've got a possibility that you can actually go on slicks, which is super crazy. It's not like any other circuit in the world. I've just been in the Spa 24. So,
how did that go?
Yeah, unfortunate DNF. For us, we had to retire the car at 13 hours in and we were actually leading, so it was a bit disappointing, but these things happen. It's motorsport. You chin up and you carry on forward, don't you? So looking forward to kind of getting in this race now, and we're jumping in as soon as I can after Ash. Hopefully you can keep it the front with these guys and then see what I can do when I get in.
I'll tell you what, there's ups and downs in motorsport. Let's hope today's an up for you. Thank you for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. I did see Dan Lloyd down here as well. Let's go have a quick chat with him, shall we? They line up in second, actually in the Porsche. They're Toro Verde, Steve Gambrill and Dan Lloyd. That's their car here, the number 8 Porsche. Let's grab Dan for a quick chat if we can. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Sorry about that. Dan, listen, Porsche, Thruxton, stuff for dreams, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, mixed conditions today, and I think we might be in for an interesting race.
We've got no idea, do we, what's going to happen?
Exactly, yeah. It's just drizzled 2 minutes ago, so unsure what to expect. But Steve was mega quick in the dry this morning, so we're in a good place. So see how it pans out.
Do you like the 45-minute style format that we've had a number of races for Britcar this season?
I like both, to be honest. Like the longer race at Silverstone, really great, and then these races are great too. I think actually the longer races sometimes the luck plays into it a little bit more. Where in these races it's more like a sprint race and everyone's on the same level playing field. So it's he's in. I'm in second.
Dan's second. He's all right.
But yeah, all good. We're on level playing field, and Ferrari's quick here again, as we were at Snetterton. So looking forward to this round.
Top man. Dan, thanks for talking to us. It looks like you guys are going, and yes, how good is that? Lunch break is pretty much over already, and we are about to go racing here for the Britcar Endurance. First race of the weekend for Britcar Endurance. In fact, they're only here today, but they do have another 45-minute race coming up a little bit later this afternoon. So I am delighted to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who'll take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, great to hear from some of our drivers in the Britcar Endurance Championship, first of 2 45 minutes pit stop races for them. Only a fairly short pit window of around 9 minutes in the middle of the race. The pit window opens after 18 minutes of the race, closes after 27 minutes. Every car has its own minimum pit stop time as well. The cars with a pro driver on board, we've heard from some of them. There's I think a total of 6 pro drivers I should say in this race. They will have an extra 20 seconds to serve at their pit stop. I'll give you the starting grid in just a moment. It's going to be a rolling start. 24 cars scheduled to be on this grid in total. We've already seen some of them down in the assembly area. Pole position it will be the Ferrari 488 Challenge, running in the Challenge category for the quickest cars, started by Bon Grimes. Johnny Molem, BRDC member and sports car legend, will take over, starting alongside Stephen Gambrell, a relative newcomer to GT racing. He'll start his Porsche for Toro Verde, who will be taken over by Dan Lloyd, who we just heard from, the British touring car star. Row 2 will be a pair of Porsches. Don Malone starts number 74, sharing with Adam Smalley alongside the Cunninghams, and it will be Mark Cunningham going first. Row 3, Nathan Wells in his BMW M3 GTR. He's in the GT category for GT4 spec machines, alongside Chris Bingham in his Ginetta G55. Row 4 will be the BMW of David Fielder, alongside number 38, the Team Brit McLaren 570S. Caleb McDuff will start, Noah Cosby to take over. Completing the top 10, number 18, started by Ash Muldoon in the Amspeed Porsche. James Kellett, who we just heard from fresh from the Spa 24 Hours, will take over. And they will start alongside the first of the TCR class cars. Rob Ellick starts the Cupra, shared with Finn Jones. Row 6, we move on to a couple of cars in the trophy category. The Mazda RX-8 of Johnny McGregor, shared with Josh Tomlinson. Johnny McGregor starts alongside Callum Bates, the number 10 in his BMW M3. Row 7 is the Harrison family. James Harrison will start in the Ginetta G56. Steve Harrison will take over alongside Martin Addison, the man from the northeast, in his Aston Martin. Row 8, Darren Ball in his Cupra Leon starts alongside the Hayes family's Seat Super Cup. That's the first of the Cup class cars for some of the less powerful saloons. Chris and Jamie Hayes. Jamie will start. Row 9 is Ash Woodman in the TCR class with his Cupra, alongside Treble 8, the BMW M2, started by Andrew Dorber, sharing with Nathan Wright in the trophy class. On row 10, number 3, the championship leader, Nick Casey in his Ginetta. Normally we see him sharing with Adriano Medeiros, but driving solo. This weekend will start alongside the number 4 Team Brit McLaren, the Team Brit BMW, I should say, in the Cup class. Asher Silva starts. Bobby Trundley will take over. Row 11, number 47, which is the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta. Now, as we heard from Maurizio Cilio, they're in the backup car, the Ginetta G56, after their regular G55 Super Cup car broke down in qualifying. Sharing with Marco Anastasi, the 2 Scottish-based Italians will start alongside number 118, started by David May, sharing with Mark Skeets. The final row, 721 Chris Murphy with his BMW, and the Audi TT number 77. That car started by Mark Jones, sharing with Craig Fleming. A fine grid, to say the least, getting ready behind the pace car. 45 minutes of action. 18 minutes in, the pit window will open, and they have just under 10 minutes to come in and make their mandatory pit stops. Pace car driven today by Evelyn Buanik, the ex-BMW racer of many years, standing with Sam Walters, the observer, alongside in the Ford. It is that beautiful Ferrari 488 of Bon Grimes, sharing with Johnny Molin. Bon Grimes, the travel businessman, ran the Skyscanner travel agency. Share with Johnny Molin. He's been there, raced it, you name it, he's won in it. And said his first visit to Thruxton since about 1997. I think he would have been in a Porsche on that occasion. Starting alongside Stephen Gambrell, one of our newcomers to the field this season in his Porsche, and he's done the majority of the winning so far at Silverstone. He's had 3 wins, including the long distance 90-minute race alongside Dan Lloyd, but at Snetterton last time out it was the Ferrari that took both wins, so they're going to be the contenders for the overall win. But there's the various classes as well. Challenge, Trophy, the Ginetta class towards the back. That's where we find our championship leader Nick Casey. So in there we have got the TCR touring cars, 3 Cupras in there, and the Cup class towards the back of the field as well. So Nick Casey's Ginetta, number 3, leads the points overall. 1 point ahead of Bobby Trundley and Asher Silver in the Cup class BMW towards the back of the field. It's the black and white number 4, just ahead of the 118 Ginetta of David May and Mark Skeets. Used to campaign a Nissan 370Z in Britcar Trophy. Dennis Story and Alan McCullough third in the points. They're not here this weekend. Then we've got Anastasi and Cilio. The TCR class is headed in the points by Rob Ellick and Finn Jones. Those top 5 in the overall championship only covered by 8 points, so it's a very close series. The challenge class for the quickest cars led by Gambrell and Lloyd, 3.5 points clear of Malone and Smalley's Porsche, I should say. And the GT class headed up by Chris Bingham with his Ginetta, number 63. We've seen him share with Michael Lyons, the noted historic racer, earlier this season. Head off on their warm-up lap then behind the pace car to do a rolling start. Big thanks to Steve Wood, the Britcar press officer, who's sent through the starting drivers for each car. Some cars being driven solo. Nathan Wells in his BMW M3 GTR, similar to the BMW we saw in IMSA sports car racing over the last few years. Cilio and Anastasi, we mentioned, they used to race against each other in the 2 Dayton Motorsport Ginettas, but now teaming up for this year. There's Chris Murphy, the ex-champion, won that in an Aston Martin a few years ago, now in his BMW, number 721 there, the 36 M3, alongside Mark Jones in the Audi TT at the back of the field. Still a little slippery out there. There's a couple of the Cupras. 114 is the Seat Leon Super Copa machine in the Cup class. It's the Ferrari and the Porsche, the 2 red machines. They start to form up now 2 by 2 as they head into Woodham Hill. Number 74, the white Amspeed Porsche of Dominic Malone and Adam Smalley, will be on row 2. Don Malone, the ex-BMW racer, on row 2 alongside the yellow Porsche, that's the Cunninghams. Row 3 is the number 23, run by Woodrow Motorsport, that's Nathan Wells, the white and red BMW, starting alongside the 63, the blue and white Ginetta of Chris Bingham, just leaving to warm up his tyres. Goodyear tyres, the partners of this championship. Row 4, David Fielder's white, red and blue BMW alongside the black and white Team Brits McLaren 570S. And then completing the top 10, the other Amspeed Porsche with the red stripe down the middle and the green TSR Performance Cupra of Finn Jones. Here we go then, the pace car about to depart into pit lane. The first of our Britcar Endurance Championship races of the afternoon here at the Thruxton circuit. The red lights are on, they go out now and we're underway. Decent start by the Cunninghams in the Porsche. It's the Ferrari that will lead away though in the hands of Bon Grimes as they head up towards the complex for the first time. Stephen Gambrell giving chase in the red Porsche. Mark Cunningham having a look to the inside. A real something of a veteran of this championship, the Cunninghams in the Porsche. Big lock up there from the Mazda RX-8 of Johnny McGregor, side by side with another of the Porsches further back in there. That was Ash Muldoon's Porsche, I think, as they start to sort themselves out around this opening lap. There's the Mazda RX-8, very modified Mazda RX-8 I may add. As they head out into the country for the first time. Not the best of starts for Nathan Wells, he's dropped back a little, likewise David Field of the 2 BMWs. There's Nick Casey, the silver and black Ginetta, the championship leader, just ahead of the treble 8 BMW. That's Andrew Glauber sharing with Nathan Wright. About to lose out to David May in the blue and red Ginetta, but it's Bon Grimes in the Ferrari who leads. Cunningham's up to second ahead of Gambrell. Good pace being shown early on here by Mark Cunningham. Fine sight they make as they charge through Church Corner for the first time and up towards Woodham Hill. Into the chicane they come. Ferrari ahead of 3 Porsches, then Ginetta, McLaren, BMW, another Porsche in there, and again a lock-up from Johnny McGregor, the Mazda RX-8, as he chases David Fielder's BMW. The black BMW is Callum Bates, being chased by one of the Ginettas over the line. That's the Harrison family Ginetta, James Harrison on board, about to lose out to the TCR class leader there, I think. That's Darren Ball. Is he leading class TCR? No, he's not. It's number 7 Cupra, yeah, the bright green machine that's leading that. Finn Jones and Rob Ellick. Rob Ellick has started that car. He's competing a VW Golf in this championship, so they're all round the first lap okay by the look of things. The only car that's not shown to have come through is Bobby Trundley and Asher Silver's BMW further back. That's not shown as having crossed the line at the end of lap 1, so whether they've had a problem, they were definitely on the grid. Oh, that's Gambrell. Stephen Gambrell from third place has gone. Now, has he hit anything? He's spun coming out of the complex towards Noble. That's an unusual place to go off, unless he has hit the tyre wall. You can see tyres down there. It's damaged the rear of the car by the look of it. Stephen Gambrell sharing with British touring car racer Dan Lloyd. If you can't get that going again, we could see the safety car. Running wide there, the 114, Jamie Hayes in the Seat Leon. There's Ash Woodman in his Cupra TCR. Now, can Stephen Gambrell get the Porsche going in? We didn't see what happened there. Here's 18 Ash Muldoon being chased by David Fielder. David Fielder, what I call a freelance club racer. Races anywhere his BMW is eligible. I've seen him in the Snetterton saloons, among others, in the past. Will Stephen Gambrell be able to get that Porsche going again? He's had 3 wins already this year. Up the inside there, Darren Ball charges past Callum Bates, Cupra and BMW. Chris Murphy has pulled into the pits in his BMW, and the Team Brit number 4 is in the pits as well. So a couple of casualties early on. The pits window is not yet open. There is definitely drops of rain coming down. Are a couple of cars electing to change tyres early on, I wonder? Ian, our pit reporter, will be down there. He'll be able to tell us. So here comes Bon Grimes. He's well out in front with the demise of one of his rivals. Looking for win number 3 this season. They took a double at Snetterton a few weeks ago on the 300 circuit. Mark Cunningham in second. Dominic Malone is in third position in the second of the Porsche, and we have a red flag. The race is being stopped. Now, is that because of that Porsche, or is it because the weather conditions are deteriorating, I wonder? Okay, the race being brought to a halt. I'm wondering if it is because of this rain coming down to allow cars to change tyres. We'll wait and get an official update as soon as we can. The pack being brought to a stop ahead of the grid there to wait instructions from the officials. David Cartwright, our senior clerk of the course today, assisted with Britcar by Abby Fulbrook. We'll await what their decision is here. We'll await confirmation of why the red flag has gone out. So Bon was leading at the time of the stoppage, Bon Grimes. We're told it is because of the stranded number 8 Porsche of Stephen Gambrell stuck on the exit of Seagrave towards Noble. And possibly a bit of damage to the tyre wall as well, where he went off. We didn't see what happened there, whether he just put a wheel onto the grass and spun it, or whether there was any contact. I don't think there was. We'll await the race to be... I would imagine it will be re-gridded, because we'd only completed 2 laps. We'll wait to see what the clerk of the course decides here. Bon Grimes was leading ahead of Mark Cunningham. There's Dominic Malone, the white Porsche. He was in third place, sharing with Adam Smalley. Graduated from Ginetta Racing into International GTs. And Chris Bingham going well in fourth in that almost Rothmans look-alike Ginetta, the blue and white with the red and gold stripe. Team Brit in fifth place, the team that helps those with physical and mental disabilities to overcome them through motorsport. Caleb McDuff currently sitting in fifth place in the McLaren. Here's the recovery vehicles up at Noble. Yeah, damage to the tyre wall, I think, is the reason for the stoppage, to allow the circuit management to go to work. I wonder if that will see Stephen Gambrell and Dan Lloyd out of the race. They are the leaders of the Challenge category in the championship. Only by 3.5 points ahead of Don Malone and Adam Smalling. So we'll wait and see what happens there. Third in the challenge class, a bit further back, Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam, the race leaders, because they had problems at the opening round at Silverstone. Their rear suspension broke. There's one of our marshalling team, the Orange family as we call them. Big thanks to them as always, out there in all weathers, bringing us the chance to go racing. Let's see who our pit reporter Ian Waterhouse has found to catch up with, or what news he's got for us.
Coming down. 3, 2. Yeah, so red flag here. I'm in the pit lane at Thruxton. Asher Silver came into it. Asher, you came straight into the pits. What happened?
I just had a massive loss of power. No matter what I tried, I couldn't get any power down, so it sort of went into what felt like a limp mode. So I had to bring it in. There's no way we were going to start a race like that. So hopefully.
I saw you spend a bit of time there. What have they done? Are we confident that you can get back out?
I'm going to have to just monitor it. Points are points at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So it's really tight at the minute for overall. So I'm just going to run it, see how we go. And then just
you're right, because you guys are leader in the cup class, second overall in the championship, so getting the car on track pretty important, but it is starting to rain a little bit heavier now as well, isn't it?
It is starting to rain a little bit. It's going to come and pull that'll be to our advantage hopefully, so it's anyone's game at this point. You never know, right? It never ends till the fat lady sings, like they say.
Well, it's happened right at the start of the race, Asher, so there's still opportunity for him here, so thank you for talking to us. Yeah, the Team Britcar coming into the bits, as I said, championship going very well indeed. Overall leader in the cup class, Bobby Trundley, and Asher Silver second in the overall championship, of course, leader of the cup. Let's just move down a little bit. I did just chat actually to Dan Lloyd as well. Of course, he's teaming up with Steve Gambrell. Steve Gambrell had that incident, hit the tyre wall. Of course, that's why we've got the red flag right now. He is absolutely fine though, so let's just move a little bit further. We can get to the entry to the pit lane here, so we can maybe have a quick look actually at some of the cars as they wait. I can see Bon Grimes is there in the Ferrari, just leading everybody and waiting for us to get back underway. If you've never been in the pit lane here at Thruxton, here it is, a bit a kind of old school style, isn't it, here? These very, very narrow garages as well, hence the reason why actually it's the monoposto cars that hold the garages and not the Britcar Endurance cars. We are just going to keep going down, all the way down, showing, give you a nice shot of the cars. They're just waiting, eager to get going again. And if you just pan around to the right actually, John, so we can see the Thruxton airport over there as well. Of course, Thruxton is a working airport. In fact, it was in action yesterday as well. I don't know how far we're allowed to go, John, but we'll keep going anyway, shall we, until we get told off. So let's just keep moving down. We are right at pit entry here, and I wonder if we better not go beyond this white line, as we could get a little bit of trouble. Should we give him a wave? Oh, he's not looking now. Wonder if we can get a wave off the marshal. There we go, we've got a smile, and it's nice to see the grandstand as well. Big crowd here for the British Truck Racing Championship, Britcar Endurance. Up next, of course, we do have the 750 Formula. Welcome to them, guesting this weekend here with the BARC. And then, of course, a little bit later, we do have the Mini Clubsport race as well. There is a second Britcar Endurance race coming up later as well. So fingers crossed, we will be going racing very, very shortly. And I'll pop back into the pit lane shortly and see if I can have a word with anybody else. Dave, back to you, my friend.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. We are under the red flag here at Thruxton. The number 8 Toro Verde Porsche going off on the entry to Noble into the tyre wall. The reason for the stoppage, you heard that Steve Gambrell, the driver, is okay. It's the tyre wall having to have some repair work done. That's why we've got this delay. Hello to all our commenters. Hello to Paul Hadsley, aka Brum Racing, watching in Birmingham. Hi to Charlie Stevenson, he's cheering on Team Brits, McLaren and the BMW. We've seen the BMW is only 1 point off the overall championship lead. That's in the pit lane. Problems for Asher Silver. Steve Crompton, hello to you. Randy, watching in Texas, USA, just signed off from Australian motorsport, now on to racing here at Thruxton. Good to have you on board, Randy. All our other commenters coming in during the truck race. We didn't have time to read those out, unfortunately, but thanks to all your comments coming in. Hi to Luke Edwards. Hi to Chain Reaction, who says Ryan Smith is the business. He certainly was in that opening race. Right, getting ready for a restart then. They're told it will be a 40-minute restart, so a slightly shortened race. Just getting that coming through in my headphones. Yeah, it's confirmed from race control. 40-minute duration on the restart. The cars will be lined up in the order that they were in when the race was stopped. So Bon Grimes leads from Mark Cunningham, Dominic Malone, Chris Bingham's Ginetta. Row 3 will see Caleb McDuff in the McLaren. Teammate at Team Brit is in the pit lane. You can see there Asher Silver will restart from the back. There's Nathan Wells. Where's the McLaren? Should be lined up on the inside. Fourth row will have Ash Muldoon in the Porsche. It was a little further back on the grid than we usually see. There's Muldoon. So where is Caleb McDuff? Has the McLaren gone into the pits possibly? David Fielder's BMW. There's Johnny McGregor in the modified Mazda RX-8s from Mac G Racing. Used to run the Tyrannus sports racer in Britcar Endurance. Rob Ellick at the wheel of the Cupra TCR, shared with Finn Jones. Callum Bates' BMW. Second to the Cupras is Darren Ball. Then we'll have James Harrison's Ginetta, the Aston Martin of Martin Addison, the plant hire businessman from the northeast. Used to race up at Croft in the Northern Saloons and Sports Cars. We saw them on our live stream on BARC TV last week. And a Caterham went on to race in a very modified Peugeot 106 around the country. And then onto the Aston Martin. I think Ian's got another update for us down in the pits.
Yeah, hello buddy, I'm back now on the start-finish line, as you can see here at Thruxton, just sweeping around to the left as the cars get themselves re-gridded. We've got Claire Headley here, of course, the boss of Britcar Endurance. I wonder, Claire, can we have a very quick chat with you?
Yes.
A bit of a hectic start, but we're still a fantastic grid of cars, isn't it?
Awesome, yeah, absolutely amazing. 24 cars, great race throughout. Unfortunate incident at first, second corner, but race control have been brilliant. We're turning it around for another 40-minute race.
How do you decide whether, on a weekend, whether to do the two 45-minute races or the longer race?
Oh, I think this sort of event, the crowds like to see the two fast races, so it was a choice that was right, and I think it will be a great weekend. So, but 40-minute races are underway soon, so looking forward to it.
Fantastic, thanks Claire, we appreciate that. Right, John, we better get ourselves off the grid. Yeah, just a reminder, 40 minutes now, so 5 has gone from the clock. We are about to go racing very shortly. The teams have been told to get off the track now. I can see Max Coates down there as well, just having a quick chat. But as you can see, more of the same really, isn't it, for Bon Grimes, the man in the Ferrari, the man who started on pole position. Now though, he's got SG Racing, the Cunninghams, alongside him in that Porsche. We are about to go racing. 40 minutes. We still, of course, have that mandatory pit stop as well. It's going to get hectic in the garages, and we're about to go racing. Dave Goddard, over to you. Oh, and I can see the McLaren. Dave, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, there's the McLaren. Just a bit late, it's getting fired up there, but it has been able to take its place on the grid. Caleb McDuff and Noah Cosby. Max Coates we saw charging off the grid there, very successful Renault Clio racer, now a team boss and driver coach. It looks like everybody else is in position there. Yes, 22 cars I've counted. We've got the BMW in pit lane, of course. Back in the pits is the number 8 Porsche after it's off, but everybody else is in position for this 40 minutes restart. 1 minute board is displayed by the marshal on the grid. Exchanges it for the 30-second board. And back the other way. Nicely done by the marshals. And then in the next few seconds, the pace car will lead the field away. Ferrari against Porsche on the front row, then Porsche and Ginetta on row 2. And the McLaren completing the top 5. Towards the back of the field, Number 3, Nick Casey, the championship leader. Nathan Wells in the BMW on 6th on the grid. A little further back, Ash Muldoon's Porsche. That could be a contender for an overall podium. It was the opening race of the season at Silverstone, where Porsche's locked out the top 4 places. 2AM Speed cars, the Toro Verde car took the win, and also the Cunningham's SG Racing car. Another event taking place at Silverstone this weekend, of course. Audi TT at the back. Mark Jones got a telling off in qualifying, I can tell you, for speeding in the pit lane in that car. 50 km/h speed limit in the Thruxton pit lane. So if he shows some speed on the track here, one of our 3 drivers in the Cup class. Cars from one make series, that kind of thing. We've got the Team Brit BMW and the Seat Super Cobra of Chris and Jamie Hayes in the Cup class. So they'll get ready for the restarts. Evelyn Buanik at the wheel of the pace car, leading them round. Of course, the top 3 in each class will have additional seconds added onto their pit stop times for the race later on. Here we go then, the red Ferrari, the yellow Porsche, and the white Porsche, the blue and white Rothmans lookalike Ginetta. .40 minutes, the second attempt at Britcar Endurance Championship race number 1 here at Thruxton. Revs begin to rise, the pace car is in pit lane, Bon Grimes and Mark Cunningham on the front row, the red lights are on, they go out now, and we're back underway. Looks like the rain is, fingers crossed for the moment anyway, holding off. Won't say too much on that, we don't want to put the curse of the commentator on the conditions. They head up towards Allard, then it's the Ferrari of Bon Grimes who leads the way, chased by Mark Cunningham. Had to get on the brakes there, nearly clipped the back of the Ferrari as they headed out of Allard towards the complex. Don Malone third in the white Porsche, then it's Chris Bingham's Ginetta, Nathan Wells up into 5th in the BMW by the look of things. The Team Brit BMW, Asher Silva, has joined in, and nearly a collision there. Darren Ball and Dave May in the blue Ginetta nearly bounced off each other coming through Seagrave. Martin Addison in the Aston Martin side by side with Nick Casey's Ginetta. Yes, Nathan Wells has got up into P5. David Fielder with a decent start as well in the number 147 BMW, going round the outside, coming out of Village there, attacking Caleb McDuff in the Team Brit McLaren. Bon Grimes leads from Mark Cunningham. Malone in 3rd place. They head up towards Woodham Hill out of Church for the first time on this restart. Bingham trying to go with them, but the first 3, the Challenge class cars, already starting to pull out an advantage. Beautiful Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo, owned by Bon Grimes. It's been coached by the man he shares the car with, the great Johnny Molan. There's the Mazda RX-8, chased by number 7. That's Rob Ellick in the TCR Spec Cupra. Darren Ball second in that class, a couple of places behind them. They're split by Callum Bates in the BMW. Grimes leads by 1 second at the end of lap 1 ahead of Mark Cunningham. They're heading through the complex now, the leaders. Everybody round okay on that first lap of this second attempt. The only car we haven't got out there is Stephen Gambrell and Dan Lloyd's Porsche. Hopefully they'll be back out for race 2. Start to settle in then to the rhythm of this race here at Thruxton. Duff coming under a bit of pressure from the Express forklifts. Number 147 BMW of David Fielder trying to go round the outside at Village up towards Church. Brave taking an overtaking move through there. Nathan Wells in his BMW a bit further ahead, already a race winner in a couple of BMW series this year, taking on the might of Britcar today. Callum Bates in his Beamer a little bit further back, running 11th ahead of David May, sharing with Mark Skeets, who used to share a Nissan 370Z in Britcar Trophy. That proved unreliable, though, so they switched to the Ginetta. Johnny McGregor raced a number of different sports cars over the years, sharing the Mazda with Josh Tomlinson. They're leading their class at the moment, the trophy category. Chris Bingham in 4th leads the GT class, GT4 spec cars. TCR by Jones and Ellick. The Ginetta class by May and Skeets, and the Cup class by the Hayes family in the Cupra further back. McGregor under fire there. Johnny Mack, as we call him, from the number 7 of Rob Ellick, and Darren Ball is now closing up on him, so we could have a battle for the lead of the TCR class, but no problem for Bon Grimes so far, out in front. Towards the tail of the field, that's Chris Murphy's BMW, chasing Maurizio Silio, the Scottish-based Italian, at the wheel of the Ginetta. Still a bit of rain on the camera lens, we can see down at Nobe towards Goodwood, and Darren Balls drops a wheel onto the grass there. You do not want to do that coming through Village and Church, the fastest part of the course. If you do, you go spinning off into the grass. A few years ago there was no barrier at the edge of the circuit there either, and you ended up in the ditch. I remember Alain Menu in British touring cars ending up in the ditch by the trees there. So Rob Ellick chases Johnny Mack, but he's got to be mindful of his class rival Darren Ball. There he is behind him, he's jinking over the curb there at the chicane. Lead gap is up to nearly 4 seconds now for Grimes over Cunningham. Callum Bates fighting back in the BMW as well, looking to take Ball for 11th overall, and he's done so. That's music to Rob Ellick's ears, as it means he can extend his lead in the class. Callum Bates is in the trophy class, second to McGregor and Tomlinson's Mazda. That's who he's going after. Darren Ball's back ahead of him though into the complex. Good scrap between these two. David May trying to join in as well in the Ginetta. A little bit of trim hanging loose from the left rear corner there of the 118. Grimes and Cunningham, then Malone, Bingham, Wells, Fielder, and the McLaren, which is driven by Caleb McDuff at the moment. He's down to 7th. Noah Cosby will take over that car at the pit stop. Pit window will be 16 to 24 minutes this race. Only 8 minutes in this 40-minute race to make your pit stop. Let you know when the pit window has opened. Not be open yet. Only just over 6 minutes of this race have gone. These two closing up on the number 18 of Ash Muldoon. That car will fly when international GT racer James Kellett, who competes in the Intercontinental GT Challenge among other championships, gets aboard. There's our leader, Bon Grimes, in the Ferrari. Will it be win number 3 for the Ferrari this season? If they hit problems, we'll have a new winner, because the Ferrari and Stephen Gambrell and Dan Lloyd's Porsche have divided up the overall wins between them so far this season in the Britcar Endurance Championship. Could we see the Cunninghams take a win? It's a lot of years since the Cunninghams have last stood on top of the podium. Dominic Malone sharing with the very quick Adam Smalley. You can tell the classes by the coloured sun strips on the cars. Challenge cars in red. As our leader comes into the chicane, let's head down to Ian in the pits.
Right, down in the pit lane, I'm here with Adriano, who's got a very special message for our producer. Dan right now is in my ear, and I understand you and him have been working together to ensure this live stream goes out in Brazil.
Yes, that's right. Dan has done a good
He's
job.
watching right now, it's Dan.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. Now people in Brazil knows a lot about Britcar and the guys at High Speed TV in Brazil. Valeu, galera. Obrigado. Abração aí.
What does that mean?
I just said, thanks, folks. Big hug for all of you.
How do we say, I've been trying to say this, how do we say welcome to Thruxton in Portuguese?
Bem-vindo to Thruxton.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I was going to say that.
There we go then.
When are we seeing you back out in the car?
I don't know yet. I'm working on it. Hopefully I will be back in car very soon, hopefully.
Excellent. Look, I'm going to let you crack on. Thanks so much. And everybody watching in Brazil, thank you so much because of this man here. Great stuff. Thank you very much. Dave, back to you.
Great to hear from Adriano Medeiros there down in the pits, the Brazilian driver. We normally see him sharing with Nick Casey, the number 3 Ginetta, but not racing today. But a warm welcome to all our viewers, all of Adriano's fans watching in Brazil. Wonderful to have you with us here on our coverage. Adriano has been a single-seater racer for a number of years before switching to GT cars, leading the championship with Nick Casey at the moment, and we hope to see Adriano back out in Britcar very soon. Good to have him here at Thruxton as the leader makes his way into the complex. I think the weather might be taking another turn for the worse here. The Ferrari was sliding around a little there as they came into the complex. There's the Porsche in second place. We've had a change for second, in fact, while we were down in the pit lane, because Dominic Malone is now second, and a bit of time lost by Mark Cunningham on that last lap. He's lost a couple of seconds on that previous lap number 6. Yes, the rain is coming down again. Unfortunately, it can't make up its mind here today. Typical English summer day, some would say. Chris Bingham next, then Nathan Wells. There's David Fielder going well in his BMW as well. This is the battle now for third place. Chris Bingham leading the GT class ahead of Wells and Fielder. So this is a class lead battle between that trio as well behind Mark Cunningham. You can tell the classes by the colours of the cars on our timing tower. Grey behind the position is Challenge, maroon is GT, blue is Trophy. Never mind that, because Nathan Wells up the inside into the chicane is going to go through to take P4 from Chris Bingham and takes the lead of the class. So we have a new leader in the GT class, and Nathan Wells, he's not content with that, he's going for the Porsche, taking on the Challenge class car. Nathan Wells wants an overall podium here in his BMW M3 GTR, the IMSA BMW lookalike. Now, Trophy led by McGregor, that's the blue numbered cars. TCR is yellow, the Cup class is pink on our timing tower. Chris Bingham now under threat for 5th overall from David Fielder. That's for 2nd in the GT class. Now, who's leading the points in GT at the moment? We'll check the points chart. It is Chris Bingham, who shared with Michael Lyons in that GT Ginetta earlier this season, but he's 6 points. No, in fact, he's level on points, sorry, with Martin Addison, who's further back in the order in this one, 5th in class in the Aston Martin. That's a Ginetta further back. That's Nick Casey, our championship leader, the number 3, the Datum Motorsport car. David Fielder looking ready to have a go here as they go up towards Woodham Hill. Leaders already across the line. This is the battle for, and Nathan Wells has got past Mark Cunningham. David Fielder very late on the brakes there for the chicane. He's got past both of them. David Fielder, that was a brilliant bit of driving through the middle between Chris Bingham and Mark Cunningham. And the BMW is now up into 3rd and 4th place overall. That was a great bit of driving, slicing through there at the chicane by David Fielder. And so the 2 BMWs now 3rd and 4th, and ahead of a couple of the Challenge class cars. Mark Cunningham, whether Mark Cunningham's got a problem, I'm not sure. These two haven't, though. This is the battle for the lead in TCR. Darren Ball has got ahead of Rob Ellick. It's all happening. We haven't even had the pit stops yet. Pit window not yet open. Johnny McGregor's Mazda staying ahead of the 2 Cupras, Darren Ball and Rob Ellick. Callum Bates now behind them. And they're chasing Ash Muldoon in the Challenge class Porsche. David May catching this group up as well. This is great stuff. 23 cars still running. Last of them, Asher Silver, had that early problem with the BMW. Up towards Goodwood Corner, then Village, and on to Church at the back of the circuit out in the country. Pit window will open, I think, in about 4 minutes from now. Oh, and Darren Ball a little bit loose there as they came through Church Corner. We said earlier that's not the place you want to have a lose. Here comes Rob Ellick in the green Cupra to try and take the lead of the class away. Darren Ball's having none of it, though. He's later on the brakes for the chicane, holds the lead of the TCR class. Ellick's got the wipers on. These two closing on McGregor and on Muldoon as well. If the conditions get any more damp, then the rain will be even more of a level, or we might see some surprises in the results with the more powerful rear-wheel drive sports cars perhaps struggling for grip a bit more than the front-wheel drive saloon-type cars behind. Nick Casey up the inside is going to take Callum Bates in the BMW into the complex. That's for 13th overall. Nick Casey started quite a way down on the 10th row of the grid. As I say that, he spins coming out of the complex. Well, he'd made his way up from only 19th on the grid up into 13th place, but he's spun some of his ground away. Meantime, Bon Grimes continues to lead the way. See what his gap over Dominic Malone in the Porsche is now. It was 8.7 seconds. It's going to be more than that this time, I think. Across the line they go. 10.4 seconds is the gap. Grimes has got the fastest lap of the race, 1:17.73. Currently lapping in the high 1:18s. Of course, they have a slightly longer pit stop with the extra 20 seconds pit penalty for a pro driver in the car. Through the chicane comes this group, headed up by the Mazda RX-8, who's got ahead of Ash Muldoon's Porsche now. Said the rain might be a leveller. Let's head down to Ian in the pits in the meantime.
Yeah, welcome down to the pit lane, but it's going to get very, very hectic indeed down here. Of course, with that red flag, the race has been slightly shortened, so when everybody comes in, it's going to be absolute carnage. Currently leading the trophy class, Johnny McGregor, alongside Josh Tomlinson here. Josh, things going so far in the race, but these pit stops are going to be quite hectic. This could prove a pivotal moment in the race, couldn't it?
Well, yeah, you add in the weather conditions and the changeable sort of slippery surfaces, then yeah, with us we're prepped, we're ready to go. Johnny's doing an excellent sort of stint, hanging it out in first currently, so yeah, bit of a splash and dash hopefully for us.
The Mazda RX-8 is a bit of a unique car, isn't it? How did that come about?
Well, probably. We raced an original sort of NA version sort of back in the sort of early 2010s, so shall we say, yeah. And this is kind of just the Evo version, as they probably call them these days. So yeah, we've it's the RX-7 engine, fully sequential. It's a proper race car. This season starting to really show its true potential after nearly 10 years of development.
Yeah,
it's it's a bit of a love-hate relationship, but it's a really great car to drive. The team help out; they're doing really great stuff, and Sustain Fuel is really kind of supporting us around the track today.
You must love it at the minute, of course, leading the trophy class. I'm going to let you crack on anyway. The rain not really coming. Should be dry to the end, I think. Josh, thanks for talking to us. Yes, like I said, as you can see, the pit boards are coming out. This is going to get very, very busy very soon in the pit lane. Don't go anywhere, everybody. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks, Ian. There's only about 30 seconds, I think, now before the pit window opens, so it is shortly going to be everybody in. We've had a change for the lead in the GT class, I can tell you, and third overall. David Fielder's got ahead of Nathan Wells. There's the car we were just talking about, the Mazda RX-87, you might call it, the RX-7 engined RX-8 of Johnny McGregor, just lapping Asher Silva. I think her BMW might be in trouble again. Talking of BMWs, unfortunately we saw Chris Murphy come into the pits. I think he has gone back out though. Problems with his BMW, and the pit window is now open. The pit window is open for the next 8 minutes as Callum Bates goes toe-to-toe with the back marker and with Rob Ellick. Darren Ball's pulled away in the lead of the TCR class. Now who's going to be the first in? Well, Dominic Malone has already come in, I can tell you, to hand over to Adam Smalley. So he's the first of our front runners in. Is Ash Muldoon going to come in as well? Darren Ball's going in. Yep, everybody in. There's Dominic Malone's car in the background. So the first 3 cars make their pit stops as soon as the window opens. Darren Ball relinquishes the lead of the TCR class. There's Ash Muldoon's number 18 as we see James Kellett, we heard from pre-race, ready to get in. And does the straps on Ash Muldoon's car. This is the Amspeed Porsche run by Aaron Moulton Smith and his crew, the team that's run BMWs and Porsches very successfully. As well, Bon Grimes, I think he hit the pit lane speed limiter a bit too enthusiastically there. The Ferrari almost going to a dead stop as it came in there. The leader is in. Wait to see who else follows him. Goodyear tyres are changed on the Ferrari. Johnny Molem gets ready to get in the blue crash helmet there. Now, if the car's being refueled, he can't get in because the car can't be refueled while the driver is in the car due to safety regulations. So we know Dominic Malone and Ash Muldoon, the two Amspeed Porsches, are in. Martin Addison's Aston Martin is in. James Dauber, Andrew Dauber, sorry, has pitted in the BMW M2 to hand over to Nathan Wright. The Audi TT is coming in as well, number 77. Mark Jones will hand over to Craig Fleming in that car. There's the Mazda, still leading the trophy class. The Cunningham Porsche is in. David May is in to hand over to Mark Skeets. Peter Cunningham will take over the yellow Porsche. So the leader on track at the moment is David Fielder's BMW. So we'll have to wait till everybody's cycled through their pit stop to find out what the order is. Of course, some cars with longer pit stops than others due to having a pro-graded driver on board. And there is David Fielder and Nathan Wells behind him. They're the de facto race leaders now as they cross the line, unless they decide to come in this time. David Fielder does, Nathan Wells doesn't, so Nathan Wells becomes our on-track race leader. Fielder is in. Next through will be Chris Bingham's Ginetta. Number 4 heads back out, so Bobby Trundley now on board in the number 4 BMW, one of the first autistic racing drivers to really make his mark in GT racing. He's competed in the British GT Championship and internationally as well. Ambassador for Racing for Autism. McGregor under fire from the number 7 of Rob Ellick. I think they're enjoying their battle too much to come into the pits. They're too busy on track. There's the treble 8 BMW. Andrew Dauber having handed over to Nathan Wright. There's David Fielder, the Express Forklift Services BMW. Used to be in black with the M stripes, the blue, red and purple. Martin Addison's Aston Martin in. The 118 as well, Mark Skeets will take over. Making sure... oh, hang on. Was there a problem there for Peter Cunningham getting going? Yeah, he's lost ground in the pit lane there. That's why Martin Addison had stopped to let the Porsche out. Out goes the 118 Ginetta. Lovely paint scheme on that machine. Maurizio Cilio is in. Marco Anastasi will take over. Nathan Wells has now come in as well. Chris Bingham has continued. So the Ginetta leads on track at the moment, just under 20 minutes, just past half distance in this race. Is Caleb McDuff going to come in the McLaren? Indeed he is. It's going to be Noah Cosby to take over the Team Brits McLaren 570S GT4. In it comes. New colour scheme this season, used to be in purple. Sponsorship from Adrian Flux Insurance this year. There is Noah Cosby. Races with hand controls, ready to take over. The team will assist him into the car. Checking the tyre pressures on the Goodyears. This battle's still going on out on track. Johnny McGregor chasing Rob Ellick, and Callum Bates runs wide onto the grass. He's still pushing on. Once everybody's made their stops, we will start to see who's in what order. I think Adam Smalley is out ahead of Johnny Molan at the moment. Yeah, they're separated by about 10 seconds on track. Yeah, Smalley had the shorter pit stop than Grimes and Molan. Looking at the pit stop form, yeah, Malone and Smalley had a 126-second pit stop, 146 for the Ferrari. So it will be Malone and Smalley ahead of those two. And then we'll wait to see who else comes through behind. Here's McGregor ahead of one of the Porsches, that is Adam Smalley in the number 74. Dives up the inside, whoops, that was close. The Johnny McGregor Mazda making a last minute decision there, Johnny, to make it into the pits that time, and nearly clipped the back of him there, Adam Smalley. Chris Bingham's in now as well, so the leading car that hasn't stopped is the black BMW of Callum Bates. Behind him is Johnny Molan. Nearly everybody else has come in now. Which cars have yet to stop? Let's have a look. Johnny Molan is just on the fastest lap of the race, 1:16.731, I can tell you. Cars that have yet to stop: Callum Bates BMW, the Harrisons in their Ginetta, Chris Murphy's BMW, I thought, well, I got a notification that came in before the pit window opened, but perhaps just a glitch on the transponders there. And the number 4 BMW, the team Brits of Asher Silver and Bobby Trundley. Now we saw that come in. Okay, let's head down to Ian in pit lane for now.
Yeah, down in the pit lane now. John, if you just turn around, I've got Caleb McDuffie, who's just obviously been out in McLaren. How was it?
It was really good. I'm quite good in my case. I'm not up with the patch with the others. But yeah, it was quite quiet on the track on my own. But then, yeah, I just wished for a little battle with everyone else. But I just don't know. I don't know what happened.
What do you make of the conditions out there? There has been a bit of rain today, but is it bone dry?
It was quite greasy. Some parts, like especially the first sector, quite greasy because by the time you turn, you got to turn again. It's like the front end just doesn't want to stay on the grip. But it's quite good as it is anyway, yeah.
Top man, Caleb, thanks for talking to us, mate. Noah's in the car now to the finish. More action coming in the pit lane. Look at all of this happening. We said it was going to get fast and furious. That's the James Harrison and Steve Harrison there in the high road. Ginetta just headed into the pit lane now, as you can see. Still plenty of action going on in here. And just look at this. Look at the smoke coming off. Look at this. Wow, this is great stuff in the pits. And we're still live in the pits, so stay with us. Why not for a little bit longer? The number 60 is just heading out as well. That's Ash Woodman in the EDF Motorsport. Off he goes. Woohoo, look at that. In the TCR class, in the Cooper Leone. Of course, the competition Gen 2 car. Now we've got the Woodrow Motorsport BMW heading out as well. This is Chris Murphy, who's actually first in the trophy class in the championship this season in the Britcar Endurance. Out he heads as well. And just behind us, the number 10 as well. This is Callum Bates in the car. So he's about to head out. And then looking behind me, we've got a tyre change going on. If we can stay in, actually. Here we go. It looks like there's a couple of the rear wheels are off. They've got a rear issue here. I don't know if it's suspension or something. Let's go down and have a little look, shall we? Of course, after the restart, this car started in second. Mark Cunningham and Peter Cunningham spoke to them a little bit earlier, actually, in the assembly area. Let's see if we can go down and find out exactly what has happened here. Is it a brake or suspension issue? I wonder if we can talk to somebody and find out what the problem is. If there's anybody in the know, let's just jump in and have a quick chat. Guys, what's the issue?
Possibly something in the drivetrain, possibly drive shaft, hopefully not gearbox, but we're sort of unsure at the moment. So the car was really bad in my stint. It was really loose on the rear, but whether this is part of that or not, I'm not sure. But
it's such a shame because it was going so well.
It wasn't the best. I just lost the rear end. The rear tyres just went off so quick in the very first stint. So within 4 laps, I was struggling, and then I just dropped back and back. So. Yeah, not ideal, but now Dad's just brought it back in saying it's got a horrendous knocking noise coming from the rear, so...
better safe than sorry, huh?
Yeah.
Hopefully you can get it sorted, diagnosed pretty quick and maybe get back out. Of course, there is another race later this afternoon, another 45-minute race for the Britcar Endurance, but issues at the minute for SG Racing and Mark and Peter Cunningham. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. It looked to me as though that car was running a little slowly. Now, out on track then, everybody has made their stops, and the leader, in fact, having made a shorter stop with a stop of 131 seconds, is Chris Bingham in the Ginetta, but these two have just swapped places for second place. Through goes Johnny Molem, past Adam Smalley. The battle of the pro drivers here for second place. They've now got to hunt down Chris Bingham in the Ginetta. Somebody's gone off there in the background, didn't see who it was. We saw a cloud of dust get kicked up on the run towards Church Corner, so we'll establish the order. Chris Bingham in the Ginetta G55 GT4 is your overall leader. This is the battle for second place between the Ferrari and the Porsche, with 13 minutes of this race to go. Johnny Molin flashing the lights there, warning the back markers that he's closing on them. That's Ash Woodman's Cupra about to be lapped. So the order is Bingham from Malone and Smalley, then it's Grimes and Molem in third. Now, showing in fourth place at the moment is Chris Murphy, but he's only just made his pit stop. He and Callum Bates only just got in before the pit window closed there. So I think it's Nathan Wells in fourth place in actual fact in his BMW. We'll see as they cross the line. Battle there between Martin Addison and Mark Skeets in the Ginetta, who's taken over from David May. The Mazda is back in the pit lane. I can tell you Josh Tomlinson has brought it back in. That car fast but fragile, unfortunately. But here's our race leader. It is Chris Bingham in the GT class. Ginetta G55 GT4 is your overall leader after the stops. Having to make a shorter stop than some of the quicker cars ahead. Can he stay in front though? We'll see if Johnny Molem and Adam Smalley can catch him up. But right now back to Ian.
Yeah, down in the pit lane, unfortunately, not good news for Mac G Racing at the minute. As you can see, they've just come into the pit. Johnny McGregor did the first stint. Josh Tomlinson spoke to him not so long ago, did we? He's gone out, and they've got a misfire on the car. What a shame that is. They were leading the trophy class. So unfortunately, the number 33 Mac G Racing Mazda RX-8 with a misfire in the pits. Just alongside us as well, we've just been chatting, of course, haven't we, to the Cunninghams. They're still trying to identify what that issue is with the car. It could be drivetrain. Could potentially be gearbox as well. They're still in the pits, not looking good for either of these at the minute, but the race continues. Dave Goddard, back to you.
We've just had come through on the timing screen, Ian, a 5-second stop-go penalty for the car in third place, car 74. So there's been a transgression, presumably at their pit stop. It may be for a shorter pit stop than the minimum time given on the sheet ahead of the race, so possibly a short pit stop for the 74. That's the Malone and Smalley Porsche running in third place. There's our leader, Chris Bingham. Nathan Wells is in fifth position, so he's now a lap down with David Fielder just behind him, and Chris Murphy is showing in fourth position, so he's had a surprising rise through the field. So Chris Murphy's BMW number 721 in fourth place, leading the trophy class now. So he must have just timed it right with the pit stop right at the end of the pit window there, and it worked for him. But 74 has got that penalty, unfortunately. Possibly a short pit stop is the reason for that. Now let's have a look at the lead gap. It is 40.8 seconds between Chris Bingham and Johnny Molem. There's a lock up there from the number 3 of Nick Casey as the Mazda heads back out. Now Molem's last lap was a 1:17.9, Bingham's was a 1:20.0, so he's closing at the rate of just over 2 seconds a lap at the moment, Johnny Molem, with only less than 10 minutes left on the clock. It's looking good for Chris Bingham in the Ginetta. Are we going to see a bit of an upset here, and the quicker challenge class cars are going to be beaten by one of the GT4 Ginettas? Well, there's Darren Fielder. He's taken, David Fielder's taken Nathan Wells, and they're both moving past Chris Murphy. So the battle of the Beamers is on for fourth position. The two more powerful GT class cars move past the trophy car, and they're now going after Chris Bingham, and they are a lap behind the Ginetta following the pit stops. More BMWs behind, the treble 8 of Nathan Wright. The number 18 car has headed back into pit lane. Is that more Porsche problems for James Kellett? He's back in pit lane in Ashmole. The car started by Ash Muldoon, so what's happened there? All the Porsches seem to be hitting misfortune. Car 74, it says pit window infringement for the number 74 car. They came in right at the head of the pit window. Did Dominic Malone come in slightly early? Because that counts as missing the pit window as well. Did he come in slightly ahead of the pit window opening, I wonder? And that's why he's got the stop go for Adam Smalley to take in that car. There's David Fielder. He's having a cracking race, up to fourth overall now, just behind our race leader, Chris Bingham, the big winner in the pit stops in the Ginetta. It is the number 63 machine who leads, run by Raceworks Motorsport, and it's all working in their favour at the moment. They lead Johnny Molem's Ferrari, Adam Smalley's Porsche third. Nathan Wells is back in the pits now as well. Now, is that another penalty? Let's have a look. And the 74 car has also got a 24-second penalty for a pit lane infringement as well. 70, it's coming in to serve the stop-go, but it's got a further penalty according to my timing screen. So in comes the Porsche of Adam Smalley to serve that penalty. The Ferrari timing screen says the Ferrari's come back in as well. Is that damage to the back of the Ferrari? Look, yes, look, the rear corner's damaged. What's happened there? There's damage on the rear of Johnny Molem's car. He must have had some contact somewhere, we didn't see it. All the front runners seem to be hitting problems, with the exception of Chris Bingham's Ginetta, which is now well out in front. What is going on out there? We'll try and find out from the team down there what has happened. But damage on the Ferrari, that's back in the pits. Adam Smalley's just come in to serve his penalty. He's back on track. And this is all playing into the hands of Chris Bingham, who's leading a charmed life out in front. 6.5 minutes of the race to go, and it looks like the Ginetta from the GT4 spec class is on for victory. What a turn up here at Thruxton. Nathan Wells has been back into the pits as well. We know not why. We didn't see why the BMW has come back in. The rear corner of the Ferrari, you can see that bit of damage. Car 23, Nathan Wells. It was a pit lane speeding penalty. 24-second stop-go penalty for Nathan Wells. That's just come through to us. So it was a penalty for speeding in the pit lane as he stopped for Nathan Wells. There's the Ferrari. We didn't see what happened to cause that bit of damage. If you look at the left rear corner, there you can see it. And there is the Cunningham Porsche out of the race, sadly. That's in Parc Fermé. Drivetrain issues for the Porsche. Whoa, and the Ferrari nearly collides with Nick Casey's Ginetta there. Well, Nick Casey not ceding position, the Ferrari slowing down. That Ferrari's in trouble again. Disaster for Bond Grimes and Johnny Molam. Looks like they're out of the race as well. Yes, the Ferrari slows right down at Church. It was when we saw the opening round of the championship at Silverstone that Ferrari had rear suspension damage and put it out. Has the same thing happened here? The car that's amazing me at the moment is this one, 721. Of Chris Murphy, 4th overall, being chased down now by the treble 8 of Nathan Wright. I think Nathan's a lap behind him though. The newer shape BMW, E36 of Chris Murphy's flying along in 4th place. So the order is Bingham, the Malone and Smalley car in 2nd place despite that penalty, just over a minute down on Chris Bingham. David Fielder is 3rd, Chris Murphy amazingly up there in 4th. Then it's Darren Ball in the TCR Cupra in 5th. Callum Bates' black BMW is 6th. 7th is the TCR Cupra of Ellick and Jones. Finn Jones on board that car now. David May and Mark Skeet's Ginetta is 8th. Nick Casey's Ginetta is 9th. They're 1st and 2nd in the Ginetta class, and they're less than a second apart as well, so there's a battle for the lead there. And rounding out the top 10, Nathan Wells after his penalty. Here's our leader. With less than 3 minutes, less than 4 minutes of the race to go now. So the Cunningham Porsche is out of it. The McGregor and Tomlinson Mazda looks to be out of it. That's back in the pits again. So 21 cars still running. The other class leaders, we know Murphy's leading the trophy class, Bingham GT, Malone and Smalley the challenge class. Darren Ball is leading TCR. The Ginetta class is David May and Mark Skeets, and the Cup class, the Audi TT of Jones and Fleming. There's bits of debris all over the run-up Woodham Hill there, look in the background. Where's that come from? Is that from the Ferrari, I wonder? Did it blow a tyre? Looks like there's bits of rubber all over the top of Woodham Hill there. So 4 of our class leaders in the top 5 places, you can see there on the timing tower. What an extraordinary open race. I think that bit of rain we had early on was a big leveller here. There's the Harrisons in their Ginetta. They're in 16th place. Over the line goes Darren Ball, 5th place overall and heading for TCR class victory. Leader has now completed 27 laps. Yes, I'm wondering if that bodywork damage to the Ferrari was perhaps caused by a tyre burst on Woodham Hill. The car is going again. It's in 11th place now. Johnny Molem is lapping about 6 seconds off his ultimate pace. He's in the 122s. So all is not well with that car. They'll get it back out for race 2, I'm sure. But we're in the closing stages now. Next lap the leader starts will be the last. There's our championship leader, Nick Casey. This is the battle for the lead in the Ginetta class, and Nick Casey, to try and extend his championship lead, needs to get past Mark Skeets in the 118. Championship rivals Trundley and Silver, of course, were delayed early on. They're running in 21st place. Nick Casey, still with the novice cross on the back of his car, first season of racing, is going for it. He's never going to get through at Church Corner. He goes for the inside. This is impressive. Over on the far side of the circuit, he's done it. What a move on one of the fastest parts of a circuit in the UK. But he slows on the exits, and Skeets dives back ahead of him. Nick Casey, did he have a problem there, or did he miss a gear? No, I think Casey's slowing down. He had a spin earlier on as well. Has he got a problem there? No, he just slowed on the run out of Church Corner. I'm not sure what happened there. So many cars hitting misfortune in this race. 30 seconds left on the clock now, so I think we are on our last lap. There's the Ferrari with that bit of damage to the rear end. Now that car is still in 11th place. Now for our leader, he might get one more lap out of this, in fact, Chris Bingham. Yep, just a few seconds on the clock as he crosses the line to start what will be his final lap, lapping Martin Addison in the Aston Martin. And Chris Bingham in the GT class Ginetta G55 is heading for victory. There's a yellow flag I saw there at the complex. Can't see a reason why. Ah, there's a car pulled over on the grass, that's why. It looked like one of the Cupras. I think it's Ash Woodman that's pulled over. Chris Murphy has now come back into the pits from 4th place. We don't know why. That's the trophy class leader, so he could lose the class win to Callum Bates here if he's had a problem. There's Ash Woodman's car, that's hit something. Damage to the left front. Well, certainly an incident-packed conclusion to this race, to say the least. Ash Muldoon and James Kellett ahead of David Fielder. And just behind them is our leader. And it's going to be a win for the Raceworks Motorsport Ginetta G55 GT4. Something of an upset victory over the quicker challenge cars for Chris Bingham in car number 63. Comes up towards the finish line, takes the checkered flag, and his first overall win in the Britcar Endurance Championship for Chris Bingham and the Raceworks Ginetta. You wait to see who comes home in 2nd place. It should be Adam Smalley in the white Porsche, but he's quite a way behind. There's Chris Murphy's BMW. I think it might have been a transponder glitch, yes, that said he'd taken a second pit stop. He did that before he came in the first time, so yeah, transponder glitches for the Woodrow Motorsport BMW, but he will finish in a very creditable 4th place, just ahead of Darren Ball, who wins the TCR class. In the Ginetta class, is it going to be Mark Skeets? It certainly is. Ahead of Nick Casey. So Casey drops a few points in the championship there to the 118. But his main championship rivals, Trundley and Silver, had problems as well. They're only 3rd in class. Chris Bingham has taken the win. It's not showing on the timing tower that he's taken the checkered flag, but he has. David Fielder, an excellent third overall, second in the GT class. Chris Murphy is an excellent fourth and wins the trophy category. Darren Ball wins the TCR class. So, quite a confusing race at times, it has to be said there. The weather shaking things up, the different length pit stops shaking things up, and then a fair bit of incidents in the closing stages shaking things up. We'll give you the provisional results then of Britcar Endurance Championship Race 1. Chris Bingham is who takes the victory in the Ginetta ahead of Dominic Malone and Adam Smalley. They win the challenge category in second place. David Fielder third, and then fourth for Chris Murphy. Superb effort from the former champion in his BMW for fourth place, wins the trophy class. TCR class is won by Darren Ball in fifth overall. Callum Bates in sixth, then Jones and Ellick in their Cupra TCR in seventh. David May and Mark Skeets win the Ginetta class in eighth. Nathan Wells stymied by a stop-go penalty in ninth. Nick Casey rounds out the top 10. The other class winner, the Cup class, Jones and Fleming in the Audi TT, down in 18th place. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian at the end of a very eventful Britcar Endurance Championship race.
Yes, welcome to Parc Fermé. We've got Chris Bingham here. He's taking a check. You don't realise I'm here, Chris. Chris, congratulations. Well done. You've come over, taken a checkered flag in first place. It's quite a hectic race, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a little bit hectic. Big accident on the first lap, so I hope Steve's okay. Or Dan.
I did speak to Dan Lloyd. He did say he was okay, but you might just make sure he's gone to medical, make sure he's all right. But yeah, what does it mean for you to get the win?
To be honest, I'd not realised. I was still getting quite angry at people not getting out of the way for the blue flag. So, yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, happy.
Good man, you're probably the calmest winner I've ever spoken to ever. Almost a little bit disbelieving, it feels like, doesn't it? We're just waiting for a few more cars to come through. They're not down here yet, but of course, second place, Don Malone, Adam Smalley, just waiting for them to come in third place. Of course, David Fielder, he did well. Don Malone as well, Adam Smalley in second place, first in the challenge category as well. Where are we? Where is everybody? We're still waiting for some cars. Let's go. Actually, I'll tell you what. Let's go have a chat with Mark Jones, and we've got Craig Fleming down here, who I make the winner of the Cup class as well. Craig, congratulations! I make you the winner of the Cup class here. But don't take that as gospel. Wait till we get it all classified first of all. But what did you make of the race?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, really enjoyable. I mean, things get a bit spread out when you're perhaps second stint, so I've really no idea where we are, but I said to the lads, I said, do I just need to keep pushing? And they were like, yeah. I said, fine, so we're okay.
Sometimes as little information as possible is best, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't need too much talking, do we? But we had a fabulous time, really enjoyed it, and thanks to TSR Performance and Mark for asking me to come along and have a drive round. It's been brilliant.
Well, we spoke off camera a little bit earlier in the media centre, didn't we? And this is the first time you've been here for quite some time, isn't it?
Yeah, about 15 years, and the last time I was in a 250cc like supercar sort of thing. So
wow.
Yeah,
they are terrified, though, those supercars.
First time I've been round here with a roof on, I think, so it's okay.
You like it?
Yes, good.
You'll be back?
Yeah.
Good man, top man indeed. Let's keep moving along. Who have we got? Here we go. Well, we've been waiting a long time, haven't we, for them to come in. Let's grab a chat with Don Malone, Adam Smalley in the Amspeed, of course, coming home in P2 here. And look at that. I wonder if we can get a little fist pump from Adam there, and we'll let him get out and have a quick chat with him. We've been waiting a long time to speak to Adam here. Let's just jump in. We've been waiting a long time to come and talk to you. Where have you been?
Yeah, you've been hiding from me.
How was it out there?
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, Dom did a really good job. We're just really unfortunate with the 5-second stop-go penalty. But yeah, the team did a great job. Car feels good. So obviously, massive well done to Dom. He put on his laps at times were really, really strong. So well done to him.
The beauty of it is, of course, you've got to do it all again a little bit later. Do you like that format? 2 races, 2 slightly longish races in a day?
Yeah, it's really good fun. It's a cool layout. It's good having like practice quali, 2 races all in one day. Keeps it nice and compact. But big thank you to the Amspeed guys. The car was really strong. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Cheers.
Well done. Good stuff indeed. And let's go talk to this man over here as well, David Fielder in 3rd place. We'll just let him get his helmet off first. David Fielder, one of the tallest drivers in the world. Or maybe I'm just really short, David. David, congratulations. That was some race, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, to be honest, I'm a bit shocked where I am. Because
nobody seems to know where they are.
No, because obviously at the beginning of the race, we knew we had a 30-second disadvantage onto the pit stop. So we thought, race one, just go out there, let me push as hard as I can, we'll see where we get. You know what I mean? If we get in the top 3 in our class, I was happy with that. But then, yeah, the pace went, the tyres, God, held on for the inch of their life. But, yeah. Surprised, but I'll take it every day.
Excellent, you've got a big smile on your face. Well done, congrats. You've got to do it all again later though, so don't rest too much, shall we? Right, let's try and diagnose some of this. We will obviously wait for the official classifications, but I make it across Chris Bigham, your winner and overall winner for the GT as well. Don Malone, Adam Smalley taking second place overall, but victory in the challenge class. David Field, of course, coming home in third. He's also running in GT. In trophy, I make it Chris Murphy. He's also the championship leader in trophy. Darren Ball, your winner in the TCR class. In the Cup class, Mark Jones and Craig Fleming, as we've just heard from there. And we're still to work out exactly who won the Ginetta. But yeah, go straight over, Claire, if you like. Unfortunately, I've got to run to these 750s, but that would be, congratulations to everybody. Claire's trying to get me to do the podium for Britcar, but we have these next. In fact, enough talking now, shall we? Because this is what is coming up right next. The 750 Formula. Fantastic to have them along, guesting this weekend at Thruxton. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Confirming the provisional winner in the Ginetta class, as we saw there, was the number 118 car of David May and Mark Skeets. That concludes the class winners. As we get ready for Britain's oldest circuit racing formula, the 750 Motor Club 750 Formula dates back to 1949. That's even before Formula 1 was invented, and has run continuously ever since. It's the oldest continuously running championship in world motorsport, and featured, as we saw there, small, mainly home built by these drivers, small sports racers. They have a 15-minute race, then we'll get a short break while the Monoposto Championship have their qualifying session ahead of their races tomorrow. Then another truck race, another race of the Britcar Endurance Championship, and then the BMW Mini Coopers of the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsports. But 750 Formula. The cars will shortly be unleashed onto track. It will be a standing start, 15-minute race. They've had 3 meetings with the 750 Motor Club already this year. Started their season on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, where Mark Windley in the Derby MP88 took a double win. There was a double at Silverstone for Bill Cowley in the Cowley Mark IV, the car built by his grandfather, Bill Cowley Sr. A lot of the cars in this championship have been racing for many decades. And at Mallory Park, it was a double win for David Reed in the HRD Mark II. Some drivers have competed in this championship for many decades as well. The car of Jake Doherty, number 3, you'll see out there, was raced by his grandfather Bob Simpson, the creator of the SS 750. He raced that car for over 50 years in this championship. Bob Simpson, one of the longest serving racing drivers in Britain and a true unsung hero of British motorsport. But his grandson Jake Doherty has now taken over the Simpson SS, as it's known. It was originally the SS Reliant. We'll explain a little more on the engines that these cars have used over the years. But right now, let's see who we caught up with a little earlier on.
Right, everybody, here we are in the assembly area. It's time for round 7 of the 2025 Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. Great to have him along this weekend, guesting with the BARC here at Thruxton. If you've never seen them before, look at these cars. This is going to be an absolute corker of a race. I wanted to come and chat to David Reed here. Let's just jump in. David, a race winner this season. What can we do at Thruxton here?
We'll see. I think it's looking hopeful. Myself and Richard are really evenly matched on the straight, so yeah, it's all going to come down to the start, I think.
It certainly is, and of course the chicane, I think, is going to play a bit of a role in this. I mean, listen, this championship's been going since 1949. Does it feel quite an honour to be a part of this grid?
Yeah, it does, and especially in this car, because I think Dave Hodkins have run this car previously. Hasn't quite managed a championship win in it, but has got very close in the past.
Good man. Thank you for talking to us, Dave. Best of luck out there as well. Let's hope it doesn't rain as well, shall we? Your championship leader is Mark Windley. He's in the number 69. Here he is, our championship leader as well. Look at this front wing, by the way. This is just, what a mix of cars. Mark, season's going very well for you, of course, championship leader, but what a mix of cars we've got, and what a wonderful championship this is.
Yeah, there's a bit of all sorts out here. So far, season's not been too bad, so see what today brings.
Excellent. Look, best of luck. We better crack on because you guys have got to go racing. Really, really do appreciate it. He says championship's going all right. It's a championship leader. It's going more than all right. Right, time to go racing for you. Round 7 now of the Race Part 750 Formula Championship here at Thruxton. It's over to you, Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks, Ian. The blue machine we saw at the end of that shot there is the car I was talking about, Bob Simpson's car, raced by Jake Doherty. As the cars start to form up on the grid then. The reason they're called 750 Formula, incidentally, is because they originally used Austin 7 engines when the Formula was created back in the late 40s. They're 750cc, then moved on to 850cc Reliant engines. They now use Fiat 1100cc power plants, the 750 Formula cars. The grid decided by qualifying this morning for the Race Parts 750 Formula round number 7. Richard Rothery, number 17, the PRS, on pole alongside David Reed in the HRD, Hodkin Race Developments. That stands for Dave Hodkin, built that car several years ago. Second row, 56 Matthew Twynham, first of the Class B cars in the Derby Mark 5, alongside another Derby, the MP88 of Championship leader Mark Windley. Row 3, Jake Doherty in the Simpson 750 Formula, the SS as it used to be known, alongside Bill Cowley in the Cowley Mark 4, third generation of his family to race in this championship. Row 4, Simon Bolter, the ex-British Sprint Championship star in his Derby, alongside Richard Jenkins, number 26 in the Shepherd RR01B. Completing the top 10 on the grid, Colin Marshall, number 44 in the SDAR, alongside Conway Dorr, number 12 in the Race Kits Falcon. Row 6, Alan Bunter, former stock car racer in his Bunter-built Shark 8, as it's known, alongside Martin Kemp in the Race Kits Falcon, number 42. Row 7, Martin Depper, not to be confused with the British touring car racer of years gone by, the same name, in the Centaur Mark 16, alongside Hugh Davies in his Derby, and another Derby at the back of the grid, the Mark 5B of Steve Boother. Several cars of the Derby mark out there as the cars move off for their green flag lap. The Derby mark established by the late great Dick Harvey, hence Derby, who built and helped drivers build many of the cars in this championship and was a successful racer himself in years gone by. Likes of Bob Simpson. Also, we're hoping to see back out fairly soon the 10 times former champion Mick Harris, who raced his Derby very successfully, and his wife Sue raced along with him as well. They actually met through this championship and are likely to be here at trackside this weekend. We'll hope to see Mick and Sue Harris racing together in months to come. Wonderful to see these cars here at Thruxton for their 7th race of the season. Great drivers who have competed in 750 Formula over the years include the likes of Pete Knipe, Peter Bove, the aforementioned Harrises, Bob Simpson, the Boother family, Steve Boother out there at the tail of the field. There's the Cowley, number 77, unique car, that one, just ahead of the number 6. That's Simon Bolter, very successful in the British Sprint Championship, and then he moved into historic 750 Formula, or 750 Trophy as it used to be known, with the club, which featured a lot of the older Reliant and Austin 7 engine cars, and scored a double win at Pembrey on his debut a few years ago, Simon, on his switch to circuit racing. Instead of against the clock competition, he's now in one of the Derbies, the 92J. It's the blue and orange car on pole, Richard Rothery from Reading in the PRS 1B. 44 there with the red and yellow flashes is Colin Marshall in the SDAR 24. Many of these cars completely unique, many of them built by their drivers. It's the idea behind the ultimate budget form of club racing, really. The cars all use the same engine, the Fiat 1100cc unit in standard trim. Either live rear axle or Fiat transaxle 5-speed gearbox, independent rear suspension. No limited slip differentials or traction control allowed. Thought that was a car in the pit lane. It's one of the single-seaters on the move in there. There's also Class B, which is for drivers who've not finished on the podium or in the top 6 of the main championship. So some of the less experienced racers have something to fight for in Class B. So into position then for this 15-minute race. Richard Rothery, the blue car with the orange stripes on the inside. The yellow car alongside is David Reed in the HRD Mark II. Second row, the very dark green car, Matthew Twynham. First of the Class B cars alongside the championship leader, Mark Windley. The green flag is waved at the back of the lineup. Revs begin to rise then. The red lights go out now. Bit of a hesitant start. Mark Windley very slow away, and Jake Doherty. They weren't ready for the red lights there, I don't think, some of them. They went out fairly quickly as the pack heads up towards Allard for the first time. The pole sitter was caught napping as well, and it is David Reed who has gone into the lead in the number 33 for the first time. Twynham's got away well, and the number 12 from further back on the grid. Convoy Dawes had a flying start, the red car. Bill Cowley, though, at the inside. He's going to take the lead. David Reed's gone wide coming through the complex, and it's Bill Cowley from 6th on the grid who takes up the early lead in the Cowley Mark IV. Pole sitter has recovered from his slow start. Richard Rothery back in a second. Steve Rothery's an ex-truck racer. Number 70 there in the older Centaur Mark 16 is Martin Depper. As they head out into the country for the first time, these buzzy little 1100cc Fiat engine sounding great. And there's Jake Doherty. Bit of a slow start for the number 3 in his granddad Bob Simpson's car, chased by number 44 of Colin Marshall. Up with them is Mark Windley, who barely got away off the grid. Missing a few cars from qualifying, actually. I only counted 11 cars out there on the grid, so we'll see who we're missing for this one. Don't think Alan Bunter's there, the number 28, as a challenge for the lead for David Reed going into the chicane, side by side with Bill Cowley. Into the chicane, Reed's got the inside line, the yellow machine takes it up, ahead of Cowley in second place. Third is Rothery. Bill Cowley fighting back on the inside. May not be a massive grid of 750 Formula cars, but a good battle going on for the lead. Rothery in third, Twynham is in fourth place. We haven't got Richard Jenkins out there, I don't think. It doesn't matter the cars that aren't there, the cars that are on the grid are having a good fight here. Rothery and Twynham closing up. It's Bill Cowley who leads the way in the 77 cars. A good battle going on. The second group there, Mark Windley ahead of the number 6 of Simon Bolter, the number 3 of Jake Doherty. Yes, Martin Kemp, I think, is one of the cars we're missing. The number 42, the Race Kits Falcon. Steve Boother possibly not there either, so we're missing 4 cars after qualifying, unfortunately. There's the 44 of Marshall, all the way from Barrow to race here today. Continuing on their second lap then. There was less than a second covering the top 4 at the end of lap 1, and a bit of grass cutting there. Cutting Church Corner very fine, Bill Cowley. That could allow David Reed a chance to fight back. And look at the way Richard Rothery's coming up as well. 4 of them together for the lead of the race. Side by side for second. Reed's got back into the lead, and they go either side of Richard Rothery. Twynham up the inside is going to take second place. Very late on the brakes there into the chicane in the Derby Mark V. Bill Cowley now fighting back. Well, who says you need big budgets or big grids or big powerful engines to have a good motor race? This is terrific between these 4. They're scrapping away like a quartet of go-karts. Reed leads it from Cowley. Rothery in third place, Twynham down to 4th. They're clear of Mark Windley. There's the championship leader in 5th position. Jake Doherty is 6th. It's Simon Bolter 7th. Next to come through will be Marshall, then Depper, Dorr and Davies, the 3 Ds, filling the last 3 places. Class B is being led by the 56 of Matthew Twynham. It's on the tail of this lead group. They were only covered by 0.6 of a second at the line. Mark Windley trying to catch them up, the championship leader. We've lost Conway Dorr into the pits. There is the number 12, the Race Kits Falcon, and it looks like he's heading into retirement. Unfortunately, that's a great shame. I love the Star Mag alloy wheels on that car. Very attractive looking machine. Now here's the battle for second. David Reed's got away slightly in front. Here comes Richard Rothery in the PRS. Up the inside, he's going to take second from the unique Cowley Mark IV. built by Bill Cowley Senior. Nigel Cowley raced as well. Now it's Bill Junior at the wheel. Twynham going through into third place on the run up Woodham Hill into the chicane. Spectators here at Thruxton are loving this. The drivers, I'm sure, are loving it as well. Bill Cowley jinks out from behind Twynham, who wants to go for second place. They're drafting each other like a trio of NASCARs, but this is allowing David Reed to get away in the lead. He's 2 seconds clear now exactly at the end of that lap. He's done the fastest lap, 1:27.535. Windley still 5th. Jake Doherty is in 6th place. Simon Bolter 7th. Rothery ran a bit wide there through the complex. There is the Derby of Windley. Simpson of Jake Doherty, built by his grandfather. Simon Bolter's Derby is next through. There's number 44, Colin Marshall in the SDAR. It's a bit like one of the old Global GT Lights machines. Now, Matthew Twynham fighting back on the tail of Cowley. Rothery's escaped a little. Up to Church Corner. Disappear briefly from our view behind the airfield. Yes, Twynham is through. Up into P3. Bill Cowley will fight back though. Terrific fight going on for what is now third place. The sky is darkening again a little here at Thruxton, unfortunately. Up the inside there, wheel to wheel into the chicane, and Cowley back up the inside in that very distinctive looking number 77 Cowley Mark IV, and back up into third position. Over the line they go. What's David Reed's lead this time? 2.4 seconds, so he's pulling away. New fastest lap, 1:27.407. David Reed, who took a double at Mallory Park last time out, he's 4th in the points, 14 points behind Windley. Doherty 2nd in the championship, Cowley is 3rd. Steve Boother completing the top 5, but he was a non-starter in this race. I think he had problems in qualifying. Cowley staying ahead of Matthew Twynham, looking for the win in Class B. Marshall 2nd in Class B, and in 3rd is Hugh Davies. Yes, I thought the sky was darkening. There's raindrops on the camera lens at Goodwood again. Through the back of the circuit they go. First two have established themselves now. There's incredible early exchanges in this race parts 750 Formula, first of 2 races this weekend. Now here comes Twynham again on the drag up Woodham Hill. He's going to try and out-drag Bill Cowley for 3rd place, and he's done it into the chicane. Because he's a Class B driver, we know that Matthew Twynham has never had an overall podium. The number 56, the man from Toaster near Silverstone. Can he take his first podium here? Across the line they go. There's Mark Windley in 5th position. There's the number 6 Derby 92J of Simon Bolter. Running in 7th place, couple of seconds off Jake Doherty, and there's the battle for 3rd, and Bill Cowley's got back ahead again. Terrific fight going on between these two. Now how far behind Rothery are they? Yeah, they're so busy battling each other that they've dropped back from Rothery. But meanwhile Rothery is just on the fastest lap, 1:27.19, and he is catching race leader David Reed. There's only 1.5 seconds between the two of them at the line. So could be having 2 battles develop at the sharp end of the field here. This is for 3rd place. Just over 6.5 minutes of this race to go. And here's the battle for the lead, because the number 17 of Richard Rothery wants a first win of the season. He's only 6th in the points. The best he's had this year is a 3rd at Brands Hatch. Matthew Twynham again. This is where he's stronger on Woodham Hill. Back up into 3rd. Here's our leader, David Reed, in the HRD built by Dave Hodkin. Chased by Richard Rothery in the PRS. There's 10 cars left running now. Convoy Door sadly out of the race. Out of Allard through Green up towards the complex. Rain coming down again, and that's where Bill Cowley, every time Matthew Twynham gets through into the chicane, then Bill Cowley zaps him back at Allard. See, the rain is really starting to come down now. This is going to get tricky in the closing laps. Is Mark Windley going to be able to catch up? He's 4th in Class A, trying to protect his championship lead over Jake Doherty, who's 1 place behind him. See the rain worsening down at Goodwood through the long right-hander up towards Church Corner. Rothery was less than a second behind Reed for the lead at the line. 5 minutes of the race to go. Here are the leaders coming out of Church Corner. Can David Reed stay ahead of Richard Rothery? Up Woodham Hill towards the chicane for the 7th time. His first race of the weekend for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. Here's the battle for third. Twynham's done it again. Every lap he gets past Bill Cowley on Woodham Hill. Now is Cowley going to get him back again on the run to the pit straight and then to Allard? Yep, he does it again. Same every lap. Is Cowley gesticulating to Twynham there? Was he pointing to the right, saying, is he saying that's where I'm going? 5th behind them, there's Windley. Now is he closing in on them? The gap was 2.9 seconds, 2.5 this time. He's closing slowly but surely. I thought Windley had stalled it coming off the line, he only just got away. Shame we did lose a few cars after qualifying. As I said, Steve Boother didn't make it out, Richard Jenkins, Alan Bunter and Martin Kemp are the 4 we lost. Alan Bunter, the son of Graham Bunter, the promoter of Mendips Raceway, the short oval near Bristol. Alan used to compete in Formula 2 stock cars before moving on to building and racing on the circuits. Here comes Twynham again, he's going to do it again. Or is he? Still side by side. There's Windley lurking behind them in the Derby. It's another Derby going up the inside into 3rd place, the Mark V of Matthew Twynham. Yep, he gets him back again. What's Cowley going to do on the exit of the chicane? He's got to be quicker through the chicane here, Twynham, to break the toe from Bill Cowley. And Cowley, no, he does it again. Up the inside. Now this time, is Twynham going to be able to hold him off through Allard? No, he's not. Meantime, the lead gap is 1.25 seconds between Reed and Rothery. Couple of laps to go. In this Race Parts 750 Formula Championship race. Less than 2 seconds in it between 4th and 5th now. Mark Windley's closing in slowly but surely. Still Doherty in 6th place. 7th is Simon Bolter. Colin Marshall is 8th and 2nd in Class B. Martin Depper in the Centaur is 9th. 3rd in Class B and 10th overall is Hugh Davies in the number 11 Derby. I remember a few years ago at the Burkett 6-hour relay race at Silverstone to honour Dick Harvey. Team of Darvies came together to race in that, the team of 6 Harvey's Darvies they were called, racing for the prestigious Burkett Trophy in the 6-hour handicap relay race. Never mind that though, because look at the way Richard Rothery is going. He's caught David Reed. Is he going to have an attack for the lead here? Are they coming round to start the final lap this time? They might get 2 more laps out of this. Let's have a look as they come up towards the line. No last lap signal, so we are going to get 2 more laps by the look of things for Richard Rothery to try and catch David Reed, who pulls away a little bit over the line. They were separated by 0.9 of a second at the timing line. Hugh Davies, I think, has pulled into the pits in the number 11 Derby. And there's the battle for 3rd, and Windley's caught them now. He's caught Matthew Twynham. This time Cowley was ahead at the line. He was able to hold off Twynham. Here comes Mark Windley. Number 69 car, the Derby MP88. It's almost a single-seater with covered wheels, isn't it? You can see the front wing design there. There go the leaders. Just lapped Martin Depper in the Centaur. Martin, another driver who used to compete in what used to be 750 Trophy, now known as Historic 750 Formula E. You still get some of the 40s and 50s Austin 7 based cars race in that series. Very impressive looking machines indeed. Richard Rothery wipes his helmet visor off. Is he preparing for one last attack on David Reed? Reed comes from Rugby in Warwickshire. Rothery from Reading. Through the chicane. There's the battle for third in the background. Martin Depper almost comes to a stop to let them through, and Twyman's lost out to Windley, but the checkered flag does go out this time. I thought we might get one more lap, but we didn't. Reed holds off Rothery to take the win. Now who's going to be third? It's Cowley ahead of Windley, and Twynham still looking for that first podium, but he does win Class B. Well, I thought we might have one more lap to go there, but with only 5 seconds on the clock as they cross the line, the officials bring out the checkered flag, and David Reed it is who takes the win. That's his third win of the season, his third on the bounce, as he took a double in the last round at Mallory Park. Number 6 across the line, that's Simon Bolter. He comes in 7th place behind Jake Doherty. Waiting for the last couple of finishers to come home. Here's Colin Marshall, number 44. He'll be second in the SDAR in Class B. That was an excellent race. The opening exchanges between the top 4 quite superb, and then when Mark Windley caught up and got into the mix for third place well after his slow start, that was an excellent motor race from the 750 Formula, sponsored by Race Parts. And they'll be back out for another race tomorrow, 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Also from the 750 Motor Club, we'll have the BMW Car Club out tomorrow too. BMWs of all shapes and sizes. Next up, it will be a qualifying session for the Monoposto Single-Seater Championship, one of the oldest established single-seater clubs in the UK. Give you the provisional result then of the Race Parts 750 Formula round number 7. David Reed completes 10 laps to take the win by 0.6 of a second over Richard Rothery, with Bill Cowley topping that huge battle for third place. Mark Windley splitting him and Matthew Twynham on the last lap. Matthew Twynham in 5th wins Class B in the Derby. Jake Doherty in 6th ahead of Simon Bolter, then Colin Marshall in 8th, Martin Depper 9th. And we lost Hugh Davies and Conway Dorr, unfortunately. The remaining drivers, Martin Kemp, Alan Bunter, and a couple of others, Steve Boother and Richard Jenkins, didn't take the start. Well, hopefully we'll see those drivers out in tomorrow's race, but we can now hand down to Parc Fermé with Ian to talk to our race winner.
Yeah, here we are down in Parc Fermé, and David Reed takes the win. We spoke to him a little bit earlier, don't we? He's our round 7 winner. And David, you had some hard work to do there, didn't you?
Yeah, that was really hard work. Bill kept me really busy at the start, trying to get past him on the first couple of laps, and then Richard, I pulled a bit, and then he came back again, and I kept thinking he was going to dive down the inside at one point.
Well, the penultimate lap, he pulled about 0.3 of a second out of him. I thought this could go down to the last chicane.
It was very difficult to judge how quick you could drive though, because there was rain coming down on the visor. Yeah. So you didn't want to go 10 tenths and go spinning off, but equally I had him catching me behind me.
I think it might be raining over at Goodwood, but here it's beautiful sunshine. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tom Allen, well done anyway, congratulations. We're going to go have a quick chat with Richard if we can as well. Richard, so close.
Yeah, really close. I think he was just a little bit braver in the rain. I saw he backed off a little bit when the first lap of rain came, and I caught him, but then the next couple of laps in the rain he was just a lot braver.
How wet was it out there? Because I was watching the stream from the media centre, and some of our cameras out there have got rain spots on, but here, beautiful sunshine.
In all honesty, I don't think it was any less grip at all. The track was still there. It was just a confidence thing. So yeah, it was just trying to catch him, but he was just too quick today.
You'll have a chance tomorrow. Thank you anyway, Richard. Congratulations. Where has Bill? Bill? Wow, that was some race out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, very hard work, giving us the slowest car in a straight line, probably on the grid. So this morning we was not expecting that. It was about 15 mile an hour slower than front two boys. Oh yeah, big time. Considering we only do about 115 anyway, 100 to 120, so you know, it's massive round here. So yeah, good start. I think a lot of people were waiting for something else to happen. I don't know what, but got away, and I thought, well, Dave's my competitor in championship, so I thought I'm going to have him. I'm going to have a go. so that's it, mate.
So you got to do it all again tomorrow as well. Another chance.
I'll have a go, but it's going to be difficult. My main focus is just bring some points home for the championship. I'm being reasonably sensible for me, so just thinking about the championship, the long game.
Can you just tell us about the car, because it's been getting an awful lot of love?
It's designed and built by my grandfather, also Bill, 1969. Wow. So it's the oldest car on the grid by decades.
And this is a championship that goes back to 1949, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, I mean, there's a lot of history in the championship, the likes of Colin Chapman and Gordon Murray and stuff. So yeah, it's a fantastic championship. So yeah, if anyone wants probably the cheapest way to go slicks and wings racing on a budget, come to 750 Formula. It's brilliant.
What's it like being part of it then, Bill? You know, with the history, not just of the championship, but especially for you and your family.
There's a lot of history with my dad and my granddad. I mean, my granddad was a very clever bloke, very much so an innovator. And to be fair, driving this car around and winning its first race about 15 years ago, it brought a tear to mine and my dad's eye. You know, so it's a special. It's special, to be fair, racing it. So frustrates the hell out of me. It's not quick enough.
Would it be motorsport if it didn't, would it?
Well, that's it. But it's not quick enough. But it is moments like this, fighting off the better cars and stuff. It's take a lot of pride in it.
Well done. Congratulations. Cheers, mate. Excellent. The racing genes obviously run in the Cowley family, don't they? Indeed. Right, you probably just heard some cars going out on track. Monoposto's heading out. That's a qualifying session right now, but I'll tell you something, they've got 3 races tomorrow. We're going to bring you those 3 races live. It's going to be an absolute cracker. I think there's about 33 of them. That's why it's suddenly roared into life here at Thruxton. But coming up next, we do have our second truck racing championship of the day and the weekend. That's going to be a cracker. Just before I hand back to Dave, just a quick reminder, of course, we are live on YouTube at the BARC YouTube channel and, of course, the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel as well. If you're watching it, it's completely live and free for you to tune in, so just hit that like button. If you don't mind hitting that subscribe button, as I say, completely free to do. It just really helps us get this level of motorsport shown to as many people as possible. As we know from that Britcar Endurance race, we're also live over in Brazil, so everybody tuning in from Brazil, hello, thank you, and it's a real pleasure to have you along. Sun's shining now, but we've still got a lot of rain clouds around. It's very unpredictable here at Thruxton. So up next, we have race 2 for the British Truck Racing Championship. Dave, back to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, well, as you can see, we've got single-seaters on track. It's a qualifying session for tomorrow's races for the Monoposto Racing Club. Their variety of single-seaters, everything from Formula 3 downwards, basically, out in this very busy series. 3 races to come. We'll be off and underway fairly shortly with the second truck race of the weekend, followed by our second Britcar Endurance race, and then we've got the Mini Challenge Clubsport coming out on track as well. We're going to take a short break from live action during this qualifying session, and we're going to find out what Ian and Pointy have been up to around the circuit this weekend.
Right, Pointy and I have come up to Woodham Hill at Thruxton. We've been allowed out of the inner paddock, haven't we?
I'm getting altitude sickness. I'm very high up. It's crazy.
We've come here, Pointy, because this is new for 2025 at Thruxton, and this is my first time up here. And what a view! Look at this. We've got the trucks going through the chicane at the minute, incredible. Coming around Church into the chicane. What a view for spectators!
It really is. I mean, the extra space we've got up here. We've obviously got the truck show over here as well for Convoy on the Plain. Probably the biggest truck event we've had at Thruxton in the history of British truck racing and Thruxton. So really great year to be starting things off. We've got the beer tent. I mean, look at this beer tent.
It's fantastic.
It's so great. It's just the shelter that you get from it. You've got easy access to the grandstands, brilliant view of the chicane, no matter what event's on.
Just look at that view of the chicane. I mean, this has got to be one of the best places, just as the red flag comes out as well, but we'll gloss over that one.
This is the trucks, it's what they do. I mean, we wouldn't want to let down the fans by showing them too much truck racing.
We've got the bar, as you said. What a great place to be. This is open, by the way, tomorrow as well. So if you can come down Sunday, we'd love to have you down here. It is fantastic. Let's go for a little walk, shall we? Because we're not going to have any track action for a while, and see what else we've got on. We've got the basketball. Now, I remember you've already done that, haven't you?
We have done the basketball. Went down very well at Pembrey. Of course, we've just got to figure out what interesting, exciting activities we're going to find for the racing drivers to do this weekend in between races. I mean, there's a little fairground over on the infield. We could look at that later on, maybe.
We're going to head over there. I've seen. Look at the tyres as well. Do you reckon you could fit through that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely could.
Go on then.
Just cover it up completely. There we go.
Okay, let's keep moving around, shall we? Because we're going to keep moving down, have a little walk along, shall we? And have a quick chat with some people. We'll let Pointy go off, and I wonder if we can just grab a quick word with some people and just find out. Guys, is this your first time to Thruxton?
Not Thruxton itself, but truck racing, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, we've seen half a lap so far of the truck.
Exactly. No, I've been here for touring car. I've been 3 or 4 times for touring car.
What about Woodham Hill? What do you make of it, new for 2025?
I've not been up here before. It's just opened, isn't it? Yeah, not been up here before.
It's a fantastic view, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic, yeah.
Excellent. Look, enjoy the weekend, won't you guys? Have a fantastic time. Pointy's completely shirking his responsibilities right now by filming. But I'll tell you what, let's go down, shall we, and get a bit of a view of the circuit. Come around, Church, go into the chicane. Fantastic. And you can see everything in the infield as well, can't you? It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. I mean, we were up here last night. Obviously, there's a very late licence here for the bar as well, which is incredible.
What time?
1 o'clock, 1 a.m. tonight. Yes, if you want to come to a party, there'll be music in the beer tent until quite late on, obviously. The drinks will be flowing. Brilliant bar, some very good drinks on tap as well.
I'll be wearing sunglasses tomorrow.
You'll be wearing sunglasses tomorrow. I think most of the circuit will be wearing sunglasses tomorrow, whether it's sunny or not. But yeah, this is a new experience for me. To be able to see the track from such a different angle. It's incredible. I mean, all the years I've been coming here, probably 14, 15 years I've been coming here now, and I've never actually been this side of the circuit or seen this patch of tarmac, for example, which I know might seem a bit boring, but it's just a totally different perspective.
It is such a great place to have, isn't it? Of course, as we said, new for 2025 here at Thruxton. It has completely opened it up. I wonder, Pointy, if we could just go a little bit behind the scenes, shall we? Let's just go on.
She waved. No, it's too late. Oh, come on in. No, both of you. You can't push her in and then walk off yourself. Hi, what's your names?
My name's Jane. Megan.
Megan and Jane. You're here with
AJ Transport. I've got my jumper on. AJ Transport.
You haven't got your jumper on.
I have the hot flush of menopause.
Any excuse. I tell you, unbelievable. So, have you been to a Convoy event here before?
Yes, I have. Really enjoyed it.
And obviously you're back this year. Jane, Megan, that's Jane. Look, says it, Megs. Wow, what a great short-term memory I have. My goodness. Where are we? Oh yeah. So, is it your first time here, or have you been here last year as well?
Not last year, but I have been here before.
So, comparisons to where we used to have the Convoy event to where we are now. Thoughts and feelings on the fresh patch?
Quite windy.
Yeah, good ventilation.
Good ventilation.
Well known to be necessary with many lorry drivers.
Yes, I quite like it. I quite like the proximity to the track, to be able to see higher up, see what's going on. Bit dusty.
A little bit dusty. Not as bad as over the back though. No. If you were on that back row, they've got the tractor pulling directly opposite. No. Yeah. Your feelings if you'd spent the entire night polishing your truck and then you had a tractor pulling going on opposite?
No, wouldn't be a fan.
Wouldn't be a fan.
No, absolutely not.
Are you girls going to be going on the monster truck later on?
No, I'm scared of heights. It's too high for me. I'm
too high.
No, I'm all right.
Absolutely no. Did you just say the word yes for me?
No.
See, I was trying. Just what? At some point during the interview, I was hoping she'd agree with something, but never mind. Meg's said the type of girl she is. Jane, definitely Jane. Good luck with your hot flushes. Right. So, yeah, I mean, if you've not seen behind the scenes at a truck show before, this is obviously the kind of parking you'd expect. We've got support vehicles, we've got gazebos, everyone's here to have a great weekend. Some people go very hardcore with their setups. Some people just need a bit of shelter and some comfy seats. But one thing they all have in common is the amount of effort, time and skill they put in to not only driving these vehicles on a day-to-day basis, out on the roads, keeping the country moving, but also bringing them to these events cleaning them, polishing them, buffing them, taking them to pieces effectively, and cleaning parts you'd never ever see if you just walk past it. The hours that go into these things is just insane.
Yeah, it is. And point of question for you: do you prefer sausages, donuts, or a duck wrap?
Oh my gosh!
Look at these. Look at these stands here. Brilliant.
I mean, I hate cucumber, but duck wrap is pretty high up there on the list of the three. Although donuts are donuts, right? You can't. The donuts look pretty good.
Yeah, it also says as well, remember calories don't count on the weekend. Not sure that's true, but
it's true, it is. It's automatic disqualification of calories on the weekend.
there is method to the madness of where I'm walking right now. I'm trying to get us to the monster truck to wrap this bit up for everybody, so we can get back onto the on-track action.
No editing, just raw, unedited footage
this
going out.
All one take as well, which is quite. Well, it's not unusual for us.
It was. What was that film that did everything in one take? Was it Boiling Point with Stephen Graham? That was not all one take.
Yeah,
there
was
the whole thing in the restaurant at the same time. That was great. If you've not seen Boiling Point, just check it out.
There was that documentary that came out recently as well. I'm not sure. It was a drama, wasn't it? That came out recently. Yeah. We've come over here, John. If you don't mind turning the camera, that's the monster truck over there as well. People are going to be going on it, having a great time, aren't they? That's going to be something quite exciting.
Going to be bike stunts by the looks of it as well. This is getting set up. I mean, I've never seen this much entertainment as well as the racing.
We've got tractor pulling over there as well. So if you are coming on Sunday, wow, make sure you get yourself up here. If you haven't got any plans for tomorrow, why not come down? We are in the heart of Hampshire here. We're not too far from Andover, just off the A303, aren't we? So if you're within a couple of hours, I'll tell you something, it is well worth coming down. I believe, this isn't officially fact, I'm going to make it up. You could quite possibly get tickets on the day, but I don't know. Check that. Head over to Thruxton's website just to double check that, because I've just completely made that up.
Yeah, just get on the website and buy them. It's the easiest thing. Terms and conditions apply. I think it's under 15s go free as well.
Oh yeah, terms and conditions are definitely applying.
Always terms and conditions. Someone's locked the fence. Are we climbing over or are we walking over?
I think we're going to stay here right now and say, yes, this is Woodham Hill here at Thruxton New for 2025. Come down, because it is going to be a party all weekend long. Bye-bye.
Bye now. So, Jake Evans, based on my very questionable maths, I believe we might be heading up the Division 2 Championship this year so far. Thoughts coming into Thruxton?
Yeah, not worry, apprehension probably is the best word for it.
Keeps you skilled, keeps you focused.
Yeah, it keeps you focused, like you say. No, we've never been here before in anything. I've never driven here before in anything. We were out on track walk last night with Dave Jenkins again, with Bradley Harvey, just trying to get his eye in, because both of us have never been here before as novices. So, no, the truck's good now. We're where we want to be with the truck. We've been right through the motor because we had a couple of issues at Pembury. So I've no issues with the machinery. It's just getting my eyes now lasered in on what I've got to do around here, because, like you say, it's fastest track in the country and there's a lot of danger out there you've got to be aware of. So we'll get it in practice and we'll see where we are in qualifying.
I mean, I'm not a racing driver, but if you look at the map from above, you've only got to steer left about 3-4 times. So really, it's just lean right and hope for the best.
Yeah, there's obviously the chicane on the exit of the last corner, and then
the chicane nugget.
There's a couple of them. The chicane nugget, yeah. There's two of them.
Chicane nugget. If you look at the map from above, it's actually a chicken nugget.
It is a McDonald's special.
Chicane nugget. Other fast food restaurants are available.
Yes, of course. Yeah, no, it is fast out there, and it's flowing and fast, which is the dangerous bit, because you're constantly changing the weight distribution left and right at 80, 90 mile an hour. Is where I think a lot of people get caught out, and there's been some big crashes here before. So listen, we've just got to get our eyes in a minute and not do anything stupid straight out of the box, and then we'll see where we are after that.
Yeah, I mean, if any, from experience, I'd say just be careful on the straights. That's usually where the accidents happen at Thruxton. There's no corners or braking. Just, oh look, he's crashed.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Yeah, and into the braking zones as well. So no, we'll get it tied up. Say the two major braking zones here from 100 mile an hour. So you've got to know where you're pressing that pedal and make sure you get it stopped early enough. So we'll wind it in a minute.
It certainly sounds like you've got your head in the game, but just to throw a curveball, if indeed you had to dip Thruxton in a sauce, what sauce would it be?
Barbecue.
Barbecue! Oh, we got a barbecue sauce for the chicane nugget here at Thruxton.
Theme. It's got to be barbecue, hasn't it? It's got to be.
That's good. That's a strong choice. Right, well, good luck, Jake Evans. Let's see some more points from you this weekend. First time around Thruxton. We've got practice, we've got qualifying. Let's see if we can make something stick on Saturday here at Thruxton. So here we are. It's looking a bit overcast, but with Bradley Harvey having a much brighter outlook for Thruxton. Now, how many times have you raced at Thruxton in the past?
I've never been round the track.
Which is not the first time we've heard that this weekend. So what are your thoughts and feelings? We can, of course, confirm you've been out on practice now. So what do you think of it?
It's fast. A fast track. There isn't a lot. Well, now 80% of it, you're flat out.
So they do say it's the fastest circuit in the UK. With fast in mind, of course, a very thing I noticed this weekend, fast food related, was do you not think it's chicken nugget shaped?
Chicken, yeah.
You look at it from above, it looks like a chicken.
McDonald's chicken nugget.
Yeah, other fast food restaurants are available, but it's got a chicane at the top of it, so it's a chicane nugget.
Yeah, it's the big chicane nugget, not the round one. Yeah.
Before we move on to serious, sensible, professional questions, what dip do you have with your chicken nuggets? Your chicane nuggets?
It's got to be barbecue, but we've not got any here.
Damn, no barbecue sauce. No barbecue you sauce. Go up to Stuart Oliver's tent. He's definitely got barbecue sauce.
Has he got any chicken nuggets though?
Damn, no, we've fouled you there. We've got chicken wings, chicane wings, not chicane nuggets. Right, let's bring it back to racing, shall we? Pretty good year for you so far. Obviously, rookie in the trucks. How are you experiencing the championship? What are your thoughts on your performance and the experience?
Thoroughly enjoying it. I think we've had no major mechanical problems, touch wood.
Yeah.
And I think we're staying quite consistent. So I think if we can stay consistent, learn all the tracks this year and hopefully go for it next year.
That is something very important thing. A lot of drivers have different ways of looking at things, but yeah, coming into it and learning the tracks is definitely a good ethos. But then, obviously, if there's points there on the table, you're gonna snip them up.
Yeah, if there's points there available, you take them.
So
first and second places, you go for it.
Well, obviously, this is it. So looking forward then to the rest of the year, Le Mans. Let's talk about Le Mans.
Well, last year, obviously, we took Dave Jenkins' truck last year to Le Mans, so that was where we got the bug, really.
Really?
That was where the truck racing come about. A few beers in the bar, and next minute we'd bought a truck.
Oh dear. So stay away from Dave Jenkins and beer if you don't want to get involved with truck racing.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
So you're really excited, looking forward to actually getting to go around that circuit this year then?
Le Mans was a good experience last year, so obviously it'll be 100% better if we're actually racing this time.
You eat a lot of French stick. Well, they just call it stick over there, obviously.
Yeah. French stick and undercooked beef burgers.
Oh, undercooked. Well, it's called rare. You got to remember the rare.
Yeah, a good vet will bring it back to life.
That's exactly it. Right, we'll just keep it to chicken nuggets for Le Mans this year. Chicane nuggets. Bradley, good luck. Thank you for joining us. Division 2 rookie. Watch this space, ladies and gentlemen.
Good to hear from Ian and Pointy down there in the paddock. They really are the Chuckle Brothers of motor racing, aren't they? So just coming to the end of our qualifying session, we've just had a red flag with a few seconds to go actually on the Monoposto Championship qualifying session. Just having a look at the times, it's the number 56 of Tom Wheatley who is quickest in his Dallara Formula 3 car. We've got cars from Formula 3, Formula Renault, old Formula Vauxhall Lotus cars, got Formula Fords, and some of the little motorcycle-engined Jedi single-seaters, well known for F1000 of the hill climbing as well, out in this very varied grid. So Tom Wheatley quickest ahead of Nigel Davis, a veteran of this championship, in our qualifying session for the Monopostos, just over a second apart, those two. Very quick for Tom Wheatley. And classic class pace setter Will Cox in his Rolt RT3 Formula 3 car, third quickest overall ahead of George Lyne in car number 51. Andrew Pryke completing the top five. So it's Formula 3 cars, young and old, towards the front of the grid then for tomorrow's first race. 33 cars here in total. Just one withdrawal from the entry list in Monoposto. Peter Venn, local man from Andover, just down the road from Thruxton, has withdrawn, unfortunately, in his Rolt after some problems in free practice this morning. So the car's heading back into the pits then, and then we'll be back underway shortly with our Second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. The grid based on the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. I'm just going to double check because I think there was a penalty for Sami Oyanen. Yes, I think he got a 20-second penalty in race 1 for exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. As we said, the race trucks are limited electronically to 100 miles per hour. They used to be fitted with special governors on their engines. It was the Lucas company in Birmingham who made them. That's now all done by telematics. And Sami Oyanen, yes, breached the speed limit and will have 20 seconds added to his race time for race 1 from Rob Lentel, the clerk of the course, that has come through. And John Bowler got a warning as well in race 1 for contact with Michael Oliver into the chicane. Bowler had only penalised himself though because he went wide and dropped back after that. Bradley Harvey will also get a penalty for exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit, I've just been told as well, from race 1. Finished just behind Simon Cole, but he's been given a 10-second penalty for breaching the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. There's 20 seconds for Sami Oyanen because he breached it twice, so it's 10 seconds per offence. And there's a penalty as well from the Britcar race earlier. Darren Ball, who won the TCR class, has been given a 36-second penalty. The equivalent to a 4-second stop-go penalty for a short pit stop. So additional time added on in lieu of a stop-go penalty for Darren Ball. So that could lose him the class win there. We'll confirm later on when we have the official result through for Britcar Endurance race number 1. So Darren Ball, looks like the Capture Motorsport car could receive a penalty there.
Back in the box, it looks like the 77 car.
There may be further changes. The Britcar race result we'll wait and see as a result of penalties.
Yeah, the first race flag was 89 James Williams, and we saw that car just a moment come back on the back of the flatbed. But it was a challenging qualifying session for Monoposto. Only a couple of good laps that everyone got in. He actually ended up in 12th place. Yeah, talking to some of the drivers there, about how many Formula 3 cars are out there, which there must be the most at club level for a very long time.
Yeah, indeed. And majority of them are decent cars as well, aren't they?
That's it, yeah. I think especially Will Cox has got a 1980 Formula 3 car, the Rolls, and then there's much more modern Van Diemen's, and then you have got other cars out there as well. You've got some old Vauxhall Juniors, you've got the Formula Ford, some Jedi motorcycle engine cars as well. So it's a great mix. And as we said earlier, this meeting has got the whole spectrum of British motorsport, isn't it? From the trucks to single seaters, they've got sports cars with British cars. So it's a big mix. So for those who haven't been to a race meeting before, perhaps this is your first one, you've seen a real mix of racing. British motorsport, it's a bit of everything, isn't it? Whatever you like, you'll find it somewhere.
Yeah, indeed it is. And may it long continue, because I love these drives where they have a mixture.
Right.
When it's same old, it gets a bit boring.
And not many well-made races
Yeah,
here, is there?
exactly. Well, we do have a result for the first truck race, and we have a quiz for race 2. So how do you stop
So awaiting the trucks to be released from the assembly area for their next race, and the marshals to get into position. A couple of cars being cleared off circuit following the qualifying session we've just seen, but I think we can shortly go down to Ian Waterhouse down in the paddock.
Hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. The Chuckle Brothers are back.
Oh, to me.
And to you.
Well, that was another guy, wasn't it? No, it was to you, to me.
Yeah, right. Almost time to get going for the second British Truck Racing Championship of the weekend. And Pointy, Ryan Smith kind of ran away with things in race one, but the battle behind in race one, oh my word, we had what, 5-6 trucks involved in that?
Yeah, I've been speaking to so many people about that race. The marshals were like, have you ever seen 2 trucks next to each other go through the chicane? I'm like, not in one piece, mate.
I don't think they're supposed to.
No, not at all. He says, well, I watched it. I tell you, you couldn't put your hand between those trucks. Yeah, the spectators absolutely loved it. We've had loads of people online saying how fantastic it looked. It was a great way to start the weekend, but look, we've got a big thing with the trucks, especially Thruxton. There's that little bit of a tarnish that they have here with the incidents they've had over the years, and this weekend they really are trying, I think, to show people what they're about, what they can do. Accidents happen, of course. Motorsport is dangerous here, but at the same time, they're good drivers, and I'd say out of most of the championships out there, they're actually pretty clean races most of the time. So yeah. Watch this space.
Yeah, watch this space indeed. This race is about to get underway very shortly. Just a quick update actually on the Britcar Endurance race. Unfortunately, Chris Bingham didn't hold on to the lead. It was the Amspeed team, the team who finished second, the number 74. They ended up coming home in first place. Congratulations to them. In fact, after this, we've got that second Britcar Endurance race, so we will bring you that live as well. Right, about 10 minutes ago, we had glorious sunshine here in assembly area. Now though, the wind has picked up and I can just feel a few spots of rain. If you're sat in one of these trucks, that's a little bit nervous, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those places, Thruxton. We can have blistering sunshine or we can have horrible torrential downpour. Fingers crossed. I mean, if it stays like this, we're happy. But yeah, the guys obviously see the spots on the windows and think, ugh.
Do you think psychologically that plays a little bit?
I think, yes, a little bit. More to do with how other people, most of these drivers will think they're fine in the wet. You ask pretty much any driver in that paddock, they'll go, I'm great in the wet, I love the wet. It's everyone else that's not that great in the wet, that's why I love it. And they all say exactly the same thing. It's quite hilarious, actually. Problem is, only about 40% of the people that say that actually are better in the wet.
Which 40%? Name it.
I couldn't possibly say. I will start to be non-partial just today when it suits me.
That's not like you. Get off the fence, Pointy.
But yeah, so I say you speak to a couple of them and they'll say, look, there is such a thing as a wet setup, a dry setup, but at the end of the day, they're the same tyres, it's the same truck, it's the same suspension. They'll move the anti-roll bar a tiny little bit just to soften up that back end, and the tyre pressures go a tiny bit softer. But we're talking 5.5 tonnes with 1,000 brake horsepower. A few bits of rain aren't going to make a huge difference, but back to the original statements, experience and skill do speak for a lot. So yeah, I think some of the newer drivers in the championship might panic, but at the same time, saved by the whistle, we should be okay. But let's see, let's watch now.
Let's watch these go out, because it is time for the second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. They're about to head out, and it's live across the BARC YouTube channel and the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe button. There is Ryan Smith. He's about to lead them out. Pointy, let's go racing.
Let's go racing.
Whoa!
Thanks to Ian and Pointy down in the assembly area. The truck's about to be led out by the GT Tyres pace truck. We may well have only 17 again. I couldn't see Jake Evans down there. He was trying to fit a new engine in time for this race, but we may have to wait till tomorrow to see the Division 2 points leader coming into this event. His engine went bang in free practice this morning, unfortunately, and he's had to change engines in his MAN. I couldn't see John Powell down there either. It's not been a happy graduation to Division 1 so far for the reigning Division 2 champion. As we say, this grid based on the second quickest time for each driver from the qualifying session this morning. Adam Bint and Neil Yates moving off. They'll form row 5 of the grid. Now Dave Jenkins is a long way back on this grid in only 12th place. That's because he only did a couple of quick laps in qualifying. There's the Division 2 grid. Simon Cole, Bradley Harvey, Sammy Oyen, Callum Eason, Archie Handy. We don't have Jake Evans. We don't have John Powell, so it'll just be the 17 again. We know Graham Poole is not here this weekend with the treble 3 MAN. The grid reads as follows then. It's Ryan Smith once again on pole position ahead of Stuart Oliver by around 3/4 of a second this time. Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell on row 2. Tom O'Rourke and John Bowler on the 3rd row of the grid. Then Martin Gibson and David Smith on row 4. Adam Binton, Neil Yates on row 5. David Jenkins only got one really fast lap in qualifying, so he starts back on row 6 alongside Ricky Collett on the outside line. David with his work cut out here. Then we've got the first of the Division 2 trucks. We'll have Simon Cole and Bradley Harvey on row 7. Row 8 of the grid, Sammy Oyanen and Callum Eason, and Archie Handy will round out the grid. Jake Evans on the grid sheet. He was hoping to be out for this race, but it looks like the number 10 MAN is not there. Let's say a quick hello to Meg Checkley, who's watching in Birmingham with her young son Finley. His favourite racing car's Lightning McQueen. Don't think we've got any Lightning McQueen lookalikes racing here this weekend, sorry Finn. There's one at Alton Park in the junior saloon car, Josh Salvadori's car. This will be a 15-minute race once again. Thanks to all your comments going through. Hello to Dan Bartlett, Jamesy boy. Ashley Harvey, supporting Team Weaver, must be one of Bradley Harvey's family. I didn't see Simon Cole in the assembly area. Is he not there? Has he had problems, the Division 2 winner from earlier on? Let's see as they come through towards Church. I didn't see Cole lining up. Let's look further back. No, Simon Cole is not there. So Division 2 a bit depleted here. And this was Simon Cole's chance to close the gap and try and overhaul Jake Evans. So he's had a problem. We'll try and find out from Pointy what has happened to Simon's truck. Now, the similar livery on Archie Handy's truck, son of Simon Cole, confused me there. Normally see 2 pink trucks out there, but they've only got the one this time. So we're going to see a new winner in Division 2, that means, because Bradley Harvey's yet to take a win, Sammy Oyenen's yet to take a win, Callum Eason with a chance here, and Archie Handy as well. So we are going to see, that means, a new winner in Division 2. But who's it going to be in Division 1? Is Ryan Smith going to pull away at the front again in race 2 of this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship? Another 3 races to come tomorrow, and this race will set the grid for race 4 as well. The top 8 reversed on the grid for race 4 tomorrow. GT Tyres MAN leads them round. All these trucks run on GT tyres, all on HVO biodiesel as well. Here we go then, getting formed up 2 by 2. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver on the front row this time. It was Michael Oliver alongside Ryan for race 1. The 2 men with 19 British Championships between them on the front row of the grid. Race 2 for the British Truck Racing Championship here on the Thruxton circuit is go. Away they go, down towards Allard for the first time. David Jenkins trying to find a way through. He's further back in the pack than earlier on. Ryan Smith gets away well, so does Michael Oliver, side by side with his father as they run towards Allard and the complex for the first time. Good start by Tom O'Rourke, trying to get through on the inside in the 86. Pick up Division 2 shortly as well, but it's Smith who leads into the complex for the first time. Stuart Oliver in second. The 2 bonneted trucks out in front. Stephen Powell's had a good start in the number 3. He's up to 3rd on the inside of Michael Oliver. O'Rourke is 5th. Martin Gibson side by side with John Bowler. Then it's David Smith and David Jenkins. Bowler runs wide, so does David Smith. No relation incidentally to Ryan. He's dropped back a couple of places. Adam Bint coming through. And it's Bradley Harvey in the lead of Division 2 in the 96. Out into the country for the first time. Tom O'Rourke giving chase to Stephen Powell. That's the battle for P4. Behind them, Martin Gibson is 6th. David Jenkins has made a great start, already up into 7th place by the look of it in the 69 MAN. As they head out to the back of the circuit for the first time, out towards Church Corner. They turn back towards the paddock. It's the two bonneted trucks that lead the way, the men with 19 titles between them. Stuart Oliver with a European title to his name as well. Who's leading Division 2? It's Bradley Harvey in the Weaver Motorsport truck ahead of Sami Oyanen and Callum Eason. David Jenkins is ripping his way through the pack here. He goes to the outside on Martin Gibson, though, into the chicane. He won't get through there. The LKQ and Digraph Transport sponsored MAN, backed by Morris Lubricants as well, on the back of the GT tyres machine of Gibson. Martin Gibson does a lot of the testing and development work for GT tyres at the proving grounds like Myra in Warwickshire. Over the line they go. Ryan Smith already over a second in the lead. Already looking good for win number 2 this weekend. He'd dearly love to make it 5 out of 5. David Jenkins cutting the grass there on the inside of the left-hander as they run up towards the complex. The Olivers still second and third. Stephen Powell, a better run from him up there in 4th. O'Rourke going well in 5th, the Scotsman. Adam Bintz moving up towards the leaders now as well. Better run from him after he spun in race 1. There's our Division 2 leader. Out in front it is the 96 of Bradley Harvey. Sami Oyanen in second, but he runs wide there, coming out of the complex. Callum Eason up alongside him. The Mad Croc energy drink truck at Noble just holds him off. Archie Handy 4th in Division 2 as Ricky Collett goes toe-to-toe with Neil Yates. Well, it's up the inside in the yellow MAN. First visit to Thruxton for about 4 years for him, as we said earlier. Ended up upside down on his last visit here. Martin Gibson having a go at Tom O'Rourke for P5. Jenkins and Bowler in behind them. Up Woodham Hill they come. Ryan Smith already pulling away out in front. All the actions in the lower reaches of the top 10 at the moment in this race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Great run by O'Rourke. First came into truck racing as a visitor to Convoy in the Park at Donington one August when he had some of his commercial vehicles on display. Then he became a sponsor, became the title sponsor of the championship, then bought a truck and started racing for himself. Was out of racing for a time after picking up an injury in a crash here at Thruxton a few years ago, but has gone from strength to strength ever since. Now developing this new International Navistar, the 3rd of the bonneted trucks in this field, and it's going well here. He came home on the podium a couple of times at Brands Hatch at the start of the season. This man, meanwhile, in the Mercedes, had a win for the first time in Division 1. The former Division 2 champion, Adam Bintz, raced a Volvo White Aerodyne in Division 2 for many years. The Oxfordshire driver before building this new Mercedes for this year. Scored a win with it at Pembrey. Battling for 9th with David Smith at the moment. It's John Bowler who holds 8th. That'll give him pole for race 4 if it stays the same at the flag. Coming up towards 1/3 distance. Ryan Smith leads by 2 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. Battle for 3rd is between Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell, who lives just down the road, literally from Brands Hatch in Kent. O'Rourke heads the next group ahead of Gibson, Jenkins and Bowler. Then it's Bintz and David Smith rounding out the top 10. Ricky Collett and Neil Yates battling for 11th. Bradley Harvey looking for his first Division 2 win. He's 2.2 seconds clear of Oyanen, the Finn, in the Sisu. Through the chicane. Sun coming out again here at Thruxton. Weather just cannot make up its mind today. Over the line they go. Smith leads by 2.4 seconds now, pulling away by a few tenths a lap. Stephen Powell wants to try and make a move here for the podium. Michael Oliver's run a little bit wide there going into the complex. We'll recover it and have the inside line for the left-hander. David Jenkins rather stuck in traffic. He made a good start up into 7th, but he's not been able to make progress from there. The number 14 TW Bowler Limited and AC Windscreens truck of John Bowler shadowing him. 3rd in the championship coming into this meeting. Michael Oliver still holds 3rd place, where he finished in race 1. Great season Michael is having so far. Stephen Powell's had a frustrating one, mechanical problems with his MAN. Had a small engine fire at Pembrey. rumble their way, these 12 and 13 litre, near 1,000 horsepower engines, all turbocharged, of course, running on that HVO biodiesel. Supplied by BWOC and Sylvie Fleet Management. Thanks to them for their support of the championship. Here's the Division 2 battle. Bradley Harvey continues to set the pace ahead of Sami Ojanen, Callum Eason and Archie Handy. Who is going to be our first time winner in Division 2? None of these drivers have ever won a Division 2 race. Simon Cole and Jake Evans have divided up the wins so far between them this season, but both out with problems. Here's that midfield battle. David Smith having a go at Adam Bin. They're side by side for P9 through the complex. David Smith, a very defensive driver. We saw that at Brands Hatch at the start of the year in the last race there. The two Olivers got away in front and David Smith would not let anyone else get past him for P3. Ryan Smith was trying anything to get past him. David Smith right on the limit of grip there as they come out of Noble up towards Good. And smoke or dust up ahead there. I think somebody just put a wheel wide. Very easy to do there. Very rapid circuits and a very abrasive surface, this circuit as well. Can be very tough on tyres. And the British Touring Car Championship comes here where you often see punctures. Just past half distance then in this second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Thruxton. Ryan Smith continues to dominate out in front. Stewart and Michael Oliver still second and third. Here's Michael now under fire from Stephen Powell. This race following an identical pattern to the first race, because you've got the two bonneted trucks pulling away in front, and then Michael Oliver is rather the cork in the bottle, with everybody else bottled up behind him for third. Slightly different order behind though, with Stephen Powell in fourth. There goes Ricky Collett still ahead of Neil Yates, and here's the Division 2 battle headed by the ex-John Powell DAF of Bradley Harvey. It has to be said that at this stage of the season I think John Powell perhaps wishing he'd kept that DAF, because he's had no end of problems trying to get his new DAF ready for Division 1. Archie Handy going through at the back of the field. This is the battle for second in Division 2. The Sisu, the famous international truck racing team. They always try to employ homegrown drivers, the Sisu team, the likes of Jokke Kallio, Raimo Soderman, Harri Lustarinen and the Finnish lady racer Minna Korpala. Here comes Callum Eason as the Sisu ran wide there of Sami Ojanen coming out of the complex. Callum Eason having a look. Both his parents have raced in this championship, Wayne and Joanne Eason, a few years ago. Seen plenty of lady racers in truck racing over the years, the likes of Heather Bailey, Kaz Garnett, Pauline Stewart, and of course perhaps the most famous of all was Davina Galitza, the ex-single-seater racer and former Olympic skier. She was a very quick truck racer, as Martin Gibson leans on David Jenkins there. Jenkins is going to have to cut the chicane, he has done. Lean wide through there, big squeal of tyres as they come over the line. Jenkins still going behind Tom O'Rourke. Oh, that was in fact was the squeal of tyres. Martin Gibson has spun coming out of the chicane. There must have been a bit of rubbing there. Now, is there space for me to rejoin, thinks Martin. So Stephen Powell now under fire from Tom O'Rourke in fifth. Jenkins is up to sixth. Bowler 7th, Adam Binton, David Smith have got through for 8th and 9th. Martin Gibson has not yet got going in. He's going to have to wait till everybody's come through, I think, and rejoin at the back, and there's only 4.5 minutes of the race to go. There he goes. Comes up over the line. Yes, he's in last place, Martin Gibson. Thought I just saw the slippery surface flag out at Allard as well. Is there a bit of fluid been dropped, I wonder, or is it because of the bit of rain in the air? David Jenkins' next target is Tom O'Rourke. That truck looking a little bit smoky on the last lap. Hope he's not developing a problem. This man certainly isn't. Although, as I say that, is that a bit of smoke coming from Ryan Smith's truck? He comes up Woodham Hill, and his last lap was a 1:41, his best lap a 1:37, but maybe that's because of the track being a bit slippery. Yes, everybody's lap times have dropped off a bit, so whether there's some fluid depth. Is it Ryan Smith's truck dropping fluid? There's definitely some smoke there. Is he leaking oil? Through the chicane that everybody else comes. Now, let's look at what the lead gap is as they come over the line. 3.6 seconds, so the lead gap is still about the same. It's over 3 minutes to go. I wonder if Ryan Smith does have a slight problem there, the number 1 truck, but he's still got the lead. The black and orange flag has been shown to truck number 40 of Archie Handy. That means call into the pits. You have a technical problem, as David Jenkins had to go up the outside there. Bradley Harvey, meanwhile, has been caught for the lead of Division 2. Now, what's the problem with Archie Handy? We'll have a look. David Jenkins battling away with Tom O'Rourke there, who cuts back ahead of him out of the complex, but Archie Handy has been given the pull into the pits flag, as has, according to the timing screen, Ryan Smith. They've both been given the black and orange. It might be because of the amount of smoke they're trailing. So maybe Ryan Smith is leaking fluid. He's been given the black and orange flag, call into the pits, you have a problem. So Ryan Smith has been flagged in, Archie Handy has as well. Now, looking around the circuit, I thought I saw the slippery surface flag out to Talard. Maybe Ryan Smith is dropping fluid. There's just over 2 minutes of the race to go. There is Smith. There's something hanging off underneath, look. Is that some sort of, it's one of the tanks, I think. Is that a liquid tank? He's going to have to call in. He's not doing so. Now, looking towards the start-finish line, we won't see a marshal on the pit wall, of course, because for safety reasons they're moved back. But Ryan Smith is going to have to be flagged in. There's something come off underneath the truck. It looked like one of the tanks you could see just behind the side fairing, so it must be leaking fluid. David Jenkins, meanwhile, I can tell he has got past Tom O'Rourke. This is the battle for third between Oliver and Powell. It's hard to know where to look at the moment. Yeah, that number 1 truck is definitely leaking fluid. Everybody holding it together, they know it's there. So Bradley Harvey continues to lead Division 2, and he's got Sammy Oyanen on his tail at the moment. There, you can see the black and orange on the light board there, the black and orange flag, the black with the orange disc, the meatball flag as the drivers call it, flashing with the number 1. Ryan Smith is going to have to pull into the pits. He'll risk disqualification if he doesn't do so. Archie Handy comes in. We didn't see what the problem was with him. So he's pulled up. We don't know what the problem is with Archie's truck. We didn't see any smoke or anything untoward from there. This is the battle in Division 2 still. Callum Easton's having a go at the Sisu, which runs wide again, coming out of the complex. He always does there, Sammy Oyanen. It's all happening in this second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. This is the battle for third, which could become second if Ryan Smith does not pull in. And look, David Jenkins has caught them now. He's escaped from Tom O'Rourke. Over the line goes Smith. He hasn't pulled into the pits. He's not heeded the flag. They're into their last lap now. So Ryan Smith has not, whether he's not seen the black and orange flashing on the board there with the number 1, we don't know. Stephen Powell all over the back of Michael Oliver as they come into the complex. Michael Oliver goes wide, holds the inside for the left-hander. He's still third, but he's gone a bit deep into the turn there. This could be Stephen Powell's opportunity. Oliver moves across on him. No, you don't, he says to Stephen Powell. There's contact. Off goes Powell. Shreds some of the front bodywork. Stephen Powell will feel he was blocked there by Michael Oliver. He gets back on, but he's fairly well down the order. So now it's David Jenkins who's come through into third place. He's been the hard charger of this race. He's got ahead of Michael Oliver. You can see damage there. A bit of bodywork goes flying from Michael Oliver's truck. That was lucky not to puncture the tyre. Tom O'Rourke right behind them. He just got a face full of debris. So the checkered flag is about to go out. There's Stuart Oliver. Well, Ryan Smith, having received that black and orange flag, has not come in. You can see that whether it's one of the fuel fluid tanks or whether it's part of the exhaust, I'm not sure, that's hanging off underneath. He was flagged in because of that. He hasn't come in. So whether this result will stand, we don't know, but he's going to take the checkered flag ahead of Stuart Oliver. And David Jenkins, from starting from 12th on the grid, comes through in third place. Ryan Smith takes the flag ahead of Stuart Oliver, but that result will remain very provisional. Jenkins is third, then Michael Oliver, Tom O'Rourke, John Bowler is sixth, Stephen Powell seventh, Adam Bint is eighth. He'll get pole position provisionally for race 4, but as we say, this result is only provisional for the moment. And now here comes Division 2. Bradley Harvey in the Weaver Motorsports DAF is heading for his first ever Division 2 win. Into the chicane for the last time. Sami Oyanen giving chase, Callum Easton giving chase to him. He's going to try for second place off the final chicane. Bradley Harvey will take his first ever Division 2 victory. Well done to him. It's a drag race to the line for second. Oyanen gets there ahead of Callum Easton. Martin Gibson, after his spin at the chicane, finishes behind them. Archie Handy, I think, has rejoined, will be the final finisher. But that result will remain provisional because we saw Ryan Smith, you can see whatever that is, flailing underneath. Something had fallen off underneath the truck. I believe it was dropping fluid. And whether that win will stand for Ryan Smith, we do not know, because he did not come in when shown the black and orange. So the result will remain provisional. Archie Handy has rejoined and will finish at the tail of the field in 16th place. But the results as they cross the line, as we say, remains provisional. Ryan Smith the winner ahead of Stuart Oliver, with David Jenkins in third place. Michael Oliver in fourth after that tangle with Stephen Powell, who dropped to seventh behind Tom O'Rourke and John Bowler. Adam Bint crossed the line eighth. Provisionally he has pole for race 4 tomorrow. And David Smith, Ricky Collett and Neil Yates. Bradley Harvey, congratulations to him, his first ever win in Division 2. Then Sami Oyanen, Callum Easton, Martin Gibson after a spin finishes 15th. Archie Handy the final finisher, because we lost Simon Cole before the start of that race, and no Jake Evans or John Powell. So we await the trucks to head into Parc Fermé, then we'll hand down to Pointy, and then we'll be ready for our second race for the Britcar Endurance Championship. The grid based on the results of the first race. There'll be a couple of cars missing, I can tell you. And the results online at TSL has been amended because the Ginetta of Chris Bingham is now classified in third place, so we'll get confirmation of that when we can. But results now showing the Amspeed Porsche of Don Malone and Adam Smalley as your winner of race 1. David Fielder second and Chris Bingham third. Okay, let's head down into Parc Fermé with Pointy in the meantime.
Well, not sure what happened to Ryan Smith's truck there. We're going to find out about that soon enough, if he makes it back into Parc Fermé, that is. But of course, I thought we'd have a little treat and have a wait a little bit further down Parc Fermé now for Division 2, because that was a fantastic little race for Division 2 just then. We got Bradley Harvey, who will be absolutely excited, elated is a better word for it, for their position. So we were waiting for them to come around a little bit longer. Of course, they are further at the back of the pack, and we'll be waiting. I mean, we've got 2 trucks so far. We've got Michael Oliver and Stuart Oliver, and no idea where anybody else is. Oh, here we go. Must have been stuck at temporary traffic lights around the chicane nugget. Let us know in the comments below what sauce you like to dip your Thruxton chicane nuggets into. Definitely doing a poll for that at the end of the why are they all, have I missed something here, John? They don't appear to be anywhere near in some kind of order. Very strange. Dave Smith doing very well. Bit of contact near the end of that race as well. Don't even know if I'm allowed to talk to Michael Oliver about it. Am I allowed? I'm going to do it. I don't care. Michael won't care. Let's speak to Dave as well. It'll be interesting to see. And then we'll get back down and we'll talk to Callum and Bradley and Sammy. Dave, good race, sir. Whip your helmet off quick. We'll have a chat. Straight out. This is the kind of service I like from the drivers. Straight out the cab, ready to rock and roll. You were joking earlier on about you not having to know when the trophy podiums were, and look, here we are now.
Yeah, I know, it was a brilliant job. That team have done a great job, and a few people had a quiet word in my ear, give me a bit of confidence back, and brilliant. The truck was amazing, and I think I drove it quite well really from P12. We had a bit of bad luck in qualifying, totally didn't get a second lap in at all, kept ahead, dealt the cards that we were given, and race forward, so overjoyed. Thank you.
12 to 3 is a hell of a climb. Very, very good work.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Excellent. We've got the circuit commentary behind you waiting to have a chat. Now we've got some Div 2 now, thank goodness. Come on round me, John boy, we'll get this open here. We'll unclip you. There we go. Everyone's still getting undressed. I mean, they've literally just come to a standstill in the Division 2. Give Callum a chance. Very good start for Callum, of course, but it's not just about where you start, it's about holding your position. I was saying to someone earlier on, actually, that Division 2 is absolutely on fire this season so far. So much competition. Right, have we got you?
I think so.
Take a deep breath. How was that for you? Great race, hold your position the whole time. A battle though, nonetheless.
Yeah, so we was trying really, really hard to get, because in the first race we didn't have that good of a start, so it was main aim. Well, my dad drilled into me, well, that was a bad start, let's not do that again. So focused on that, got a semi-decent start, still got stuff to work on. But yeah, we managed to get our head down, get through, chase Sammy, which he was fair all the way through, and then we both used our heads a bit and said that we're catching Bradley, so it was all in uniform. And then on the last lap I was like, oh, let's have a go then, but it didn't quite pay off. We didn't quite have the power to pull through it.
But we've still got a podium, first one of the weekend, and that is the result we want, isn't it? We want those trophies.
Yeah, that's it, and we were third in the championship by 1 point coming into this round, so hopefully that's closing it up some more.
Well, don't go too far once you jump out the truck, because of course you know the process now is trophies straight away at Thruxton.
Yeah. So
we'll be heading straight over there. I'll hand you some silverware. I'm going to go and get Bradley Harvey. Hold your own net now, I'm done with you. Finish with him. Right. Here we go. Good job, sir. Plenty in the tank. I tell you what. How you feeling? Let's just start with the easy questions.
That was brilliant. 3 weekends and we've done it. First win of the season.
Oh, almost. See that? Cat-like reflexes. Blooming expensive them helmets are. Yeah, I mean, great start. It's alive. It's alive.
It's jumping.
Great start.
All I remembered that race, chicken nugget.
Chicken nugget. Shake your hand again for that. Absolutely brilliant. You see, I told you, I'm making it stick. It's BARC's chicken nugget. But it is tricky through there, isn't it? I mean, it's your first weekend here, isn't it?
I made a few mistakes that race. I thought, through the complex once, I thought it was game over, but we did it. We did it.
And it was barbecue, wasn't it?
Barbecue. Chicken nuggets and barbecue.
Just think of the prize. Think of the prize. There's trophies involved, but no, Bradley Harvey wants chicken nuggets with barbecue sauce. Right, let's get you some silverware handed out. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Ian now, because there's loads more racing action here at Thruxton, but that's our last race of the day. I think we got away quite lightly there, didn't we?
Does that mean no more you today?
No more me today. Everyone can just
come in the pit lane with us for Britcar Endurance race.
Oh, that might be interesting.
You'd
Yeah.
have a good time.
I'll do some trophies. I'll see if security let me in. You
Oh.
taking my name off the door yet?
I never put it on. Thanks, Pointy. Right, so John, let's go for a little walk, shall we? Coming up next, the second Britcar Endurance race
of the day and the weekend, actually, and that will be it for them. So I'm just going to move this cone. Thank you very much. Sorry, thank you. Right, let's move down, shall we? Yes, slight change actually to the classifications from race 1. Chris Bingham came over the line in first place, but due to it looked like the transponder wasn't quite picking up on TSL. Can you squeeze through there? There we go. So he did drop down to third place. It does mean Don Malone and Adam Smalley took the win. David Fielder's promoted to second. Chris Bingham still came home though in third place and a podium. Let's move up, shall we? Because I wanted to come and chat to this man over here, Darren Ball, because I made him out to be the TCR winner from race 1 a little bit earlier. I'll just jump in. Darren, race 1 went pretty well for you, didn't it?
Yeah, till I got the penalty.
Oh no, not another change. What for?
We were 1 second under on the pit stop.
Oh, it's tough, isn't it? You've got to be so precise, haven't you?
Demoted me to 9th now instead of 4th.
Okay.
But, and second in class now.
Okay, well listen, still not bad, is it? It's still not bad, but you know you've got the pace, right?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, we're going. Good luck, best of luck. There you go. No time to talk. Here you go, another penalty, unfortunately, for Darren Ball. He did come over the line first in TCR class. Unfortunately, that penalty dropped him down to second in class. Let's hope this race is perhaps a little bit more smoother, shall we? Time to go racing. Here we go. Second race of the weekend for the Britcar Endurance Championship in meeting 4 of the 2025 season. I'm going to go get myself into the pit lane and we'll see you very, very shortly. Dave Goddard, over to you for the start of the race.
Yes, thanks to Ian and Pointy there. So it was a bit of confusion at the end of the first race for the Britcar Endurance Championship today. We initially announced the Raceworks Motorsport Ginetta of Chris Bingham as the winner, but I think there was a bit of a discrepancy over the timing. So it was Dominic Malone and Adam Smalley who are now shown as the winner on TSL timing. So apologies for confusion there. The grid for race 2 forms up in the order that they finished race number 1. So in pole position it will be the number 74 Porsche. Dominic Malone once again takes the start because Adam Smalley as the pro driver will go second. Alongside them 174, which is the BMW of David Fielder. Second row Chris Bingham's Ginetta alongside Callum Bates, number 10 in his BMW. Row 3, number 7, the car that inherited the TCR when we just heard from Darren Ball. He got that penalty. He will start on row 3. That car will be started in this race by Finn Jones, alongside 118, the Ginetta class winner from race 1, which this time will be started by Mark Skidds. Row 4, Nathan Wells in his BMW. He got a stop-go penalty in race 1. Will start alongside the number 3 of Nick Casey. Then Darren Ball moves back to row 5, where we should have seen the number 16 Ferrari. That's out with that bit of damage from race 1, though the Ferrari, we're told, will not take the start. Row 6, we hopefully got Ash Muldoon in his Porsche, sharing with James Kellett, alongside the number 38, which is the McLaren from Team Brit. Noah Cosby will start that. Row 7 is number treble 8, which is the BMW started by Andrew Dauber, sharing with Nathan Wright, alongside number 721 Chris Murphy. Again, he was initially placed 4th in race 1, but that was a glitch in the timing because remember we had the confusion over whether he'd come into the pits or not at one point, and was showing in 4th after the pit stops, so there was some kind of glitch with the timing there. Apologies to Chris and his followers there. He was classified further back. Row 8 is the Harrison. Steve Harrison starts this time in the Ginetta alongside Marco Anastasi in his Ginetta. The 9th row is the Audi TT, which will be started once again by Mark Jones. Martin Addison's Aston Martin will start alongside. Row 10 is number 114, which is the Cup class Seat Super Copa. Chris Hayes will start alongside the BMW from Team Brits. Number 4, Bobby Trundley will start this time, sharing with Asher Silver. Row 11 is number 60, Ash Woodman. That's the car that we're told had contact with the Ferrari of Johnny Molam in race 1. We saw the Cupra out with damage. Hopefully that's back out. Number 33 hopefully is there as well. Josh Tomlinson scheduled to start the Mazda RX-87, as I'm calling it, sharing with Johnny McGregor. And the 2 cars that were scheduled to be on row 12, they will not be starting. Differential failure for the Cunninghams, they're out for the day. And the car of Stephen Gambrell and Dan Lloyd out with damage from that impact with the tyre wall in race 1. So quite a few of the favourites hitting problems, unfortunately. There is the number 74, Dominic Malone on pole. Alongside him, will be the BMW of David Fielder. There is Chris Bingham's Ginetta on row 2. I think we can go down to Ian, who's got an update on a couple of the cars down there on the grid.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm just behind John actually on the start-finish straight, getting a great view. He's going to come back now. You may have noticed no Ferrari. That's because, unfortunately, the tyre delaminated in race 1, and they can't guarantee it won't happen again in this race. So on safety grounds, they have decided to pull the car from this race. A bit of a shame, but then again, safety first. Safety is the big priority, so we won't be seeing Bobby Grimes and Johnny Molan in this race. Dave, back to you for the start.
Yes, remember we said earlier Thruxton was tough on tyres. Well, we saw those bits of rubber all over Woodham Hill, so now we know why that Ferrari came into the pits with damage. We didn't spot it at the time. It was a burst tyre on that occasion that put the Ferrari back in the order and forced them to make an extra pit stop. They made it to the pits, but that was the reason for that damage to the Ferrari, and then they had further damage in that contact with Ash Woodman's Cupra. We're also missing the number 18 Porsche of Ash Muldoon and James Kellett, I've noticed. They should be lined up behind the number 3 Ginetta. There's a gap there. So we're missing a number of front runners from this race, from race 1. We haven't got the number 8 Porsche. We don't have the 32. And we don't have the 18. So we're missing 3 Porsches and the Ferrari, which is a great shame. In fact, looking at the entry list, the car that's on pole, Dominic Malone and Adam Smalley, is the only challenge class car left to compete in this one, sadly. So they'll be the favourites for overall victory, but they will have that additional penalty at their pit stop, of course, because they won the class in race 1, so they will have an additional 15 seconds to serve at their pit stop. Same as the top 3 in the other classes here. We'll just run through those as the cars go round on their rolling green flag lap. So in the GT class, the 15 seconds goes to David Fielder. 10 seconds added on for Chris Bingham at the pit stop, and 5 seconds for Nathan Wells in number 23. In the trophy class, it's 15 seconds for Callum Bates. He won the class in race 1. 10 seconds for the treble 8 of Andrew Dauber and Nathan Wright. And 5 seconds for Chris Murphy. We thought he'd won the class, but it was a timing glitch that put him further up the order than he actually finished. The Ginetta class, it was number 118 will have 15 seconds. They won the class in race 1. Number 3 will have 10 seconds, and the 47 will have 5. They're the 3 runners in the Ginetta class. The TCR class, car number 7 will serve an extra 15 seconds. The 25 an extra 10. And number 60, if it's out there, will have an extra 5. I'll have a look further back on the grid in a moment, see if Ash Woodman's out there. And in the Cup class, the winner was number 77, the Audi TT. They'll have an extra 15 seconds. The number 114 Seat will have 10, and the number 4 will have 5. So apologies again for the slight confusion over the earlier race results. Was a couple of glitches with the timing. Let's look further back on this grid, see if that Cupra is there of Ash Woodman. Yes, it is. So he's repaired from race 1 there with the RX-8's out there as well. So it's the white Porsche of Dominic Malone, the ex-BMW racer, on pole. David Fielder's BMW alongside the white car with the yellow and blue flashes down it. The blue and white Ginetta of Chris Bingham, looking to make up for the disappointments of race 1 when he was given the checkered flag but ended up being classified 3rd. Alongside the black BMW of Callum Bates, the green Cupra TCR of number 7, started by Finn Jones. 1 challenge class car out there, so Malone and Smalley will be the favourites for victory, but anything can happen in the next 45 minutes. Here we go then with the Britcar Endurance Championship, race number 2. The lights are out and off they go. Away goes Dominic Malone into the lead in the Porsche. slightly depleted field with a few of the challenge class cars missing after a bit of damage or problems earlier on. Up towards the complex they come then for the first time. David Fielder in second, Bingham's Ginetta is third, then Callum Bates in fourth position. Great start by Mark Skeets in the Ginetta up into fifth place ahead of, and a bit of rubbing there between Bingham and Callum Bates. I thought Chris Bingham was going to spin there coming out of the complex. As we get underway then. Heading out into the country for the first time. And my timing screen doesn't seem to be working at all at the moment, so we'll get back to that in a moment. But heading out into the country, Nathan Wells has got the BMW ahead of the number 7 of Finn Jones. That's the two leaders, the Porsche ahead of the BMW, then the Ginetta. Mark Skeets up into fourth place now. He's absolutely flying in the car shared with David May. Nathan Wells in behind them, then Finn Jones in the number 7 has dropped back a little as they go into the chicane. The timing screen I think has now come back to life. Thank you to TSL Timing for sorting the slight problem there as we complete the opening lap then. It is Dominic Malone who leads by 1.7 seconds already ahead of David Fielder. Chris Bingham is in third position. Great first lap by Mark Skeets up into fourth place. Callum Bates rounds out the top 5. Then it's Wells, Jones, Darren Ball is 8th. Rounding up the top 10 we have Noah Cosby in the McLaren and Nick Casey in his Ginetta rounds out the first 10. Jacobs battling it out with Finn Jones. Bates battling it out with Finn Jones, sorry. So Callum Bates has lost out to Nathan Wells there at the complex. The McLaren and the Ginetta side by side. Nick Casey having a go at Noah Cosby in the Team Brits McLaren GT4 car. They start to sort themselves out around these early laps. 20 cars out there of the 24 that are here this weekend. Let's hope we now run to the full 45-minute distance this time. Pit window opens, don't forget, 18 minutes into a 45-minute race and closes after 27 minutes. So with 27 minutes to go, in other words, we will see the pit window open up. Mark Skeets continuing to rise up the order, battling with Nathan Wells, but hang on, the safety car is being scrambled and smoke out of the back of Josh Tomlinson's Mazda. He's hit trouble again, he's out of the race, pulling off onto the grass. There's the reason for the safety car. We have lost Chris Hayes in the Seat Leon. He's stuck at the complex. Looks like possibly some damage to the rear suspension on the Leon. Look at the right rear wheel. So the safety car picks up our race leader Don Malone. That'll wipe out the near 3-second lead he'd built up over David Fielder. And the marshals will recover the Seat Super Copa. I think that's one of the cars that was in the old Seat One Make series about 20 years ago. Chris and Jamie Hayes, but it looks like Jamie won't get any laps in this one because Chris stranded there. Looks like that car's out of the race. There's Ash Woodman at the tail of the field in his TCR Cupra. So we have lost the Mazda. Looks like we've lost the Seat Super Copa from this race. That's one of our Cup class contenders out and one of our Trophy class favourites as well. Just had the pit stop times come through from Britcar boss Claire Headley as well for this race. With the balance of performance considered as well, so some with increases of course due to penalties from race 1. We'll get back to that when the pit window opens. The light's still on atop the safety car, so we'll do at least one more lap while the marshals recover Chris Hayes' car from the complex. Didn't see what happened to him, unfortunately, whether he had some contact. So it looks like we are down to 18 cars running, unfortunately. It's the tow truck, the big American... I think That's a Ford. Pulls into position. Thanks to Ivy in our YouTube comment, says the Leon has a lean on because of that possible suspension damage. I like it. That will be towed back to the paddock. Not sure that is suspension damage that I can see there, but they were prone to it because of the position of the rear wheel right at the back of the car. Remember, it was a common fault if the British touring car Leon's ever had any contact, the rear suspension would often get broken. It may not be the case there. Let's have a look as it's towed away. The pack has gone by. The number 4 BMW also shown as not having come through on that last lap, the Trundley and Silver BMW. And we know they had problems in race 1 as well. And that will mean, if so, let's have a look. No, it has now appeared. There may be a transponder issue for the BMW. Let's have a look, see if it's in the pack in there. Yes, there it is, the number 4 car. So it's a transponder issue for that car this time, nothing worse. So 18 cars still running them. Looks like we'll probably do another lap behind the safety car before the Seat Super Copa is towed away. Dominic Malone leads from Fielder in second, Bingham in third. They're the leaders of the GT class. We've only got one challenge car out there, the race-leading number 74 Porsche. The Ginetta class is led by Mark Skeets in 5th place behind Nathan Wells. The trophy class by Callum Bates, the black BMW. Yeah, again, Trundley's dropped to the rear of the pack on the timing screen because of that issue with his transponder. And it's again showing that Chris Murphy has come into the pits. Now, has he? No, there's Chris Murphy. He hasn't come in. There's something glitching with Chris Murphy's transponder. It's showing he's gone into the pit lane when he hasn't. I don't know why that was happening a few weeks ago at the Thruxton Retro with a couple of the single-seaters as well. I do not know why that happens. But the Seat is now on the infield. The big Ford pickup to the rescue. Static Avalanche, who says, let's go Team Brits. That's the McLaren and the number 4 BMW. They're both in the midfield. Thanks to all your other comments coming in. We haven't really had time over the last couple of races to read all of them. Yellow flag and the white flag out there. White flag means service vehicle on circuit or slow moving vehicle. So we may get another lap behind safety car here. Got about another 9 minutes before the pit window is due to open. The pace is quickening up. Are the lights out on the safety car? Let's have a look. No, they're not. Will be another lap behind the Ford. Now hopefully this time we will go back to green flag racing. I suspect we will see Dom Malone pull away at the front. But while the safety car is still out, we can hand down to Ian in the pits.
Yeah, under the safety car, so we thought we'd come down to the pit lane. We've got Max Coates, so we've got James alongside him as well. Max, different role for you today. Normally see you out in a Porsche, don't we?
Yeah, usually in a Porsche. This time, team manager and driver coach for the 62 Ginetta.
Yeah.
We've had our best race of the season so far in race 1, and at the moment we're sitting in a podium position. So hopefully that continues and we can bag. Well, it's not your first podium, but Steve's first podium of his racing career.
So James, tell us about race 1.
It was good actually. We got stuck in a bit of traffic at the start, but then once we were released, the pace was good. And then swapped over to my dad. He had a bit of a slow, steady start to the stint, but then once he sort of got into it, he was fine. So it's his first season, so he's just sort of he's just getting to grips.
He's your old man.
He is, yeah, he's my dad, yeah. So no, I mean, he'll get there. I mean, he's had a great first 2 laps for the safety car.
Yeah.
So he's made up colours. So
He actually has.
Yeah, so we're giving him a bit of a kick up, the arse, and so get on with it. And yeah,
I'll tell you what, he's managed to defend those positions.
Yeah.
But
he has. To be fair to him, like, you get that monster start, so he just needs to carry on doing that, and then we're on, aren't we? So
what's it like racing with your dad? Is it obviously a family affair? Is it that little bit extra special?
It's constant bickering.
Is it?
Yeah. No, I'm only joking. No, it's good actually. It's just a bit of father-son time together and whatnot. So no, it's good.
I'll take it you're quicker, are you, James? You give him a bit of stick over lap time?
Sometimes. I don't want to be too harsh though. It's more words of encouragement than putting him down. So no, I mean he's getting on really well. So hopefully he's gone really well at this track. He's never driven it before, but it's been his best track.
Oh yeah, I bet it's quite the asset having Max with you as well. Certainly for your dad, Max. How's he getting on?
Yeah,
you proud of him. You think he's doing well?
Yeah,
He's
very
learning
much
quick?
so. James has been with us as a team for the last 3 years. I'm very proud of what they both do, to be honest. James started racing with us in the Renault Clios, but he's not got a background in motorsport. He jumped into a Clio for the first time. That was his first race. I think we spun on our first outlap at Silverstone. Didn't even quite make it round a lap, and then.
What were you thinking when that happened?
I can't say.
This is going to be a long way, And then James, a couple of 3 years later was all but on for winning his first race in a very competitive Clio class around Silverstone. And now James is a very good driver. When we did testing here, there was a corner where you were a tenth quicker than what I'd done. So it shows the progression that we've had with James over the last 3-4 years, and what you can do from a start with no racing experience to being able to go around here as quickly as James is and have corners where he's matching or finding time on me. So, that's fantastic, and hopefully Steve will be there in a couple of years' time too.
I'm sure he will be. Guys, thank you so much. It's great to see you as well. Good luck. Look like the safety car is about to come in, so we are about to go green flag racing once again here at Thruxton. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. Nicely timed there. The safety car is indeed about to come in this lap. The lights are out. Don Malone in the lead in the Porsche. The safety car pulls into pit lane. We're back to green flag racing with just under 32 minutes of this Britcar Endurance Championship race to go. Far the way through, there's the Audi TT at the back of the field. Mark Jones and Craig Fleming's car, class winners in race 1. That means they've got to serve a longer pit stop this time around. Don Malone leads then as we get back underway into the complex. David Fielder in second place. Chris Bingham under fire from Nathan Wells in the BMW GTR for third. And Mark Skeets in behind completing the top 5. Oh, and a collision there. That's one of the Ginettas and the treble 8 BMW. It's Marco Anastasi has clipped the treble 8 of Andrew Dorber. I think that Ginetta may have broken its rear suspension there, so the safety car could soon be back out if he can't get that moved away. Nathan Wells, meanwhile, going through into third position past Chris Bingham. That BMW absolutely flying in this race, but back at the complex is Marco Anastasi, still stranded there in the Dayton Motorsports Ginetta. If he is, it looked to me as though the rear suspension may be broken. We'll see if he can move it away. If not, the safety car may well be scrambled once again. They come up Woodham Hill, still green at the moment. Top 3 have broken away very slightly. The Porsche ahead of the 2 BMWs. Bingham is 4th, Skeets in 5th, Bates in the BMW in 6th position. He leads the trophy class. Skeets leads the Ginetta G55 Super Cup category. Over the line they go. Now, has Marco Anastasi been able to get his number 47 Ginetta going? It's not been a happy day, as we heard from Maurizio Celio earlier. They're in a backup car after problems in qualifying. As the 47 has moved away, so the race able to continue. Rumours of suspension breakage, thankfully unfounded. Excuse me. Bingham from Skeets then for 4th and 5th, and Callum Bates running wide there. Here comes Finn Jones in the Cupra leading the TCR class. And of course, as a class winner, they'll have a longer stop, and they're being caught by Darren Ball here. So battle is about to be joined between the two Cupras for the TCR category lead. Darren Ball a little bit sideways there through Goodwood. He's pushing hard. He's fired up. He'll be angry after that penalty in race 1 for a short pit stop. Keeping pace with the BMW of Callum Bates ahead of them. Bates leads the trophy class. Dominic Malone leads overall in the lone challenge category Porsche. There's a white flag being waved at the chicane. That means slow car or service vehicle on circuit. Was that the Ginetta limping round into the pit lane, I wonder? Didn't see anything there, the 47. Yes, it was the Ginetta. He's trying to keep it going. There is something broken. Look, you can see it just on the right of your screen there, going sideways. I think the suspension is broken on that number 47. It's Marco Anastasi. Now, he has made it into the pit lane, thankfully, so that's the reason the white flag was out, as I thought. Somehow he has corkscrewed his way back. Two minutes until the pit window opens then in this Britcar Endurance Championship race. Chris Murphy in the BMW putting Noah Cosby's McLaren under pressure. This is for 10th position. Hopefully Marco Anastasi hasn't sustained too much damage and they can get the Ginetta repaired. But the way that car was corkscrewing its way into pit lane, I fear that's end of game for the 47, and that's 2 damaged Ginettas in one day for Dayton Motorsport. Here comes our leader, Dom Malone. Now this car, remember, had a stop-go penalty in race 1 for pitting too early. Came in just before the pit window had opened. Don't think there's any danger of that this time around. Comes up towards the complex. He's 2.3 seconds ahead of David Fielder, who's just on the fastest lap, 1:17.816. Nathan Wells still in third, 110 miles an hour average around the Thruxton circuit. Shows just how fast this circuit is. Wells in third, he's 6 seconds clear of Bingham in 4th place with the Ginetta. Onto the back of the circuit, Nathan Wells reeling in David Fielder. The pit window has just opened. So who's going to be the first to come in? Somebody's got a big lock up there in the background, didn't see who that was. Noah Cosby under fire now from his Team Brit teammates. Here comes Bobby Trundley. Team Brit in formation towards Noble. Great new livery for them this year, the blue, white and black replacing the overall purple. There's Chris Murphy under fire from Martin Addison in the Aston Martin. Bit of a step up from the Peugeot 106 he used to race in Tin Top Racing. Lovely looking car, isn't it? The Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Here comes Finn Jones attacking the BMW of Callum Bates. They're in different classes, of course. Malone still 2 seconds clear of David Fielder. Callum Bates runs the BMW very wide coming into the complex, and the Seat, and the Cupra rather, goes through. Darren Ball will get past as well. He wants to get after the number 7 because they're fighting for the class lead. He does so. Callum Bates is perhaps keeping out of his way there as Darren Ball went through. Now, who's the first to make their stop? It's Noah Cosby has come in the McLaren, I can tell you. Caleb McDuff will take over. And I think Ian's got an update on the 47 Dayton Motorsport Ginetta down in the pits.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits. Bit of action going on. The Team Brit McLaren is in just over the far side, but as you can see, a bit of work going on the 47 Ginetta here. I've got Maurizio Siglio, one of the drivers,
Sorry, Mauricio, what's going on here?
Someone hit Marco with a no match, something is broken.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
The bad luck continues.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Unfortunately, it's not what you want. I hope you can get it sorted, Maurizio. Thank you for talking to me. He's waiting patiently. Marco Anastasi currently in the car at the minute, but it is starting to get a little bit busier in the pit lane, as you can imagine. The number 7, Finn Jones and Rob Ellick have just come into the pits, the TSR performance car. And of course, let's just move down a little bit. We do have the Team Brit McLaren in as well. Stay with me a little bit longer, actually. I wonder if I can see if I can grab a quick word with Noah Cosby. Let's just see if he's able to chat, because I believe it's going to be Caleb who's in there. I wonder if I can just jump in. Noah, how was it out there?
It was... Not everything's gone our way. Car's acting a bit funny, doing things it shouldn't be doing, throwing me off a bit. So, yeah, we've just come in. I mean, that stint went by instantly, 20 minutes.
That's quite difficult, wasn't it? Most of it was spent behind a safety car, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. So, I mean, maybe the car got cool, and, I just asked too much from it when we restarted. And it just kind of felt like it shocked the car a bit, and now we're having a few issues, apparently.
No, I really hope you get it sorted, but thanks for talking to us. Let's stay with us a little bit longer, shall we? Because I'm just hearing the leaders come into the pits. So, John, we'll just make our way down here. Yes, the number 74 Porsche winner earlier today, of course, the Am-Speed Porsche of Don Malone and Adam Smalley. Adam Smalley is going to take over driving duties in that car. So let's run down, shall we? I wonder if we can grab a quick chat, but we'll make sure we don't get run over by an Aston Martin here, the number 189 in the pits. That's Martin Addison. He was joint first in the GT class coming into this weekend, but stay with us a little bit. Let's make our way down. This was our race leader here, the number 74 Porsche winner earlier today as well, and let's just see if we can grab a quick chat with Dom Malone as well. Dom, well done. That was a pretty decent stint, even though there was plenty of time behind the safety car.
Yeah, no, it's a good stint. I mean, the tyres are so... it's such a...
I'll let you get your helmet off, so I caught you right at a good time there, didn't I?
It's such an abrasive track on tyres that literally even after just a few laps they start to go off a little bit. So it's just trying to manage that, really.
Yeah.
Obviously not leave something for Adam to use.
Well, he's capable.
Yeah, exactly. But no, it was all great. Car felt good. I mean, track's been a little bit slippy all day, but I think everybody's found the same thing. So no, really pleased.
More of the same. Take it home, eh?
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I don't want to give the commentator's curse ready. No,
That's it. I'll come back and find you.
No, I'll run away. There we go. Plenty of action going on in the pits. Dave Goddard, back to you, but I'll keep up to speed with all the stories.
Yes, thanks, Ian. So the leader has come in. Who else have we had in the pits? David Fielder has now come in. So the on-track leader will now be Nathan Wells in the BMW. Nick Casey is in. Darren Ball. We saw the Jones and Ellick Cupra come in. So Rob Ellick has taken over there. Who else has made their stops? Martin Addison's Aston Martin. We saw Andrew Daubers handed over to Nathan Wright in the Treble 8 BMW. That's the car that had that bit of contact with number 47 Ginetta, currently undergoing repairs. We know Team Brit's McLaren has been in. We spoke to them. So Nathan Wells now leads on track. There's the McLaren back out along with Martin Addison running together a little further back in the order. Ash Woodman has come in the Cupra number 60. It's Nathan Wells, the current on-track race leader, ahead of Chris Bingham and Mark Skeets in the two Ginettas who are battling. We saw a moment ago.
In the pit lane instead, or at every race.
There is Darren Ball. Won the TCR class on the road in race 1, but was penalised. But it means he has a shorter pit stop this time, of course. The balance of performance being worked out by Claire Headley and the Britcar team. Chris Bingham has brought the Ginetta into the pit lane, I can tell you. Mark Skeets has not. Mark, I think, is the slightly quicker of the two in the 118 car, so he'll stay up perhaps a bit longer. There is our race leader, Nathan Wells, that beautiful stars and stripes liveried BMW. Such an aggressive looking car, isn't it? The M3 GTR, as seen in GT racing in America. Nice view of the pit lane from the tower. See, Thruxton doesn't have the larger pit garages. As we said, it's a bit of an old school pit lane here at Thruxton, so the cars have to stop diagonally. It does create a bit of a traffic jam sometimes. One of the Ginettas, that's the Harrison family, we heard from them earlier. Ooh, look out. Nick Casey gets pushed back there. I wonder if that will go down as an unsafe release for Nick Casey there. That looked a bit dodgy to me. As the Harrisons came in, the former Renault Clio racers, Steve handing over to his son James. Heard from Max Coates, who's been coaching them a little earlier on. Nathan Wells, I think, has come in as well. There's Ash Woodman coming in. So who's this going to make our race leader? Chris Bingham's in. Mark Skeets has come in as well. There's only a couple of minutes before the pit window closes. It's only a 9-minute pit window in this race. So this will make possibly Chris Murphy's BMW our race leader, but of course we know the transponder's a bit glitchy on that one, so we'll wait till we see it. No offence meant to Chris or TSL timing, of course. There is Chris Murphy, he's got the Porsche up behind him. So there's a couple of cars that haven't come in. Just looking down the timing screen. Chris Murphy's heading for the pit lane, so through will go Adam Smalley. We'll wait to see where everybody slots back in. So I think Adam Smalley will now be back in the lead. Chris Bingham rejoining in the Ginetta. I think we may have lost the Audi TT, unfortunately. That hasn't come through. It's got the yellow triangle next to it on the timing screen, which means it's gone missing somewhere out on circuit. That's the Mark Jones Craig Fleming car. So I think that car's out of the race, unfortunately. There's David Fielder. He's got Cupras surrounding him. They've all made their stops. I think everybody has now stopped except for the number 4 BMW, the Team Britcar of Bobby Trundley and Asher Silver. She'll be waiting to take over. The Harrisons head back out, the Hyro Motorsport Ginetta. And now we wait to see where everybody slots back in. After completing their outlaps, it will I think be the Porsche that's leading, but we'll wait to confirm. It has a slightly longer stop with a pro driver on board, of course. There is the Porsche 991 Cup car. Great shame we've lost the other Porsches. Stephen Gambrell and Dan Lloyd's car with damage from race 1. Differential failure for the Cunninghams. We know not why Ash Muldoon and James Kellett's car didn't start. There is the number 4. I think that's the only car that has not yet stopped. Oh, the Audi TT is still going. There it is. Just a slow last lap for some reason. Chris Murphy and Callum Bates, the last two to take their pit stops. Now he's got to wait for a lap or two while everybody slots back in. Here are the Ginettas, Nick Casey, Chris Bingham and David May all together. Nick Casey gets ahead of Bingham. Ginettas battling it out. There's the TT and the BMW running together. Now I think that BMW has made it stop because the last lap was showing us over 5 minutes. So I think the number 4 has come in, but it's not showing on our timing screen. And for some reason, Chris Bingham and Chris Murphy have both just suddenly jumped to the top of the times. So I wonder if the same thing has happened before when these two cars have made their stops, because we know the transponder's been glitching on Chris Murphy's car, and we saw that problem on Chris Bingham's car. I think the same thing's happened again, because suddenly, look, they've gone to the top of the timing tower, and they were not there before the pit stop, certainly. So I think something's gone wrong there. I think the de facto race leader is Adam Smalley. So apologies for the confusion here. There's something glitching with the transponders on the 63 and the 721, I think, when those cars go into the pit lane. It's almost as if it's crediting them with an extra lap for some reason. So we believe this car is your de facto race leader, the 74, ahead of Nathan Wells in the BMW. That's only my own calculations, and my apologies for the confusion here. So we'll await and see if the timekeepers can sort that out. Behind them, here are the Ginettas running together. So I think Chris Bingham is actually in 4th place behind Nick Casey, and then it's David May and Mark Skeets. So I think what has happened is Chris Bingham's car has been credited with an extra lap for some reason when it's pitted, and the same has happened to Chris Murphy, because Chris Murphy certainly wasn't, with all due respect to him, wasn't near 2nd place when he came in. We saw this in race 1 for these 2 cars as well. There's something wrong with the transponders on those 2 cars for some reason. Adam Smalley in the Porsche. Off goes Nick Casey. He's heading for the A303. Scatters the birds from in the grassland over there. He's gone well off. Are his tyres going off, I wonder? He's managed to rally cross his way back on. So Nick Casey rescues the situation there, and he's lost at least 1 place, and he'll probably have a fair bit of grass in his radiator there as well. He might need to come into the pits before the car overheats. So Nick Casey, the championship leader, coming into this race in a spot of bother there. Looking at the radiator grill, yeah, there's a fair bit of grass in there. Lucky they have to come in and clear that out. Keeps it going for now. His tyres will be covered in grass and dirt as well as a result of that excursion. Here, what sounded like something dragging on the ground as one of those cars went through there on the home straight as well, or possibly a car with a puncture, I'm not sure. There is Callum Bates, the number 10. He's leading the trophy class. Although Chris Murphy showing in 2nd place, as we say. We believe that is incorrect though, and it's possibly an error with the timing. I think Callum Bates is leading the trophy class. That's what we could hear. It's the Audi TT. Front splitters come adrift. So Craig Fleming now on board the Audi. Some damage to the front end. He's going to have to come in, I think, and get that repaired. He might risk a black and orange flag if he keeps going. That starts flapping around. So we've got 17 cars left running as the 20th started. Car 118, so that's the Ginetta of Dave May and Mark Skeets. Stop-go penalty of 24 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. So the 118s will have to come in. Have we got any further penalties at the moment? No, we haven't. So Chris Bingham showing as the leader on the timing screen, ahead of Chris Murphy and Adam Smalley, but I think the de facto race leader is Adam Smalley ahead of Nathan Wells. They're separated by about 26 seconds. With just over 11 minutes of the race to go. There is Chris Murphy. Yeah, he's just behind Adam Smalley now. Yes, the timing screen is currently being sorted out, I think, by our timekeepers. So thank you to TSL Timing for sorting out the glitch there. Yes, Malone and Smalley now showing top of the times, ahead of Nathan Wells. Chris Bingham in 3rd place. And Chris Murphy has been corrected to 11th. Okay, so apologies for the confusion once again, and thank you to the timekeepers for checking up on what seems to be a glitch with the transponders with those 2 cars. So Smalley from Wells by 28 seconds. So the Porsche looking fairly safe for the overall win. Now, how far behind Nathan Wells is Chris Bingham as we watch James Harrison attacking Ash Woodman? A spin for the team Brit McLaren. That's Caleb McDuff. He's got it going in. That's coming out of Church Corner. You don't want to have a spin there. It's the fastest part of the circuit. The McLaren currently running a fair way down the field. They said they were having a few issues with it. So Chris Bingham is 8 seconds behind Nathan Wells on the now corrected time. McLaren, I think, is heading to the pit lane as the leader goes past it there. Malone and Smalley. Adam Smalley completing his 22nd lap, who competed in the Spa 24 hours last week. And here at Thruxton this weekend. Aha! Drive-through penalty for unsafe release for car number 3. I thought that may be the case. Yes, that's Nick Casey. We saw that on our view above the pit lane, forcing the 62 to take avoiding action. So Nick Casey does get a drive-through penalty. He's already had an excursion onto the grass, so the Silver Ginetta will have to serve a drive-through penalty. Here comes the treble 8. That's Nathan Wright in his BMW having a go at James Harrison. This is the battle for 13th place. Woodman just ahead of them in 12th. Chris Murphy is 11th, the ex-Aston Martin racer. He's a former quad bike champion as well, Chris Murphy. This is the battle for 11th place overall. Murphy's second in the trophy class. Woodman third in the TCR category. There's Nick Casey's Ginetta. It's not been a happy race for him, with an off. And now a drive-through. The number 47's reappeared. That's good to see. Well done to Data Motorsport for repairing that car. So Maurizio Cilio is now on board. He'll at least be able to get some laps in. The Audi TT's got the yellow triangle next to it now as well. But that may again be a transponder issue with that car. We saw it was still circulating earlier on, unless it has fallen victim to that front-end damage. Coming into the closing stages now, 8 minutes of this race still to run. There is Chris Bingham running in 3rd place. And he's second in the GT category. How far behind Nathan Wells is he as he crosses the line? The gap was just over 8 seconds. It's now down to 4.3 seconds. So Chris Bingham is closing on 2nd place overall. David May and Mark Skeets are in 4th, but they haven't been in for that stop-go penalty, I don't think, yet. Nick Casey is 5th. He's got to come in as well. David Fielder is 6th in the BMW. Then Jones and Ellick leading the TCR class are in 7th. 8th place is Darren Ball. Now, how far apart are they? About 7 seconds it was. 5.3 seconds. Darren Ball is closing on Rob Ellick. And rounding out the top 10 is Martin Addison's Aston Martin. So the race has settled down into its closing stages now. This is the battle for 4th position between the two Ginettas. Nick Casey ready to attack David May. But of course these cars both have penalties to serve. Nathan Wright has gained 3 places further back. He's got ahead of Murphy, Harrison and Woodman. Nathan Wright, the pro driver, sharing with Andrew Dauber in the BMW M2. Yeah, the Jones and Fleming Audi TT is in the pits, probably to tape up that front bumper. And the team Brit McLaren, I can see, is back in as well. Here's Harrison and Murphy together. The M-liveried BMW against the Hyro Motorsport Ginetta. They pass Maurizio Cilio. He's just along for the ride now. Some 14 laps in arrears after repairing that damage. It's not been a very lucky day for the Ginettas, has it? Has to be said. Although Chris Bingham is still closing on Nathan Wells. He's less than 3 seconds down now, as the leader completes 25 laps. Adam Smalley, Porsche, is heading for a double. First win of the year in race 1. There's a bit of debris there on Woodham Hill, I've just noticed. Somebody had another tyre let go, possibly. James Harrison all over the tail of Chris Murphy's BMW M3. So look on the outside, going into the complex. He won't get through there. Murphy runs a little wide. The Ginetta up alongside. See the nose dive down under braking. Still they battle it out. The Cooper of Ash Woodman behind them. Third in the TCR class. Currently 16 cars out on circuits with the Audi TT and the McLaren in pit lane. Ginetta over Celio, of course, a long way behind. After that long stop to repair the rear suspension. Nick Casey has come in, I can tell you, to serve his drive-through penalty. There's Nathan Wright's BMW, the treble 8. As Harrison makes a move to the inside. Woodham Motorsport BMW of Chris Murphy holds him off. He's a former Britcar champion, Chris Murphy. Now, where has the Ginetta rejoined? We'll wait and see next time he comes around. Nick Casey. James Harrison up on the outside of Chris Murphy. This is allowing Ash Woodman's Cupra to close in. Less than 4 minutes of the race to go now as Adam Smalley leads by nearly 40 seconds over Nathan Wells. There's Wells. Now where's Chris Bingham? There he is. 2.7 seconds in it. So Wells has pulled away a little bit on that last lap. Still a bit of a race on for second though, and that's for the GT class win as well. May and Skeets lead the Ginetta class, but they've got that penalty to come. They haven't come in yet. Now they have. The Ginetta just coming in as I talk to you. Now, will that drop them out of the Ginetta class lead? Depends where Nick Casey's rejoined after his drive-through. We'll have to wait and see. The trophy class, Callum Bates looking good there in his BMW. The TCR class, Jones and Ellick going well. And the Cup class, Trundley and Asher Silver. I was going to say we're the only cars left running, but the Audi TT has just rejoined. We lost the Seat Super Copa earlier on, of course. Nathan Wells, that rumbling BMW GTR. Still there in second. He can see Chris Bingham in his mirrors. They're coming up to lap the battle for what is now 11th place because Nick Casey has dropped down the order as a result of that drive-through. Just over 2 minutes to go. As Wells has upped his pace. He's pulled away again from Bingham now. But it's going to be a win for the second time today for Dominic Malone and Adam Smalley in the Amspeed Porsche. Speed run by Aaron Moulton Smith, a long-time BMW and Porsche racer, along with his father Mark Smith and brother James. Mark very active now in historic touring car racing along with Aaron. So over the line they go. They might get 2 more laps out of this. We'll wait and see. There's David Fielder. It's been a quieter race for him in 4th place. He's got Callum Bates up behind him. 2 BMWs. Behind them, Rob Ellick. In the car started by Finn Jones, the green Cupra. That's had a good race. Up there in 6th. Where's Darren Ball? 9.5 seconds back. So Jones and Ellick looking fairly safe for a double in the TCR class. Martin Addison in 8th. Dorber and Wright in 9th. I'll wait to see where May and Skeets rejoin after that penalty. Will they be behind Nick Casey? Although Nick Casey came in for his drive-through, I'm not sure the number 3 car has rejoined, you know. He's been showing his outlap for quite a while, so I'm unsure if Nick Casey rejoined. Don't forget we have got one more race to come after this. As Callum Bates slides his way into the chicane, goes over the curbs. I think his tyres might have gone off. Across the line comes the battle for 4th and 5th, and round the outside there goes the Cupra. Chasing downfielder, Callum Bates having got through into fourth, but he's pushed a little bit too hard. Yes, Nick Casey has now got the warning yellow triangle next to his name. I can see a yellow flag at the complex. I think he's pulled up, Nick Casey. And that's our championship leader out of the race, if so. Well, there's our leader. The clock has counted down to 0 now, so we are on our final lap. Just making his way through some slightly slower traffic. Not much slower, though, because that's the battle for 5th place he's just lapped. And he'll catch Callum Bates before the line, I think, so we're going to end up with just 3 cars on the lead lap. Now there is Nick Casey's Ginetta. I thought he'd gone missing, so he's not going to make the flag. They're going to cover that with yellow flags around the final lap. So the Ginetta class is going to be won by the 118 car of May and Skeets, despite their penalty. The race is going to be won by Dom Malone and Adam Smalley. Here comes the Amspeed Porsche, coming up on Callum Bates in the BMW. So hope he doesn't get in their way as they come up to take the checkered flag. Up and over the line. It's a double for Amspeed in their Porsche. Callum Bates wins the trophy class in 4th. 5th goes to Jones and Ellick. David Fielder a bit slower around that last lap, but he'll take 6th position. Jones and Ellick win the TCR class ahead of Darren Ball in 7th. What about the GT class? Wells and Bingham, 2nd and 3rd overall. That's the treble 8 BMW. They're in 10th place. Dorber and Wright. Here comes a pair of M3s, one of them a GTR. Nathan Wells is going to be 2nd overall, and he's going to win the GT class. Chris Murphy's picked up a bit of debris there on his front bumper, I note. Nathan Wells comes over in 2nd, nearly 50 seconds down on the race winner, but he wins the GT class, 4.3 seconds ahead of Chris Bingham, who completes the podium. Bates 4th, Jones and Ellick an excellent 5th to win the TCR class. Wells wins the GT class. We'll run you through the rest of the class winners in just a moment. Bitter luck to Nick Casey there. But well done Dayton Motorsport, who have repaired the 47 car. It'll finish around 15 laps in arrears, but the main thing is it does make it to the finish. It might be crabbing a little bit out of line there, but Maurizio Cilio doing well to bring it home. Our winner heads into pit lane. Well done to Amspeed, Don Malone and Adam Smalley. Just a shame that we hadn't got any of their challenge class rivals out there for that one. They take the win by nearly 50 seconds ahead of Nathan Wells. He wins the GT class. Chris Bingham in 3rd place overall. Callum Bates 4th, wins the trophy category. TCR class goes to Jones and Ellick. They complete their double in 5th place. And Fielder and Ball, Martin Addison 8th, David May and Mark Skeets win the Ginetta Super Cup class in 9th, Dorber and Wright complete the top 10, then the Harrisons, Chris Murphy, Ash Woodman, Trundley and Silver win the Cup class. With Nick Casey's misfortune, that could have interesting implications in the overall championship. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and get the thoughts of some of the drivers.
Oh, hello everybody, yes, welcome down to Parc Ferme. And Adam, it's been a pretty special day for you guys, hasn't it? That makes it 2 from 2. We did have a little bit of confusion after race 1, but you guys obviously took the win there. And a 2nd win today. It's been a golden day for you.
Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's all right. It's kind of all right.
Dom did all the hard work. I just kind of drove around.
You're giving him a lot of credit.
Yeah,
but he's good.
He did the job. He was really quick, so he gave me the easy part. I just had to drive around for 25 minutes. But yeah, big thanks to him and the Amspeed guys. Car was strong, and he did well, mate.
Here he is now.
Good job.
I was just saying, Adam's been giving you all the credit for this.
No, it's a team effort. Obviously, all the team have done amazingly well. It was a great drive from Adam there, nursing it in, nursing home. Obviously, little concern over tyre, so
yeah,
just
good.
Getting it back home. So no, really good result. Well done, mate. Really
I
good.
hope your trophy cabinet's big enough after today. Well done, congratulations. We're still waiting for 2nd and 3rd to come in, actually. Nathan Wells, desperate to speak to him. He came in. Oh, here he is now, the number 23. Let's move out of the way because he's going to pull in right here. I don't know whose this is, but I better move it out the way so he can go and get in. and we'll grab a chat with Nathan Wells. What a great race for him. Don Malone and Adam Small, of course, picking up the challenge win as well as the overall win. Nathan Wells second on track, but does pick up the win in the GT class. I've got Callum Bates as your trophy class winner, Bobby Trundle and Asher Silver, your cup class winners. They were going very well in the championship coming into this weekend. Second place overall they were. Let's jump in. Nathan, you take your helmet off first if you like, but I can tell, I can just see it in his eyes. There's a big smile underneath that helmet right now, and do you want me to hold on to those for you? Do you want me to hold them? Because they're blowing away. Don't let me run off with these, though, but these are very, very sweaty right now. Nathan, what a great race that was from you. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Yeah, it was quite intense at the start because obviously I had to work my way up after a bit of a poor result in the first race. Then there's me and Fielder going hammer and tongs, qualifying lap after qualifying lap. And I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he had a mechanical or something, but he dropped back a bit. So then I was sort of coasting to the end, managing what I thought was a massive gap behind, and then suddenly the team came on the radio and said, actually, it's only about 4 seconds. Speed up.
That's nice, isn't it?
So then, just on the last lap, massive load of traffic to deal with, which wasn't needed. So yeah, just about got it home in the end, but yeah, good fun.
Well done, you're a big smile. Look, you can have them back. Thank you as well. There you go. Top man, Nathan. Congratulations there, P2. Chris Bingham in third as well. Again, let's go have a chat with him. Of course, didn't hold on to the rest of it. We believe actually he ended up being a lap behind. There was an issue with TSL and the transponder. Chris, unfortunately, race one didn't quite hold the result there, but still a pair of podiums today.
Yeah, still a pair of podiums. Still first time here, so yeah, still happy. Yeah.
What's next for you? Where are we going next?
I think next thing for us is this again at Donington. I think that's what's next up. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Mate, next time, be the number one board.
Well, I nearly got there. This
nearly
time.
Did. Top man, Chris, thanks for talking to us. All right, everybody, let's just move over here for a second because we are not done yet. That was the final race of the weekend for Britcar Endurance. But coming up next, we have Mini Clubsport. Here they all are. They're about to head out on track. This is going to be an absolute cracker to end the day here at Thruxton. So I will hand, in fact, just stay with us a second actually. Bear with me one moment. Just come with me because I've just seen, I believe it's Bobby Trundle down here. He is absolutely ecstatic, and I believe they won in the cup class. So actually, let's just change up shot. I know it's not, sorry, it's not, it's Asher Silver. Asher, you are so happy. Look at this. No, I feel like I'm ruining everything now by coming over. You are ecstatic.
I'm so happy because I knew how quick that TT was. It's a rocket ship, strangely, for our class. Anyway, but yeah, it was a team effort, complete team effort. We had to get through this race because the last race was just kaput for us, and really we just had to get the points at the end.
I've been told in my ear, now don't take this as official word, but I've just heard in my ear that it might mean you guys are the overall championship leaders.
That's what I was so ecstatic about, to be honest. I was like, we have to get a P1 in order to jump across and up into the lead for the overall championship. I'm ecstatic.
Where's Bobby? Bobby, let's go get him. Let's go get him. Come on. What are you doing over there, Bobby? You're not round here.
I can't jump over. Oh my god, what a race. Best start of my career, that.
Yeah. Look, congratulations, Bobby. That is amazing stuff. Good indeed. Right, we've got to head over to do the minis now. So we're just going to run over. Here they go. They're about to get underway. Britcar trying to get me over to do the podium again. Unfortunately, of course, for them, I won't be able to do that because we have this coming up now, and it's going to be an absolute corker. The Mini Clubsport. It is going to be fantastic stuff indeed. So I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Final race of the day here at Thruxton.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Well done to everybody in our Britcar Endurance Championship today. Thanks to Claire and her team from Britcar. And thank you to the TSL timekeepers for sorting out one or two glitches with the timing there. Chief timekeeper today is Rob Cook, so thanks indeed to him. So, the Mini Challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsport then. The Mini Challenge has three tiers of racing. We see the JCWs, which support British touring cars on a regular basis. There's also the Trophy category, which we saw out at Croft last weekend, of course. And our Club Sports category as well. This is the more budget level racers in three different classes. We've got S56, S53 and Class C for the more standard Coopers towards the back of the field. Got 14 cars here today. They'll be on track shortly. We caught up with a couple of the drivers earlier on.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. It's the final race of Saturday here at Thruxton, and Yana goes to the Mini Challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsport. Now, somebody I keep promising I'll go and talk to is our favourite Scotsman, David Taylor. David, come on, let's have a chin wag, shall we? Let's have a chat. You made the long journey down. How many miles was it on Thursday night for you?
470.
How long did it take?
10 hours.
10 hours?
Aye.
Wow, that is dedication, isn't it? Whereabouts in
I
Scotland?
knew I was coming to see you, so I put the foot down. You know?
You didn't put your foot down that much. It took 10 hours. But look, so listen, the season's gone well. Obviously, this is only a second meet of the season. About to do rounds 4, 5 and 6 this weekend. But Silverstone was good for you.
Yeah, it was. First time at Silverstone. Second place, times 3, so... First time here, second place again, so...
So we're going to get first, though, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely.
We are going to get first.
Ian, you know me, I don't give up.
What do you make of Thruxton then? First time here?
It's a quick track, but it's a dangerous track.
Yeah.
Any little mistakes, and I'll be paying a farmer to pull me out of there. You know?
You'll be absolutely fine, David. Look, go enjoy it, won't you? Have a great
just
time.
Say hi to my mum.
Yeah, please do.
Thanks to my
Shout-outs.
sponsors. Thanks to my sponsors, Scope Mini Works. They're my team as well. Fuel Fixer, Wrong Fuel Solutions, Mini Challenge. All the guys on the car, I wouldn't have been able to do this.
What it's all about, David,
Aye,
isn't it?
and Banker Mum.
Top man. No, good luck out there, mate. We'll probably catch up a little bit later as well. Right, almost time to go. Look who it is. It's Freya. Desperate to come and talk to us. Freya, I caught up with you a little bit earlier, actually. Don't know, you're excited for this one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to moving forward, so it should be good.
You were mixing it podiums at Silverstone, though, weren't you?
Yeah, it was dicey between the three of us. Dropped to second, back up to third, dropped to fourth, back to third. But yeah, it was consistent. It was really good.
We do see some great racing amongst these minis, don't we? Look, what have you made of Thruxton so far?
I like the track 'cause it's fast and flowing. I think I'd prefer if it rained, but yeah.
Yeah, I did do a rain dance and it did work.
It did
I just
for a bit.
didn't do it for this afternoon. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Look, best of luck with the race. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Yeah, let's get underway, shall we, for this one, round 4 of the 2025 Mini Challenge Clubsport with AirTech Motorsport. We are about to go racing. So Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, the car's currently on their way round on their green flag lap, so let's have a look at the grid. It's the second meeting of the season for these cars after the opener at Silverstone on the national circuit, where Ollie Wilmot, the Swiss-based racer, scored a hat-trick. He's on pole once again for this one alongside Andy Langley. Now, they're in different classes, S56 and S53. Andy Langley had a hat-trick of class wins at Silverstone. Second row of the grid is Freddie Hewitt, number 5. His sister Chloe used to race that car, alongside Ian Trundley in number 41. Row 3, Neil Clark, number 53, alongside number 16, Ben Trundley. Not sure if Ian and Ben are any relation to Bobby Trundley, who we saw in the Britcar race. We'll confirm that. Row 4 is DJ Paul Sawyer in number 29. 30 years, a disc jockey, alongside Steve Webb in the 231. Row 5, James Dudley, alongside Chris Johnson. The cars with the blue numbers on our graphics are the S56 cars, in yellow are the S53s. Row 6 of the grid, we've got number 89, Freya Belk, we've just heard from her. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Cooper class cars. Number 19, Daniel Truman, looking for 4 class wins out of 4 after a hat-trick at Silverstone. Starts alongside David Taylor, the Flying Scotsman, who we just heard from all the way from Dundee to race here today. And number 14, Chris Aram, rounds out the grid. So the cars will head up to the grid then. The white and red car, number 70, Ollie Wilmot, on pole alongside Andy Langley. In the blue and silver car with the pink roof, the Norfolk Mini run car. Freddie Hewitt in the grey car on row 2 alongside, I think that's another of the Norfolk Mini cars of Ian Trundley. Very similarly liveried cars to Trundleys. You can tell them apart. Ian's got the green headlight covers, excuse me, alongside Freddie Hewitt. And on row 3, Ben Trundley's got the purple headlight covers. He starts alongside the green car of Neil Clark. The S56s and F53s mixed together on the grid. The less powerful Class C cars start behind them, the more standard Coopers. Look out for Paul Sawyer, the long-time house music and radio disc jockey. He's in the green, pink and white car alongside the black car with the red headlights. That's Steve Webb. James Dudley, number 7 in black and red, alongside 219 Chris Johnson in purple and orange. The green flag has waved at the back of the grid. Just to complete the colours, Freya Belk in the grey car. In the white car is Daniel Truman. Dave Taylor rather is the blue car with the red wheels, and in green and grey, number 14, newcomer this season, Chris Aaron. Red lights go out then, and away we go with the first of our 3 Mini Challenge Clubsport races this weekend. I saw the classic Minis racing here a few weeks ago at Thruxton, the Mighty Minis Championship. Let's see what their more modern equivalents, the BMW Mini Coopers, can do. Let's hope my voice can last the distance as well. I'm struggling a little at the moment, I do apologise. Well, it is the man from the outside of the front row who goes into the lead, Andy Langley in the S53 class car. One car running out wide, that was Paul Sawyer understeering off at the complex. Comes back on, nearly tags Freya Belk, but it is Andy Langley who leads the early going then as they head out into the country for the first time. Freddie Hewitt up to second, Ollie Wilmot, hat-trick winner from Silverstone in third. Listen to the whine of the superchargers on these BMW Minis. Certainly sounding impressive. Paul Sawyer recovering there from his slightly slow start on the tail of the number 5, that is. No, the number 7, I should say, of James Dudley. Do apologise, it has been a long day. And another day of racing coming up tomorrow here at Thruxton, of course. Here come your leaders. Langley leads it from Hewitt in second, Wilmot third. It's the number 41 of Ian Trundley in 4th position. There's Freya Belk, the 89, outpacing Paul Sawyer in the 28. He's been heard on Radio 1, among other places in the past, as a DJ. Coming round to complete the opening lap then, Langley in the S53. Can he put one over the slightly more powerful S56 cars here? Through the chicane they come for the first time. And who's leading the Coopers? The white and green car there, Daniel Truman, looking for class win number 4 this season, leads Dave Taylor. At the back of the field, number 14, one of our newcomers, just learning his craft here at Thruxton. That's Chris Aaron from Oxfordshire. See him slide in the car. He's got the novice cross on the rear screen. Now, can Andy Langley hang on here and take an overall win? The man from Fakenham in Norfolk, one of quite a few Norfolk-based drivers in the Norfolk Mini team. Freya Belk having a go at James Dudley, the Welshman, in car number 7. Round the outside at the complex, she's going through. Nice move by Freya. Here comes Paul Sawyer as well. Here are the leaders. 42, Andy Langley out in front. Used to race the red and Union flag liveried car, the Austin Powers car, as we used to call it, if I remember rightly. He's certainly powering away from Freddie Hewitt here. We saw Freddie at the sharp end in this category over the last couple of years, battling with the likes of Ross Alexander. Into Church Corner, up on the curb there, Freddie Hewitt. Cracking shot there as they fly towards us. Ollie Wilmot down in third. He wants to make it 4 wins out of 4 for the season. Battling with Freddie Hewitt for the class lead here in second overall. Round the outside into the chicane. That's how you tackle the chicane in a Mini. Can he turn it back in time though? No, Freddie Hewitt stays ahead. I thought Wilmot had got through there on the outside, but Freddie Hewitt holds him off. Hopefully we'll see Freddie's sister Chloe Hewitt, a very quick Mini racer, back out racing someday. First 4 have broken away slightly. Neil Clark is 5th. It's Ben Trundley in 6th, then Steve Webb 7th. Freya Belk is next through. As S56 is led by Freddie Hewitt ahead of Wilmot and Ian Trundley. S53 led by Langley ahead of Ben Trundley and Freya Belk. Cooper's a little further back, slightly less powerful cars. Coopers are the non-supercharged machines, similar to the ones we see in the trophy category. They were out in force at Croft last weekend with Olivier Algieri doing it. Squealing tyres as they throw these machines around. BMW Mini makes a cracking little race car. Not only on the circuits but in rallycross we've seen as well the dedicated BMW Mini Championship, and also in other forms of rallycross. Todd Crooks, the former champion of the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Super Modified division, has his BMW Mini as Ollie Wilmot up the inside attacks Freddie Hewitt. Side by side for second place, and he goes through into the chicane. He's got it done this time. Tried the outside last time through, that didn't work, so he goes the other side and he's up to second. Takes the lead of the S56 class as well, now chasing after Andy Langley. Not surprisingly, Ollie Wilmot's just done the fastest lap, 1:28.97 seconds around Thruxton. There's 2:19. That's Chris Johnson from Nottingham. He's down in 11th at the moment in this 14-car field. Daniel Truman in the number 19 leads the Cooper class, sponsored by Sawyer Models. I don't know if that's anything to do with Paul Sawyer, who's a little further ahead. Dan Truman comes from Leighton Buzzard. Here's the 231, that's Steve Webb from Guildford in Surrey. He's currently running in 7th, 5th in the S56 category. Neil Clark has caught Ian Trundley. This is the battle developing for 4th place. A little bit of powder being kicked up there. It's been put down on some fluid from the previous race. There are the leaders. The first 3 have broken away. Hewitt down to 3rd. They're 4.5 seconds clear of this fight between Trundley and Clark. Andy Langley is under pressure now. I thought he might be from Ollie Wilmot, who's going for race win number 4 out of 4 this year. Langley had 3 wins at Silverstone in the S53 class. Can he hold off the S56 of Ollie Wilmot? This goes to prove, with the 3 levels of the Mini Challenge, that no matter what your budget or your level of experience, there's a BMW Mini Race Championship for you. Into the complex for the 5th time. Langley from Wilmot. Freddie Hewitt still in 3rd place. Out into the country they go once again. Wilmot really trying. You see the way the rear end stepped out slightly there as he closes on Andy Langley. The man from Norfolk continues to lead the way in the Norfolk Mini sponsored and run number 42 machine. Absolute edge here around Thruxton of grip and adhesion. You can hear the tyres squealing. Out towards Church Corner they go once again. And down the straight into the left flick at Brooklands and up Woodham Hill. Towards the chicane. Wilmot getting closer and closer. When's the attack going to come? It's a question of when, not if now. He'll attack Andy Langley for the lead. Swing through the chicane. Just past halfway in this 15-minute race for the Mini Challenge Clubsport in association with AirTech Motorsports. Ian Trundley still holding off Neil Clark for 4th place. Freddie Hewitt's dropped away now. He's just over 6 seconds down on Wilmot in 3rd place, but he's 4.5 seconds clear of the fight for 4th. Ben Trundley still 6th. He's 6.5 seconds down on Clark in the green car. Steve Webb 7th, then Belk, Dudley and Paul Sawyer round out the top 10. Chris Johnson 11th, then the Coopers are still led by Daniel Truman, who's pulled some 8 seconds clear of Dave Taylor, the Scotsman in number 28. Chris Aram rounding out the field. Sawyer closing on James Dudley. This is the battle for 9th position behind Freya Belk. He's been in this series for a few years now. Now, Ollie Wilmot's getting ready to attack as they come towards the chicane. Which side of Andy Langley is he going to try? He's going to go to the outside. Didn't work against Freddie Hewitt earlier on, but Langley holds him off. It's good defensive driving by Andy Langley. He wants an overall win. He's got just under 6 minutes to resist pressure from Ollie Wilmot. Wilmot based in Switzerland. Paul Sawyer coming under a bit of pressure now from Chris Johnson. This is the fight for 4th. Neil Clark getting involved now as well. Freddie Hewitt's dropped back. What's happened to Freddie? Yeah, his last lap was a 1:38, his quickest a 1:29, so Freddie's either got a problem or he's had a moment somewhere, because he's dropped back into 5th place. He was about 4.5 seconds clear of that fight between Trundley and Clark. Well, as we saw it, now he's behind them. So something's happened for Freddie Hewitt on that previous lap that we didn't catch. Ollie Wilmot still throwing his car around in that second place. He can't get up with Andy Langley there. It's a good drive by the S53 class leader. There's Freya Bell still holding off James Dudley, then Sawyer and Johnson. The whine of those superchargers in the background adds another bizarre touch to the soundtrack of a BMW Mini race. You won't hear it with the trophy cars because they're normally aspirated. Now, what's Ollie Wilmot going to try this time? He's been forced to go to the outside again by Andy Langley. Doesn't work unless you're very, very late on the brakes. And Wilmot isn't. In the ski set Wengen car, right on the tail of the Norfolk Mini machine. Now, can he get the better run here? Over the line, Wilmot has a look, Langley moves across. Can he hold him off on the run to Allard? I think he's just about held it. Meantime, Freddie Hewitt's got back ahead of Trundley and Neil Clark. Langley just holding the lead into the complex. It's getting closer between these two. Wilmot still has the fastest lap of the race, 1:28.97. Langley up on the curb then. Any loss of momentum and Wilmot will be alongside him. Soaking up the pressure as, well, I mentioned rallycross earlier on. Both of those two nearly ended up doing a bit of rallycrossing. They both ran wide at Seagrave. You see the way, look at the way Wilmot's throwing that car around. It's not doing his tyres any good, I'm sure. But he's got the tighter line there into Goodwood. I don't think he'll get through at Church. He may have to wait to attack into the chicane again. Further back, I can tell you Truman leads the Coopers now by a handsome 14 seconds. Now coming up to lap for Chris Aram, these two. Hopefully he'll see them and not impede them as Wilmot now goes to the inside. But he can't get the run because they've both got to pass the back mark. It's well done, Chris Aram there, keeping out of the way. Oh, and Andy Langley's made a mistake. Now I wonder if the back marker distracted him there. Did he miss his braking points? Side by side out of the chicane. Wilmot's going to get the lead here. He does so. Now Andy Langley seems to suddenly jink across there. I don't know whether he was distracted by lapping Chris Aram, but he suddenly seems to lose focus there into the chicane and he's lost the lead to Ollie Wilmot. Did the pressure get to him there, I wonder? Well, Wilmot's understeered a little bit wide there. Of course, Ollie Wilmot has pushed hard to keep up with Andy Langley and try and take the lead. His tyres may be going off. So Andy Langley may, by biding his time, find an opportunity. Ollie Wilmot might start sliding around again. Sliding around, he's nearly sideways there, coming through. No. Spectacular stuff. He's throwing that car around. Was he distracted by what was going on in his mirror? He just didn't turn in. I'm not quite sure what happened there for Andy Langley. He just didn't seem to turn going into the chicane. Whether he was distracted or just missed his braking points, I'm not sure. We'll get the lowdown from him in Parc Ferme after the race because they're coming around to start what I think will be their last lap this time. Last lap of day one here at Thruxton. Dave Taylor goes a lap down in the Stoke Mini Works Cup. Now it's Andy Langley's job to do the pushing. So this will be, I think, last lap this time. Cross the line they go. It's touch and go. We'll wait and see. Here comes Neil Clark trying to dive bomb Ian Trundley into the chicane. Doesn't work. Across the line they come. The battle for P3. Freddie Hewitt's dropped behind them again. Yeah, his last lap was a 1:35. So Hewitt had got back ahead of Clark and Trundley and now has dropped back. We're watching the lead battle, but something clearly amiss with Freddie Hewitt for that to happen twice. There go the leaders. Out towards Church Corner, which for what I think will be the last time. And yes, Wilmot has pulled away now, using the slight power advantage of the S56. wing their way out of Church Corner. You can see almost four-wheel drifting there, Andy Langley. Now, will it be checkered flag this time, or will we get one more lap? It was very close to the time. You have to try and work it out when it's a timed race. Langley tries to close up again. Only a few seconds left. I think we will get the checkered flag this time. It's going to be 4 out of 4 by the look of it for Ollie Wilmot in the number 70. Yes, the checkered flag is up already. Wilmot makes it 4 out of 4. Langley comes over in second, makes it 4 out of 4 in the S53 class. Now, who is going to be third? Is Neil Clark going to try and get past Ian Trundley into the final chicane? He's going to go for the outside. I don't think he'll get through there. Ian Trundley in the S56, he'll take second in class. Neil Clark be third in class. Out of the final chicane, they come up over the line. It's P3 for Ian Trundley, fourth for Neil Clark, and Freddie Hewitt has to settle for fifth. Ben Trundley should be next through. There he is. He will take second in S53 class. Then Webb is next home, and here's the battle between Freya Belk and Paul Sawyer. Sawyer's got the place on the final lap. He'll come in to take P8, third in class S53. Then Belk, James Dudley, Chris Johnson. And now what about the Coopers? Well, we know who's going to win the Coopers because Daniel Truman is the last man to take the checkered flag because Taylor and Aram have been lapped. It's going to be a handsome victory in our Cooper class for Daniel Truman from Leighton Buzzard. It's going to be 4 class wins out of 4, and he's going to be the last man to take the checkered flag on day 1 here at Thruxton. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow. We kick off at around 10:45 AM with the British Truck Racing Championship. There'll be a grid walk before it as well. Here he comes out of the final chicane. Daniel Truman makes it 4 wins for the season out of 4 in the Cooper class. A lap ahead of his rivals on time. Provisional result then, a win for Ollie Wilmot by just 0.7 of a second over Andy Langley. Good battle between those two. Langley wins his class. Ian Trundley completes the podium ahead of Neil Clark, with Freddie Hewitt dropping to 5th. Then Ben Trudley, Steve Webb, Paul Sawyer, Freya Belk, James Dudley and Chris Johnson. Cooper class won by Daniel Truman ahead of David Taylor, and Chris Aram completes the 14 finishers. That wraps up day 1 here at Thruxton then. Back in action tomorrow morning at 10:45. We'll of course hear from the drivers shortly down in Parc Fermé. We're joined tomorrow by the Monoposto Championship, their single-seaters. They had their qualifying session earlier on. And also the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Guesting from the 750 Motor Club this weekend, we've got a field of BMWs of all shapes and sizes. And they'll have a pair of races tomorrow. The Monopostos have 3 more truck races, 2 more races for the Mini Challenge Clubsport tomorrow, and another race for the 750 Motor Club as well. After the last race, there's our parade of show trucks as well. Might stay and give you some coverage of that too. Although no firework display after this one, of course. That comes at Brands Hatch in November. Well done to everyone at Thruxton today. Big thanks as always to our volunteer marshals, the Orange family. We couldn't go racing without them. Also all the other staff here at Thruxton today, the recovery crews, the medical staff, race control. Special thanks to the timekeepers for sorting out 1 or 2 glitches as well. And I think we are now ready in Parc Fermé and can head down to it.
Yeah, I've got a very happy Ollie Wilmot there. He pulled it. He's beaming underneath that helmet. Look at him. I'm not surprised as well. That's 4 from 4 for Ollie Wilmot. Incredible. And I've just found out he's never been to Thruxton before as well. That is even more impressive. Let's let him get out, then we can have a quick chat with him as well. Adam Langley coming home in 2nd place. Winner, of course, in the S53 class. That's his 4th win of the season. Daniel Truman taking the Cooper class win for his 4th win of the season as well. We've only had 4 races. Ollie Wilmot, come round here, my friend. And I'm glad you've taken it off because I'm admiring your hair all day as well. Does it make you go faster?
Well, that's what I've done. So, yeah, I'll keep the haircut, I guess.
That's 4 from 4. I mean, you were having a fantastic battle with Andy. Different classes, I know, but you still put on a show out there.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, I didn't know he was that quick in the R53. But, yeah, really nice race and really fair. So, yeah, really nice.
What does it mean to make it 4 from 4?
Early to say, but it's looking good.
I don't want to put too much pressure. Well done anyway. Look, you've got to go talk to Josh. You've got to go do more media bits and bobs as well. Where's Andy? Andy Langley. Is he in the... Oh, He's gone. Where, Andy, there. Sorry. What are you doing there? You should be over there. Should be bartending number 2.
This way. Oh wow, what a race!
I'll tell you what, you and Ollie, wow, what a show you put on. Thank you
that
for
was
that.
awesome.
But just talk us through it, because he just got through you in the end.
Yeah, I thought I was going to hold him off, and then the tyres just started to go off a bit, and messed up the braking into the last chicane. And that was it, really. Just couldn't get him back then.
You're in tune with this S53 car, though, aren't we?
Yeah, it's going really well, to be honest. It's not my car. So, thanks to Norfolk Cars for letting me borrow it. But it's going awesome. I'm totally made up with that. Didn't expect to be on his case.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He just said to me as well, he goes, blimey, I didn't expect Andy to be that quick. But I'll take that as a compliment,
Oh,
right?
yeah, absolutely. Well
Top
pleased.
man. Well done. I think Josh wants you as well there. So if you go have a quick chat with him, let's move around as well, because we need to find Ian Trunley's, a number of Trunleys. Where's Ian? Let's go see if we can run off. Hi Sophie, you're right, there we go. Let's keep moving down. I'd like to speak to him, but I don't know if he's around, so let's go and talk to... Is that Ian? Oh, sorry. All right, David, how was it?
Second again. 4 seconds. Yay.
What are we going to do? What are you got to do then to get that P1?
I don't know, he's got NOS in his car. He must have NOS, Dan Truman.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like 5-10 seconds ahead of me. And I'm like full throttle, but obviously I'm 17 stone.
There's work to do,
Scottish
Dave.
lad, so you know.
There's work to do in there, but you'll get there.
Thanks,
get there.
Ian.
No, I'll see you tomorrow, mate. I'll see you tomorrow. Right, there we go. That does round out the action from today. What a day it has been. So much action, and tomorrow, we've got even more for you as well. Wall-to-wall racing. I think the action gets started about 10:30 tomorrow, but of course we've got all those truck races to bring you as well. We've got 3 monoposto races. BMW Car Club come to town as well. Minis are back in action as well. So a lot to bring you all live for you from about 10:30 tomorrow. Just remember to hit that like button and that subscribe button if you're watching on the BARC YouTube channel. That will mean you won't miss any of the action at all. Right, that's it from me and John down here. Big thank you to the rest of the team, of course, out on the circuit, bringing you those live pictures. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard for the final word here at Thruxton.
Yeah, thanks very much to Ian and Pointy down on the ground today. That does wrap up day 1 here at Thruxton. We've already said thanks to our marshals and other officials here at the Thruxton circuit. A big thanks to everybody else off track today as well. We do it all again tomorrow. We start at 10:45 with the first of our 3 truck races. The Monoposto Championship join us for a big grid of over 30 single-seaters here in action. We've got Formula 3 cars, Formula Renault, Formula Ford, Formula Vauxhall, Lotus, and much more, all on the same grid. More racing from the Mini Challenge Clubsport as well. They've got 2 races tomorrow. We're joined by the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, administered by the 750 Motors Club. Slightly longer races for them at 20 minutes. And the 750 Formula have another race as well. Racing right through until 5 o'clock. We'll have our parade of show trucks at the end of the programme as well. And we'll have a look at some of our off-track activities, I'm sure, with Pointy and Ian as well. Big thanks to them. Big thanks to all our crews this weekend out on the circuit, and to Dan, our director, as well. That's about all for day 1 here at Convoy Thruxton, or should that be Thruxton, here this weekend on day 1. We'll see you on day 2 tomorrow from about 10:45 a.m. But for now, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, and it's goodbye for day 1.